interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2024, brought to you by EPARTRADE, Racer, and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, PIC, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associate, and Crowder, sponsored by ARP, C-Tech Manufacturing, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and 3P Performance Racing Sensors. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. This is day 3, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers with us today. To view the schedule and the list of speakers, please visit epartrade.com. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport, Scott Shelton, the chief revenue officer of Racer, and our wonderful host, Mr. Brad Gilly. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque, and welcome everyone. It has been a privilege to send off this special week of industry leaders, racers, superstars, sanctioning bodies. We just developed this for the industry. And you know how this was developed? Through COVID. The world stopped. There were no trade shows. So we said, let's develop one. So here we are on our 5th annual, which is hard to believe we're on our 5th annual. So we created this week with our good friends at Racer and Speed Sport. And speaking of Speed Sport, on to you, Joe.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to day 3 It's been a tremendous week, and Judy hit my theme word for today is privilege. It's been a privilege to be part of this for, I think this is our third year. And I've been in this industry for going on 2 decades, but one of the great privileges of my career in speed sport is having the colleagues like EPARTRADE to work with. And most importantly, I think for me is the folks over at Racer Magazine, Paul Fanner, Scott, and that whole crew. We talk a lot about the heritage of my brand, Chris Economaki being sort of the dean of motorsports journalism. I think history will look back on everything that Paul Fanner has done and with Racer as being equally important to, the annals of history and documenting motorsports and racing and keeping it relative and moving it forward. So Scott, congratulations to you and all your crew over there. It's an honor and a privilege to be part of this. And I look forward to today's interviews and what more comes out of it.
Thanks, Joe.
Scott. Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for your kind words. It's very nice. And good morning, everyone. And for those of you joining us from the West Coast, a very early welcome. It's my privilege to be here with all of you for EPARTRADE's 5th annual Industry Week. It's a special moment bringing together the best minds in motorsport, innovators, leaders, enthusiasts alike, celebrating everything that makes this industry just so extraordinary. I'm Scott Shelton, and I'm the Chief Revenue at Racer. It's so exciting to be here, a part of a brand that's so deeply embedded in the culture of motorsport. At Racer, we've got a lot of exciting things happening right now, new ideas, new opportunities, new ways to engage with this incredible audience. All of our stories, our news, videos, and posts are created through the lens of a racer. So go to racer.com and check it out. However, today is about the amazing lineup of guests, the conversations, the innovations that we'll all be a part of. And I, for one, am thrilled to be here to listen and to learn and to be inspired, just like all of you. So thank you again, EPARTRADE, for assembling this incredible week. And Francisque, let me hand it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Joe, for both of you for your kind words. Mr. Brad Giddy, our wonderful host, who has done probably half of all our webinars since we started, back with the technical webinar series. But good morning, Brad. Welcome back.
Yeah, good morning to everyone as well. And thank you so much for having me back. It's greatly appreciated. And I know we've got a lot of exciting things that are going to be coming up here throughout the day and really the next 2 days. And, I think of this time of year, for a lot of racing series, they're still fully in their season. For some of them, it's their off season, or as like we like to call it, the non-racing season, because I think as we all know that it doesn't stop. This is literally a 365-day-a-year sport. And for many of us, when you make your season in the off season, this is probably a busier time of year than actually when you start the grind of week in and week out, going to the racetrack and all of that. But it's nice to be able to gather everyone together and talk about so many different things, from on-road to off-road, from 4 wheels to 2 wheels to boats and everything else in between, and different styles of racing, like Dakar to NASCAR and INDYCAR and Formula One and all of the different people that we've had. I know we've got Trans Am coming up today, among some of the other things. So it's a true pleasure to be a part of this, and thank you, Francis and Judy, for inviting me, and obviously Racer and Speed Sport for everything you do. And I can't wait to see what today brings.
You're right, and you're a lot more than part of it. I mean, I think we have been thanking our sponsors, our partners, everybody, but a big thank you to all our hosts. I mean, you guys make this program what it is, and without your knowledge, connection, relationship with all the guests, I mean, this program would not be anywhere close to what it is today. So no, we very much appreciate everything you do, Brad, as well as all our hosts, Jeff, and everyone at Racer and everyone at Speed Sport. So thank you very much. So we are going to bring pretty soon our next guest, Mr. Jeff Dickerson. So this is the first time we're being hosting Jeff on the program. Do you want to say a few words, Brad, maybe?
Yeah,
we bring Jeff on?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited about this because, a lot of times we talk about some of the heritage teams in racing, and a lot of the things that are going on. You go back 7 years ago, if we would have had Jeff Dickerson on, if there was an EPARTRADE at the time, we would have been talking about driver representation and sponsor representation. We wouldn't have been talking about them being a race team. And, once they started that, once they got their charter and, started growing what they've grown, it's incredible to see where they are now. And I'm more excited to talk about that and where they're going into the future because they've certainly made their mark when it comes to NASCAR.
And here's Jeff. On to you, Brad.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. We'll talk to y'all here in just a little bit. And Jeff Dickerson, welcome. We appreciate you coming on with us here and starting the day with us. It's pretty cool to have you.
Thanks for having me, Brad. I thought the invitation was sent to the wrong address, and it's just an honor to be part of the amazing panelists that you guys have put together this year.
Yeah, it is really cool. And again, it's great to have you a part of it. I want to spend a lot of time, obviously, talking about Spire Motorsports and where you guys are today and, everything, the climate of motorsports and NASCAR and all of that. But I do want to spend just a brief amount of time. And I guess if you could give us maybe the short version of the origin story of Spire Motorsports, because like I was saying before you came on, 7 years ago, we'd have been having a different conversation with you, not one as a team co-owner.
Yeah, I mean, such as it is, Brad. I mean, we got into team ownership by accident, right? I mean, you're obviously speaking about the our agency roots. Our agency, Spire Sports and Entertainment, we were kind of at the intersection of teams, drivers, and sponsors. And one of those teams we were working with was Furniture Row Racing, right? And so when they won the championship, they were looking to sell their charter, and we were trying to sell it for them. And we were just really excited about that opportunity because we were like, man, we're going to get this commission, and it's going to be awesome. And it was a different time. It was really difficult to sell one. We had obviously brokered plenty, but it just felt like that one was just hard to move. We almost had it sold a couple times, and then Barney and Joe met with Ty Norris, who was the president of our company then, and TJ Pusher, my partner, in Vegas, and said, hey, maybe you guys should do it. And it was like, man, that's crazy. Like, how are we gonna do that? But Brad, it was just another instance of, we're just so lucky, right? And so like our old office was on top of the old Aquesta Bank building, in Cornelius, and the bank guys used to always come up, and they walked in. It was, deathly quiet. They thought something was wrong. And we just, they were like, what are you guys doing? We're like, oh man, we got this opportunity. We just don't know how we're going to do it. And that, again, I give Ty and TJ and those guys a ton of credit because really within 15 minutes, we had the president of the bank, the vice president of the bank, director of credit. We had everybody up there, and we had we were in the race business 2 days later. So that's kind of how it started. It's obviously grown a ton. In some ways, it was a lot simpler. Then we were just trying to get to the racetrack, but here we are. It's the 5th annual. Spire's going to improve off season, so here we are.
Which is awesome. Improve and grow and all of that. Throughout this time, you start as a race team with no race team assets, and then you grow to running a car and having another car as a satellite, trading more charters than I think any owner has traded since the system has started to where we are today. And let's talk about that. This time last year, you had bought Kyle Busch Motorsports. You were getting ready to move into a new building. Now here we are today. You've won Rookie of the Year with Carson Hocevar. You've hired a new driver in Michael McDowell. At the end of the season last year, you brought a familiar face back and one that took you to victory lane in Justin Haley. Some great crew chief moves and all of that. So what are we looking forward to? What does Spire look like moving into 2025?
Yeah, the big difference, Brad, is expectations, right? I mean, all the moves that you just spoke of, I don't think we can make and not try to, and not win a race. Obviously we've been close. Which is, again, it's just amazing to me, Brad, that, you see what we did last year and, just the evolution of our race team, right? Where you start at Daytona and nobody expects anything, then all of a sudden it's just like, oh my God, these guys are running up front. And then by the end of the year, it was just like, yawn, nobody cares. We're up front. You know what I mean? It's just kind of expected, right? So it's like it felt like we did 3 years in 1 year. So the amount of improvement that we had for I would say 23 to 24 we almost need to double that to go to 24 to 25, and all those moves that you made. It's one thing to just say, hey, we're going to improve, but all those moves that you just talked about are meant to, absolutely, make it more than words and make it actions. But that's for us, and bringing in Rodney and those guys, it's just like, you don't do all those moves and not win a race. So that's absolutely the goal for next season.
You mentioned Rodney Childers, and I want to ask you about this because it brings me back to a conversation we had with him on Sirius XM whenever it was announced that he was moving over to your team in 2025. Anytime you're growing a business, especially the way you guys have grown Spire Motorsports, sometimes it's hard to manage that growth. And, a lot of times there are hiccups along the way, and I'm sure you've had those. But what impressed me the most is in talking to Rodney and asking the why. Why this opportunity? Why go to Spire Motorsports as your next, move as a crew chief? And what he brought up was the culture. He said, I went over to the shop and I saw a few familiar faces, people that had left our team over at Stewart Haas Racing and come over in 2024. And really in talking to them and some other people I know, they talked about the culture of Spire Motorsports and what a pleasure it is for people to literally wake up in the morning and come into work and be around a bunch of like-minded people in a company that's very well managed, from Wednesday team lunches to different things like that. But the one thing that he really focused on was not necessarily the potential for success. I think he knows that's there, but just the culture that you guys have created. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, it's not lost to me that I'm on here with you, but it's seriously like, I'm just surrounded by exceptional people. Right. And I don't mean just the guys that you see and the guys that you've referenced. I mean, everybody behind the scenes, sounds like a Victory Lane interview in a way, right? But it's just like, I can't think enough, but it's seriously the exceptional guys from, the accounting department to the marketing department, to the social department, to the events and the parts room. It's just like everybody is just like exceptional, which sometimes makes it look like I know what I'm doing. Brad, the secret is, I think everybody says, man, we really value our people, right? I don't think there's a company in the world that says, hey, we don't value our people, right? Everybody values their people. I think at Spire, it's just not a cliche. It's just not something you put on the wall. It's something we absolutely believe. And I think that's the true measure of our success is, I think if you go to our people here and say, do they believe in you? I think they would all say yes, right? And I think that's the culture, right? The culture is look, there's plenty of guys here. We've talked about this, I think, in the past. There's plenty of guys in here that got discarded along the way, right? And I think sometimes that's the connective tissue is everybody here's been broken up with, right? Everybody's been, fired or told they weren't good enough and things like that. And that's the foundation of it. But I think, but we believe in them, right? And so when we see the complete puzzle, we look at a group and we're just like, this is us. This is you belong here. But I don't think it can be faked, right? I think maybe that's what Rodney's kind of talking about. It's not faked. We absolutely believe in our people, and I think they feel it.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting as you look back at the growth of Spire and everything, and this is this question is more framed in the what advice do you give to people, because a lot of people might be at a crossroads in where they are in their motorsports, whether they're a team owner, sponsor or driver or whatever. But I think you can see places where you and Spire have taken opportunity and grabbed it, like it's been out there, whether it was the opportunity to get that first charter like you talked about, whether it was the opportunity to buy Kyle Busch Motorsports even as recent as last year, the opportunity when one team is shutting down in Stewart Haas Racing to say, hey, what can we do to take that change and make it a great opportunity for us. What do you tell someone out there who is sitting there thinking like, boy, I might have a big decision in front of me and this could change the direction of where I'm going? You guys have actually reached out and grabbed those every time, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you talk to, any entrepreneur or some of our contemporaries that have jumped into the space, you have these moments where you just I mean, you got to shoot your shot. You got to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it sounds so simple, but it's like you have to have the courage to just shoot your shot. I know at Spire, obviously we've had to just do it one step at a time. So we couldn't shortcut for many years, right? So for us, it may have been different. We didn't have anything to lose, so it was easy to just kind of like, it was easy to push all in when you don't have, when you have two nickels. That's what I'd say to anybody. It's just like, hey, you got to shoot your shot. You got to, you don't know the exact moment that's going to be the pivotal one for your organization. And, so you work so hard to put yourself in position to get those opportunities. So when they present themselves, you got to grab them. And, I think if you just do the right things, right? Like I'm a firm believer in that sometimes your opportunities choose you, right? And so like that's where, if you look at anything that we've got in our solar system now, it's all happened kind of by accident, but we put ourselves in position, to get lucky. And I think that's really the biggest thing. And the other part here is, you have to do it the right way. Right. And you have to believe in yourself. You have to, and all that is true, but you have to do it the right way. You have to do it the right way when nobody's looking. Right. When you're not, because that's the recipe, right? Because it's, I mean, at least to me, right? So it's like, everybody out there that's like, hey, should we do this? Or, hey, do we expand? Do we do this? Do we do that? It's just like, if you're doing all the right things, sometimes it'll just come back your way.
I like that. I think we could almost pull just that clip alone and send it out to everybody if they're actually, wondering a question. And like you said, sometimes opportunity finds you. All right, let's talk about what we've got on the competition side. I always have been of the belief that if you're going to have a healthy multi-car race team, you're going to do it with an experienced driver. You're going to do it with a driver who might be somewhere in the middle of his or her career, whether it's the beginnings of the middle or the end of the middle. And you're going to do it with a young up-and-comer. And from Micah McDowell, Daytona 500 winner, multi-time winner in Cup, to Justin Haley, who you guys just brought back, to Carson Hocevar, Rookie of the Year. It seems like, at least in my model, that you have an absolutely healthy race team of everything that runs the gamut from experience to future potential.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's like you were in the meetings with us when we were kind of putting it together. I mean, that's the Michael is steady. Obviously, Michael's a leader. I mean, I think the thing where I used to represent Michael back in the day, and I think what Michael brings to the table is a sense of urgency and desperation every day, right? Michael, I just remember him as a younger driver, and I remember him sitting on my front porch one day, and this is probably in 07 or 08, saying, "I'm going to be a professional race car driver. I don't know how." Right? I don't know what direction this is all going to go, but I cannot fail. And that's the other part. If you can't fail, you don't. You know what I mean? If you want to, the advice also, right? When failure is not an option, then it's not an option. And I think that's, Michael is a real example, of that. And you see what Michael did at Front Row, and Michael was very instrumental in building that team. And so when we were kind of like looking, how do we, where do we go next? Michael was an absolute example. I mean, I think you could look in 3 or 4 years, 5 years, whenever Michael's done driving, I think you'll see Michael in an executive role here. I just think he gets it. Justin obviously is we think the world of Justin. I think a lot of people in that garage do. We were happy to make the trade, with Rick Ware racing there. But bringing Justin home, I mean, it checks a lot of boxes, at least of which the personal relationship, the feel good of watching him walk back in, and him clearly seeing from the very beginning what we were, to what we are to now, are two different, entire organizations. And but we look at Justin. Justin's not just going to be like the middle guy here, right? And just like, slow and steady. It's like we're looking for big things, obviously pairing him with Rodney. I don't think you pair somebody with Rodney and not win races. Rodney's very clear. Rodney wants to, I forget who got him there at the end, but somebody passed him for the most active crew chief wins. So I know that's going to be bulletin board material for Rodney, and then Carson, he's our pet honey badger, and he's all gas, all the no break all the time. But I think if you I've been lucky enough to work with with plenty of those guys along the way. And look, if you're making noise and if people are talking about you at this age, with that experience level, you are doing something right. We've seen it with Joey Logano. We saw it with Brad. We saw it with Kyle Busch. It's almost like a backhanded compliment, right? I think the challenge with somebody like Carson is you are growing up in the public eye. These are, when they're that young, they should be at a college somewhere, you know what I mean, learning how to live, and certainly, in private, right? But I mean, I think, you're in a fishbowl here, and I think that's going to really be the biggest adjustment for Carson. It's not going fast. It's going to be everything that goes off the track, and I think that's up to us to, kind of shepherd him through that, because he's got the driving part absolutely figured out. And again, he was in contention for plenty of top fives and certainly a win, along the way. So we're hoping for no sophomore slump, but certainly we've got a lot of expectations for Carson in next year.
Yeah, it's so I am curious to hear your side of his story, because in talking to him, obviously that big epiphany moment for him was when Corey LaJoie was asked to go fill in for Chase Elliott at Gateway when Elliott was suspended. You guys brought Carson Hocevar into your car, and before having a mechanical problem, he literally just raced his way up into the top 10. And I think a lot of people stood up and said, wow, the next thing we find out is you guys are adding him to your stable as well. How did all of that go behind the scenes, and what were the moments like for you?
Yeah. So, Mr. Hendrick, again, like a dad to me, and I'd be dead without him. He called and said, hey, I have to do something here for Gateway, because I think Chase was being suspended or something. And I remember him calling and just being like, hey, I'd like to do Corey. And he goes, but I don't want to mess you guys up. Right. And I was just like, well, are you asking me or are you telling me? So if you're telling me you're taking Corey, then awesome. We'll just figure it out. And so he was like, well, what are you going to do? And I'm like, well, I think we're going to put this I would put this Carson Hocevar kid in it. And he was just like, huh? Like who? And Carson was running our Xfinity program, if you remember. We were doing that with Junior Motorsports. And so Carson did not look out of place in the Xfinity car, right? He was racing with, the Cup guys, up front. And I remember we were at Charlotte and Darlington. He went to Darlington. He was like in the top 5 all day or top 10 all day. And I'm just like, what the heck? It just kind of, we were like, hey, he was fast. He had done a lot of simulator work. We were just like, let's just see how it goes. I mean, what do we have to lose, right? I mean, again, in those days, Brett, as you know, it's just like you can go all in on things because it's like, what do you have to lose? So when we put him in there, and I remember, I don't like sitting on the box, watching these races, right? I like to go up top from spotter days and all that. And so I had a seat in the grandstand in 1 and 2 at Gateway, and just watching him pass all these guys, like he was not scared to run 4 lanes up. And truly, man, I was just giggling. I was absolutely just giggling in the grandstands, because it was like, what am I watching? And obviously we had a brake failure. I don't know that any of our brake parts had been stressed that hard up to that point. And so immediately, like Sparks and I were like, if the opportunity ever presents itself, we should look at trying to get this guy in here. And so when we made a change on the 77, into 2024, he's top of the list. And so it's just when they're fast like that, man, it's just like I'd rather slow them down than speed them up.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Another example of opportunity found you in a lot of ways, and you guys also found it as well. All right, the crew chief lineup: Luke Lambert, great, very steady veteran, a winner on the Cup Series level, a very smart racing mind. You got Travis Peterson with Michael McDowell. They came over together from Front Row Motorsports. Travis Peterson, I love the fact that he is willing to take a chance, especially when it comes to strategy, and a lot of times it's paid off. And obviously, Rodney Childers, his record speaks for itself, even beyond Stewart Haas Racing when he was over at Evernham, and then later Michael Waltrip Racing has done so much. The driver lineup is strong. The crew chief lineup is equally as strong.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They check every box. I think, Rodney been there, done that. The one thing I'll tell you, Brad, that I'm more impressed with Rodney now that he's here is, I think, everybody looks at Rodney and you're just like, you can obviously count the trophies and you can, and you see him and there's kind of like this aw shucksy, thing. Like there is a real competitor inside, Rodney Childers. And what I'm super impressed with is just his ability to connect and lead. Like you can already see it, on our shop floor. He's just able to connect with everybody. Luke, all-American guy, right? I mean, just the, good-looking guy, very smart. Him and Carson have a ton of chemistry, together. He's just a super nice, he's a great human, but also knows how to lead that group, right? And he leads by example and this like this quiet steadiness. And then, you look at Travis, right? And I look at Travis and I'm like, everybody can't be like this, nice guy, right? I mean, Travis is a good guy, but he'll tell you exactly what he thinks, right? And so I don't think it's bad to, kind of have a rusty nail every once in a while and help push the program forward. So, when I look at those three guys, and then with Ryan Sparks and Matt McCall and Dax Garinger, I'm like, man, I think we got 6 crew chiefs, right? Now, that'll either be our biggest strength or our biggest weakness. But when I look at those 6 guys, I'm like, man, we've got something here. We got to continue to have the principles that we've had for years, right? Which is always like our strength has been working together, right? And that's how we kind of outkick our coverage a lot. But if we can get those 6 guys with our core principles, I feel good about next year for sure.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up the depth of the team. Ryan Sparks, who was a crew chief, competition director, now just gets to be a competition director, and Dax Garinger, who came over, as well as Matt McCall, who came over from RFK. I think that the depth is pretty cool. Jeff, you mentioned Rick Hendrick a couple of times throughout this conversation. What can you tell us about the partnership there and what it means to a growing team to have an alliance?
Yeah, I mean, for me, both personally and professionally, it's a huge deal, right? I mean, I was at Hendrick, God, man, now it's 20 years ago. This is crazy, right? So I mean, when you're a small team, kind of like moving forward in the garage, and I think we're firmly in the midfield now. It's a new car, but I don't think we can call it the new car anymore. I mean, I think we've I don't know what year it is with it, but it's the big teams are just able to develop and kind of push these things to the nth degree. Certainly some of that trickles down, to us. And so what that allows us to do is kind of be more nimble. And but we don't always, in these alliances also, like for many years, like seriously, we were just takers, right? I mean, we for the last couple of years, I would say we were just takers of the alliance. I think one of the big things that me and Mr. Hendrick talked about a lot over the summer was how do we make this a true alliance where we're also giving, and I think that lineup that we talked about is kind of, the reaction to those conversations where it's like, how do we do this in a way where it's reciprocal and not just us taking, but certainly, as a small team in NASCAR, or what we were for the last, several years, you have to have it. I think you have to have it. And, but what really warms my heart, I guess, Brad, is like the ownership that those guys take about our program is as humbling as anything. When there is something that is, if we're not running great, Chad Knaus is calling on Monday saying, what happened? You know what I mean? And it's like, Mr. Hendrick's the same way. You're just like, man, don't you guys have anything else to do? Then be, you know what I mean? But it's just like, then be worried about our small, outfit over here. But it's like that level of ownership is Jeff Andrews and Jeff Gordon. I mean, I could go on and on about, it's just like the amount of ownership that they take in us running well is everything to us. So, but again, I think our goal this year is to be contributors to the program, not just takers.
Yeah, and look, they've got a long history of helping build championship-winning race teams. Joe Gibbs Racing started as a Hendrick affiliate. Obviously, Stewart Haas Racing was there as a Hendrick affiliate before they switched manufacturers. Now you guys are there. I am curious, Jeff, what do you see in the longer term version of that? I mean, it's great to have that alliance. It's great to have a partnership. Is that is this something that this is just another step in Spire Motorsports, and maybe the next step is for us to be, I guess, a much more independent team, for lack of a better term? Do you see a long-term goal there?
I don't know that that's the goal. Because I don't those ties haven't been broken for 20 years, right? So I don't see that would be our long-term goal. I think, not to steal my last answer for this answer, but I think the long-term goal is to be a contributor into the program and be a bigger contributor into the whole General Motors, program. But we want to see their success as much as we want to see our success. And so I can tell you this much, Brad. It was funny. Me and Rodney were just talking about something on the shop floor. I never want to be calling Mr. Hendrick saying, "Hey, we're going to go a different direction." You know what I mean? That is something that's not in our headspace, at all. And but the long-term goal is for us to win championships and contribute to their success as well.
Yeah, and what a great way to have a program. Jeff, on the sponsorship side of things, obviously this is something where you have an extensive background as well. How does Spire Motorsports look, and what would you say about the general health of the sponsorship market right there in NASCAR?
Yeah, I'm bullish on it. I still think that the NASCAR sponsorship, I still think, is the best value in professional sports, right? As far as the eyeballs that you get on it and the price point that you pay. Even with the big teams, quote unquote, big teams are offering. I think that's still better than, in any professional league, as far as like the hospitality you get, the access you get, the visibility you get, and I just feel like in NASCAR you're able to talk directly to your consumer. It's not like this broad paintbrush, that maybe the NFL paints their fans in. I think in NASCAR, motorsports in general, really, for that matter, but certainly in NASCAR, you're talking directly to your target audience every day. For us, Brad, again, I think this is just part of our roots. There's an urgency and desperation because we couldn't afford to lose money in the past, right? So, when you can't afford to lose money, guess what? You sell sponsorship, right? And I think a lot of sales, right? There's a lot of the dog ate my homework, it's like, oh man, I had it. And then it, you know what I mean? It fell through. Where I think at Spire, where we've always kind of been, not just for us, but for the greater motorsports ecosystem, we still take deals to other teams. I think with us, there's this desperation and this urgency that we can't fail. We can't afford to lose money. So our guys sell. And knock on wood, that's always, occurred. I would say that our general climate here upstairs, as far as the sales climate, and I hope that, in other motorsports, it's the same way, is we've never been in front of more companies. We've never had as many meetings and phone calls and that we've ever, phone calls returned that we've had right now. Just like everything else, you're just, you're trying to close 3 out of every 100, I suppose, right? But and that's success, I think. I think if you're closing 3 or 4 of every 100 things you got rocking, I think that's a really good percentage. So we churn through them, but where we sit, it's sometimes I'll talk to my our colleagues at other teams, and they're talking about this is hard and we're struggling here. We haven't felt it. I think we've got I think I have an exceptional sales group and marketing group here, and they make me proud every day, and they make it look like we know what we're doing.
Yeah, well, a lot of excitement with Spire Motorsports right now. We can't wait to see you guys hit the track February 2nd with the Clash up there in Winston-Salem at Bowman Gray Stadium. Jeff, thank you so much for giving us time here today. It's such a pleasure to talk to you.
Thanks, Brad. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. Stay with us. And it's almost time to run into our next session. So we're going to basically transition directly to our next session. While we wait for Jeff Hammond to join us, Brad, any thoughts about what a great interview it was?
I'll tell you what they've been able to do really over the last 7 years has been incredible. And to see the growth of a team that came from literally nothing, no race team assets, to now a 3-car organization that people are looking at to contend this year, I think that is an incredible story and one that we could all learn from.
You know, Jeff has a stellar reputation in bringing on sponsorship, so I'm really proud to have him on today.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And I think we've got a familiar faces joining us,
yeah.
right? Mr. Hammond, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Gilly. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Brad, we'll see you soon.
Solid interview. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Excellent. So
Next one's going to be good too.
I hope so. If not, I know you'll put me in timeout, Judy. So I will do the best I can. And I'm looking forward to having an opportunity to pick the brain of our upcoming guests, Doug Yates and John Dodson. So really excited about that today. I mean, all week's been exciting, and why should Wednesday be any different? Thank you.
Exactly. And I see Doug with us, and John should be with us any second.
Good morning, Doug. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, Jude. Thank you for having me on. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Doug.
Always a pleasure. And I know we're going to discuss a topic that's close to you, so I'm excited to have you guys on.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
So John Dodson is with us. We're going to wait for him to appear on the screen, and then Jeff, you can take over.
All right, sounds good. There he is, Mr. Dodson. How you doing this morning, John? You're muted, my friend.
How about that?
There you go. Now we can hear you. The lips were moving, nothing was coming out.
There you go. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope both of y'all are doing well in this cold, cold morning here in the Carolinas.
Yeah, my car was a little windy this morning when I cranked it up. Hey, Doug.
Hey, John, how are you doing?
I'm good, man.
How was your big event last night?
It was good. It was good. We missed you. I didn't know. I couldn't remember if I texted you or not. It's just been a whirlwind, but missed Jeff too. So, but it was a good Stocks for Tots.
Well, I'm nursing some busted ribs right now, so I couldn't come in if I wanted to. So I'm okay, but at the same time, I don't go out in public right now until I get a little more healed up. Somebody run into me the wrong way, it hurts too much.
Man.
Wow.
So
sorry about that.
Enough of that. Let's get down to brass tacks here. We got some stuff that's real important. So, Doug, do you want to lead off, or how you want to do this right here, my friend? Because I know that you've got a plethora of things that you want to share with us. Because again, I don't want to call it a sport no more, but our industry is, we thought it was an octopus, and I don't know what the next thing is. It's got more arms than that, but we've definitely got so many tentacles out there right now in so many different directions and so many opportunities, but a lot of those opportunities have not been pointed out, I don't think. And I think some of the things that we were getting away from, people are giving up on, they don't need to give up on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does, Jeff. I mean, today, I'm excited to talk about Roush Yates, our company, and our partnership with the Universal Technical Institute, my buddy John Dodson, and the relationship that we've had since 2004 and how it's helped build our company and all the great employees that we have today. 30% of them came through UTI and John's connection there, but it really goes back to, me getting a start, my dad teaching me how to build engines, and he always told me, if you have a skill, you'll always have a job. And back then, as you know, racing was it was really just a passion, a hobby that's turned into a huge industry. That's the reason why we're here today. It's something I'm really proud of. But it takes great partnerships. It takes great people. And thanks for Judy and EPARTRADE and you guys having us on today. But our relationship started way back racing with you guys, and then ultimately here at Roush Yates with our buddy Jack Roush. We put this together in 2004. My dad and I had our engine shop with Robert Yates Racing and the 28 car and the 88 car, and Jack Roush had his cars that we were competing against. We found ourselves the last two Ford guys left standing, and with the encouragement of Ford Motor Company and Edsel Ford, they said, you guys will be better together than apart. And finally we brought that together. My dad and Jack didn't they were competitors. They were really fierce competitors. They wanted to be the best Ford car in town. That was a lot of pride in that, as you know, back in how it used to work back in the day. And so at the end of 2003, we put Roush Yates together here in Mooresville, and said, we want you to run this company, and want you to build engines for all 8 Ford Cup teams at the time. Later, we added Xfinity and some other things along the way. And I found myself sitting here in my office saying, all right, this is awesome, but how are we, where are we going to find some people, and how are we going to do this? And I called John. I said, John, you got to help me, buddy. I'm in desperate need of some hardworking people, and what can we do? And that year in 2004, we hired, many people from 10 people from UTI and John's program, and had one heck of a year, and went on to win the championship with Kurt Busch at the end of the year. I'll never forget John saying, these graduates now have championship rings, and they are so proud, and that's really how we got this relationship started.
Can I interject something, John? Because I want to come to you next, and that's the thing that I find compelling and at the same time exciting. And folks need to understand, from my perspective, that I've known both these gentlemen for a long, long time. We were all, we're grassroots racers. But the main thing is, it's always hard to bring somebody in who's got desire but doesn't have experience, and give them the time and work with them when you're running a race team. And tip of the hat to those folks with the mothership, UTI, coming up with NASCAR Tech, and get somebody like John to go in and run it, and have the time and understand what you're needing, Doug, and what he's teaching. Am I right, John?
You're absolutely right. And I think the advantage that we have there is me being in the racing industry for 25 years before we opened this school. So you guys are all my extended family, and having those relationships, and for me, being shop foreman and running a shop, I know exactly what Doug wants to hire, and Tim Cindric over at Penske, I know what they want to hire, and Joe Gibbs, I know what they need. So we need those thoroughbreds to come in, ears open, mouth shut. We've all given that speech over the years and had it given to us, and just kids that are ready to come in here and give themselves and do all the right things. I tell them here at the campus, if you want to put on that Pennzoil uniform on race day, you got to be a professional. And that's what Roger Penske expects. That's what Doug Yates expects with Roush Yates engines. And they come here and do it. They come from all over the country. Used to come from abroad, but now all over the country. And when someone packs up from New Mexico and moves across the country to come to NASCAR Tech, they're pretty serious about what they're doing. They leave their family behind and they want to go racing. And just last night at Stocks for Tots, as a young man from Arizona transferred here, and he told me he wanted to work at Roush Yates Engines. He was at the Stocks for Tots volunteering, clean cut professional young man, and he's going to make it. And that that's what we're looking for, and that's what Doug's looking for.
I mean, the thing is, and this is the other part that I love about what you're doing here, John. You can almost, because of your experience, you can evaluate that passion.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people can talk a good game, but get them in there and put them in the grind.
Yeah.
You got to understand, racing is still, it's a tough sport. But the other part, and I don't want to leave this without touching on it, is the fact that they come in, a lot of them come in wanting to be, NASCAR mechanics, machinists, whatever, fabricators. But some of them realize, maybe after they get in here and they get to understanding what's going to be required of them, they don't want to do that. But it doesn't mean they can't leave your organization or your school without a diploma and an opportunity to go back to what Doug said his daddy taught him. If you've got a trade, you got a job, because you guys have got other options for that.
The trades, it's not a pandemic, but it's close to it, skilled labor, and we've started offering welding, HVACR, robotics, electronics, industrial maintenance. We're doing all that now, and the classes are filling up. There's such a need for technicians, and it's a misunderstanding here. Yes, it says NASCAR Technical Institute on the building, but we have 14 schools across the country, and it's automotive and diesel training. Here we just have the NASCAR program where we're feeding the race teams, the manufacturers like Doug and Doug's Engine Shop. We're feeding them with the right prospects. But when you leave here, you've taken the automotive program, and you can go to any dealership and become a technician there. Of course, there's different levels of students, but there's lots of jobs. We have 3 jobs on our job board for every student in our school across the country. So the jobs are there. If you have the desire, and I've got 5 grandsons, and they're all going to learn a trade. I don't know what else they're going to do, but they're going to learn a trade as they grow up, and that's what their parents are saying as well. But I don't want to say one thing. I want to talk about first, because we wouldn't be successful without Doug Yates and without Roger Penske and without Hendrick Motorsports. So the first, as Doug said a while ago, he's the first one to hire a NASCAR Tech grad in 2004. I'm like, who's going to try? Who's going to be that first one? And it was Doug, and he got 10 and got him championship rings that year. Doug's the first to hire a female graduate from here. And for years that was taboo. They had to have their own room, or when they traveled, and it was just hard to do. Doug's the first to hire a female for Roush Yates engines. Then he's the first one to put a female, a graduate from here. Madison Conrad came here from New Mexico. Lots of desire, incredible student, and she's the first female engine tuner in the Cup Garage, all because of Doug Yates and his vision. He's reinvented his business. He's the first one to start a manufacturing business with all his equipment and reinvent that. He's the first one to hire one of our CNC graduates, Darren Rand, that's over there now. So that's what makes us successful, is people like Doug taking a chance with us back in the day. And then now I think we're up to 170 to 75 graduates at Roush Yates Engines. Am I right, Doug?
Yeah, absolutely, John. And thanks for the props there. I mean, it's just been a great partnership. And like I said, it goes way back. But from those first 10 employees that we hired, and a lot of them are still part of our team today, 30% of our workforce came from UTI. 200 employees, over 60 employees started at UTI. And to build a great company, it takes great people with dedication and passion. And what a great resource. I mean, the number one thing I hear from business owners is, I can't find employees. Well, go see John, go see UTI. And we do a lot of things with those guys, which I'm really proud. Today, we have 28 of our FR9 engines on their campus. So their students get to learn on our engines, and whether they come here or another engine shop or another CNC shop, like you mentioned, we've diversified the company, have a lot of CNC equipment that we need good, talented people to raise there as well. But it's just what a great resource and what a great partnership. But all businesses come down to great people. And that's what we've done together. And it's something that has really powered our success.
The thing is, and I think John will back me up on this, Doug, the one thing that I have been always admired about you is that when you decided you wanted to be like your daddy, you accomplished that. You have that personality, but you also, a lot like your daddy, he had a vision, because he was an engine builder, and he decided to become a race team owner. I mean, he took a leap of faith, and it produced, and he grew that idea, and you came along with him. But when you guys, you talk a lot about your partnership with Roush, that is also shows to me the type of businessman, and at the same time the type of futuristic vision you've got in working with Ford at the same time, and understanding how is the business going to be, what's going to be the business model, not tomorrow, but 10 years down the road. And you guys have now set yourself on a path of, now you have resources like with John at UTI or NASCAR Tech to draw from, but it also shows your willingness to take a chance, as John has pointed out. But it really wasn't taking a chance. It was a fact, I think you did your homework on UTI and realized the program was going to be what you needed, and they had it already in place, and you didn't have to replicate it, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's, the credit goes to my dad. I mean, he took the chance, and we were downtown Charlotte in a small shop where, he took over at Rainier, and really ended up owning the race team because they decided to get out of the sport. And Davey Allison was our driver, and Davey looked at my dad and said, "Robert, you can be a car owner." And he said, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yeah, you have all the skills. You're ready for it." My dad went home that night, told my mom he was buying a race team, or they were buying a race team. They sold their house, moved in an apartment, and that was 1988. I was in college at NC State trying to figure out what I wanted to do for my career. And my mom called me and said, "Hey, look, we just bought this race team and we need you to come back to work for us when you graduate." 1990, I graduated from NC State, showed up, and we owned 3 engines and about 6 race cars and had about a dozen people working for us. And look, in 2024, NASCAR has just really taken off and exploded. And I'm proud of all the things we've accomplished all through those years, but it was taking that chance to buy that team and putting everything on the line and betting on himself and what he had done and with Davey's encouragement. That's the reason why we're here today as Roush Yates. And then Jack Roush, I mean, you know Jack really well, Jeff, and Jack is just an incredible man. Having Jack Roush and Robert Yates as my mentors and business owners, I mean, I just, couldn't ask for anything better. And my goal was to make them proud. I feel like we've done that. And this year, I'm really proud. In fact, it's really special to have you here because you remember this. When my dad left Junior Johnson, they went on to win 3 Cup championships in a row with Kelly Yarborough. And we always talked about that. And he was kind of disappointed he didn't get to do that. This year, with Team Penske and their great teams and their great drivers, we've won 3 in a row with Ford Motor Company, which is a historic event. They've never done that before. Everybody at Roush Yates, all the great people at Ford Performance, the Ford family, just what an incredible team to be on. So I'm really proud to be part of that. And I know my dad would be smiling if he were here today to see what he started and we're carrying on today in 2024, heading into 2025 with NASCAR and where the sport is today.
So guys, we talked a lot about the present, but let's talk a little bit more about the future. With all of what's going on within the motorsports world around the globe, can you give us some insight on what, John, what programs are you going to need to implement as we move forward? And Doug, as far as your stuff, I mean, I know that you also build spec motors for modifieds and, short track racers around the country, sprint cars. I mean, you guys, you do everything. What's going to be the next thing that's coming down the pike? I mean, I've had a privilege this week to talk to NASCAR Europe about what they've got going on over in Europe and how they're growing and getting stronger. So internationally, across the board right now, what's kind of like on the horizon?
Well, I'll start. I guess for us, the big thing's EV. We've opened some EV training programs in our California campuses, and we'll be expanding that out. I don't know how EV racing's going. I know NASCAR is dipping their feet in that. I kind of like to hear exhaust and have some noise at a racetrack. But look, it's going to be part of the future, and it's something we have to be talking about. But at our other campuses, Doug talked about what he does here. He supports us here in our CNC program with equipment, our FR9 engines. But all the other campuses are automotive, but they have a power and performance program, which is the Roush Yates Power and Performance Program. So no matter what campus you go to, you get that power and performance. The future, technology is here and it's going to stay here. But people still love hot rods, carburetors, and being able to tune an engine. And that's going to be here too. That's going to stay around. I don't think it's going anywhere. And that's what we're happy about with Roush Yates Power and Performance there. We've talked to Brazil. They've been asking us, NASCAR Brazil. They want some meetings with us. We have had a few meetings. Don't know how that looks, but and then NASCAR going to Mexico next year. There's going to be some changes. One thing about NASCAR is they're going to change, and motorsports. So you've got to be ready for it. And thanks to Doug and the partnership, we're up with the latest technology here and with their support. So we're going to be ready for that change.
Yeah, absolutely. And John, it's good to hear that you like the sound of engines too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now, for us, we're always looking ahead. I mean, we're proud to be partners with NASCAR at our CNC facility. We're part of the next gen car program. So we supply all the uprights. We service those for the teams. We make the ARBs. We're currently making the control arms this year. That'll be new for us, Jeff. So control arms and toe links and things like that. So we're always continuing to look ahead. How can we be part of the sport? How can we continue to look ahead? On the engine side, I think it's just more technology, more data, more control systems. I think in the future, the near future, I think you'll see other OEMs come into NASCAR with different engine architectures. So that's something that John Probst and his team at NASCAR really have to figure out is how do we have a pushrod V8 versus a turbo engine or other variants of that. And so those are the things that are coming in the future. So I think for the sport, it's going to be an exciting time. There's going to be change. NASCAR is always looking, like I said, Ben Kennedy, going to the Clash, going back to Bowman Gray, going to Mexico, racing at Chicago on the street course. That's what I like about NASCAR today. They're not afraid to change. It's not just the same schedule every year, which I know we loved. Going to Rockingham and going to, the same old schedule is really fun, but it's an exciting time where they're really mixing it up, trying new things. The new TV package is going to be exciting. I've got to figure out how to find it on my phone app or whatever. My daughters are seniors in high school, and now you can watch everything on YouTube TV. But I think, you have to continue to embrace change. And of course, we all love and have great memories about certain days and eras in our sport. But you look on pit road today, the guys changing tires and jacking the car, and you were one of the best ever, Jeff, jacking the car and John changing a tire. But you look at the athletes now are incredible. I mean, I walk down pit road and I'm in awe of the interest in our sport. And that alone, I think, brings different people and different involvement in our sport. So to me, it's an exciting time. And I think if you embrace change and you embrace the future, you have a better outlook on life. And all that we want to do here at Roush Yates is be part of that, be part of Ford's program, be part of NASCAR's program, and continue to just be part of the future of the sport. And that's something that I pride ourselves on here, and we're always looking ahead.
Speaking of looking ahead, we've seen Chevrolet last year went to Le Mans. We know that Ford has been back and has won Le Mans several times. Key moments like that in these manufacturers, as you might say, history. How does that affect y'all? I mean, as far as, is that something that you embrace to be a part of? Because again, when you talk about the championships, the 3 in a row that Ford has won, those kind of nuggets, whether it's the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of Le Mans, it doesn't matter. When you win, especially one of these prestigious events, what it does for your organization as well as the people who work for you. I mean, they take a lot of pride in that. I mean, I don't care which manufacturer it is, but when you guys have the ability to kind of help shape or be a part of and encourage that kind of stuff, I mean, how do you view that?
Yeah, I'll jump in, John, if that's okay. I mean, I had to tell a story, and everybody knows the Ford versus Ferrari story where Henry Ford II, the Deuce, Edsel's dad, wanted to beat Ferrari so bad. Finally, they went to Le Mans 1966 and beat Ferrari, finished 1, 2, 3. So fast forward 2014, coming up on the 50th anniversary, Edsel calls and said, I think we want to go back and win the 50th. And said, well, wow. And we want you, Roush Yates, to build the engines for that, because we had done the road race program, the Rolex 24, won that several times. And so we were going to race the 3.6 liter EcoBoost engine, twin turbo, and get ready. And that was a pretty intense call. And so in 2016, our team with Chip Ganassi Racing, Multimatic, and Ford went to Le Mans 50 years to the day and won that race and beat Ferrari. And it's just something that I still get chills just thinking about us being involved in that program. All of our employees, some of the UTI graduates were on that program.
Yep.
And to be able to race on the international stage and to bring that home with Ford Motor Company, and for Edsel and for Bill Ford and Will Ford and their families is something that, man, that's as big as it gets. And we want to be able to celebrate that.
That tells you how confident Edsel is in you, Doug. And, you know, you wait 50 years and say, well, let's just go back and win it again. And you pulled it off. You know, it was that easy. Let's just go back and do it. It's been 50 years and we'll win it. And you did.
And I don't know if Edsel is watching, but maybe somebody can give him a recording. But his dad used to say, just win. And really strong statement. And that's what Edsel told us. He said, just win. And he expected nothing less than that. And our team here at Roush Yates delivered that. And we're really proud of them.
Well, it's funny that both of you are kind of like echoing the same thing, because to me, our industry as a whole is benefiting from what you guys are accomplishing right now at NASCAR Tech and over Roush Yates. And, you know, so I think, you know, maybe you need to get that saying and put it above your doors, just win.
Yeah.
When you walk in here, you're just going to win. And it doesn't have to be the race. It could be the, you know, it doesn't have to be the mile. It's when you come in here, when you leave here, you've won because you got an education, you've learned how to get you that trade, and you're able to take that and move it forward in your life and your career. And all I can say, guys, y'all are doing one heck of a job, and you're making a lot of young men and women very excited to realize that they have an opportunity, and you guys are giving them the opportunity to do what they want to do, and that's just win. So great job. And again, appreciate you spending some time here with us this morning, and keep up the good work.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you all for having us on.
Thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a little short video from our partners and sponsors, and we will be right back with you. Thank you very much.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Lawrence Foster is with us this morning. Good morning, Lawrence.
Good morning. Good morning. It feels early over here.
It is. And we're going to be talking about a topic that you love, World Rally, right?
Oh, always love my my date with the WRC on Race Industry Week. So yeah, we should have a good half hour ahead.
Absolutely, and so my understanding is we have a short video from the WRC that we're going to be running as a little intro. So when I get the signal from our producer, we'll start with the video, and then we'll bring Peter Tuol, who I believe is participating for the 4th or 5th time. So I think the WRC has been. Oh, there we go. There was the video.
A heck of a season ahead. Let's see these guys off the line. Look at that. That's amazing. Class, isn't it? Thierry Neuville takes his 20th WRC victory here at Rally Monte Carlo. Bit of snow and ice this weekend. It's beautiful.
And that marks victory for Esa-Pekka Lappi. Giovanni, let's go on that!
Did you see those stones? Stones like this?
Either I left them or someone's nicked them.
You are now the most successful driver ever at one of the most iconic events on the calendar.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
1/10 of a second overall victory for Foyt Tanak.
That is second quickest, just unbelievable.
What? You know the movie Talladega Nights? Shaking back, baby. Rally should be like this always.
It is a first stage win for Sami Pairi. Aye.
And that, Bex, is a pivotal moment for this year's World Rally Championship.
Maybe you should stop crying and learn driving first on the road.
You're not going to let him get to you.
Nothing to say.
Ah, it's a disaster. It's a 21st career victory for Thierry Neuville.
That is really thick fog now. That's mad, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Oh, no! That's going to change things around now.
It is a 21st career victory for Foyt Tanak.
The Drivers' Championship will go to Japan.
Tanak is off the road.
Toyota are the manufacturers' champions. They retain that title.
Thierry Neuville is champion.
Flat right block 4 in 3 left block on the front, 3 right very long pole.
What a great video, and what a great way to introduce Peter to the race industry. So good afternoon, Peter. On to you, Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Peter. Welcome back to Race Industry Week. And yeah, that video certainly gave us a taste there of the WRC. But a week and a half ago, if you weren't a fan of the WRC, if you sat through events in the season finale in Japan, I think you would have been. Just talk us through that dramatic finale.
Yes, can you, first of all, is it okay with the tone? Can you hear me properly?
I can hear you, Peter.
Wonderful. So it was a heartbreaking finale. Everything on the last minute. We went to Japan. There was only the decision between 2 Hyundai drivers who will be the world champion and who will be the champion for the manufacturer's title. And, you know, it came to the last day of the rally. Tanak went off, unfortunately, so Thierry was champion. But this was not the conclusion of them all. It was to the very last stage, to the power stage, in a nail-biting finale between Toyota and Hyundai. And you must imagine, we were in a tent surrounding a TV, together with Akio Toyoda and the chairman of Hyundai, Mr. Sung, and a lot of executive members of both manufacturers. And it was like in a football stadium. Up to the very last car, when the decision was made, and it was a fair congratulation, and this shows the extreme good partnership between Hyundai and Toyota. And not to forget, we had a podium complete by the third brand, by Ford. So it was just something Hollywood cannot do better.
And finally, a championship for Thierry Neuville after 5 runner-up spots in the World Championship.
Yes, he so deserved it, and we must know that he led the championship from the very first rally in Monte Carlo up to the finish, with ups and downs, with frustration, with triumphs. He had 2 victories, overall victories. Kalle made 4. Sebastian Ogier with a part-time program 3, and Elvin Evans and Esa-Pekka Lappi each 1. That means 5 times victory for Hyundai and 8 times for Toyota. It was really, really a good season, and we are very happy with how the WRC 24 presented itself.
And I think we're only 8 weeks away from Monte Carlo starting the 2025 season. That starts on January the 23rd for the season opening Monte Carlo Rally. Peter, there is a big change in the Rally 1 class, the Rally 1 regulations for 2025.
Yep.
Just talk us through that.
It is. We started 3 years ago with both plug-in hybrid and full sustainable fuel. By the way, the first FIA World Championship to use full sustainable fuel. And after this successful period, it's a more strategic move now to get the full focus on full sustainable fuel, which makes also the technology less sophisticated, which allows us to have more cars, especially also to bridge the gap to young drivers. And as we are 100% still full sustainable, and the automotive world, also in Europe, is moving a little bit more in the direction of full sustainable fuel, I think we're on the right track to have the right technology for this fascinating championship.
And in terms of the performance, taking off the hybrid, removing that weight, slight adjustment to the engine restrictor, but we should see cars that are comparable in performance to the 2024 spec Rally 1 cars, correct?
100%. There will be a lot of spectacle. And let's say the engine mapping has to be revised a little bit, because in the low revs, the hybrid gets some extra boost. Now it's gone. So they just changed the ratio of the gears a little bit. But you can be sure these cars will be ultra spectacular and performant as they were. And please remember, we did an experiment in Rally Poland when Martin Zesk was entering, just with the removed hybrid. And in this car, the software was not adapted. So, and even though he was on the very first proper stage, just a glimpse slower than the fastest car, and finished 5th overall. So nobody should fear that it's less spectacular. I think we will have amazing rallies again.
Now, you mentioned Martin Zesk and the fact that you had a good dress rehearsal for this with his performance. So young drivers and local heroes, in terms of bolstering the factory ranks, is that a real possibility for 2025, seeing an increased Rally 1 field?
We do this with the manufacturers. You must know that we cannot cover the full program for a young driver in Rally 1. This is not what we can do. And also we have to be neutral on that. But all manufacturers know that we will support if they selected young drivers to compete in. So it happened with Martins. So it happened with Sami Pajari. We also gave some funding to Toyota. Now Sami is on a full-time next year. And we will do also in the upcoming season. So for all 3 brands, they get some funding from us. Let's say it's just a kickoff to get things moved. But you should not forget that we also have a huge support, especially on overseas, for WRC2 competitors by logistics support and so on. And this was the reason this caused a full field of competition. And also, I nearly forgot it, the decision in WRC2 also was in Rally Japan on the last day of the rally. So nothing can be better, and we are working on it that at least this tense and this spectacular fight will be the same in 25.
You mentioned WRC2 there, and obviously an incredible strength in depth in WRC2 at the moment. Great to see Sami Pajari moving up into a full-time Rally 1 seat. Fingers crossed that maybe there is opportunities for Martin Zesk beyond just one-offs. But looking at WRC2, is that optimized and working the way you want it? I mean, 7 events, as you say, a title that went down to the wire in Japan, but with one of the title contenders sat back at home on his settee, kind of watching rally TV. I mean, is there a way of sort of getting more head-to-heads between the top guys in WRC2? Not putting you on the spot there, Peter, but
yeah, I would love to do so, but you should not forget, if we say WRC2 is open to 13 events, then the guy with the biggest pocket, with the biggest budget will win. On the other hand, we must have a fair chance for that, and it's always that some fights will done remotely, let's say this way. But if you look back in the World of Rally Championship, even in the times of Walter Röhrl in '82, he was not competing on all events. It was also tactical, because he had this Opel Ascona 400 rear-wheel drive against the Audi Quattros, so he also selected his events. It's a kind of tactic. And you should not forget, even if there is a WRC event, and let's say one of the main title contenders does not have his opponent fighting against him, They are kind of locals and guys. So it's no easy win on no rally at all. So therefore, I think the sporting value is big. And in order not to have the guy with the biggest pocket, with the biggest budget to win, this is no other possibility than do the 7 nominated rallies, 6 best result counts.
And going back to Martin Sesk, looking at him as a case study for how the ERC can be a real sort of hothouse for new talent. Just talk to me about how the ERC, the pyramid into WRC kind of works as a maybe a destination in itself, but also as a feeder to the WRC.
Yeah, it works both ways. You know, sometimes you have drivers who are doing WRC2 in the World Rally Championship and cannot afford the budget, or let's say did it for a while but still want to win rallies, and then they go to ERC. We saw this with Hayden Penn, 2 times European champion. We saw it on the other hand, people coming out of the ERC like Robert Wirves, another shooting star, going to WRC, performing super well in Rally Poland. I remember that. And there are much more examples. So that means even if a driver has not the budget to do WRC2, he can do ERC and win overall rallies. And on the other hand, if he gets his partners, his sponsors, his budget together, he can move up to WRC and go for the big title in WRC2. So for us, it's a clear benefit. We see this on the number of entries. We had on some WRC events, we had 40 entries in the WRC2. And in ERC, it's also a story of success, having 30 to 40 cars in the top category. Not on each and every round, yes, for sure. But we have a straight development on getting larger fields and quality plus quantity. So this is really, and the sporting value, you can ask Hayden Patton how much he has to fight. You can ask Mats Östberg how much you have to fight. So this is a clear sporting value, and this sporting value helps us to get young drivers for the WRC.
And in terms of integration of events as well, it seems that the ERC, especially with rotation of certain rallies, the ERC seems to be becoming more aligned with the WRC in that respect, moving rallies in, moving them out, allowing them to sustain themselves at a high level, maybe before entering the WRC.
Yeah, that's a clear example was Latvia, for example, this year. And on the other way around, it was Estonia going back because some event organizers, some countries, they don't have the budget to do it every year. On the other hand, if they take a break for 1 year, all the volunteers and the whole structure, the organization is gone. This makes it very difficult. And this is an ideal thing, especially in the case of Latvia and Estonia. It was agreed between both parties, between us and FIA for sure. And then it was a win-win for everybody. And so it is, for example, next year with Croatia. Croatia will be part of ERC. It will be a very good event for ERC. And after 1 year, they will coming back to WRC. So this is something we can work with. Rotation has to be done reasonably and in agreement with all the partners. I can hardly think that we would do a rotation in Sapphire Rally Kenya. But for this, especially for European events, you should not forget we have a limited of slots available, but a lot of demand, especially in Europe. On overseas, we have to grow the championship as a global world rally championship. So there will be naturally in the future maybe less European events. And in order not to lose them totally, there's always a chance to play this game, to have this rotation principle.
And looking at the 2025 calendar, a couple of interesting additions and a different spin on 1 or 2 rallies. The return of Estonia, Spain's round moving to the Canary Isles, which I guess technically maybe that means we've got a second African round next season. And also this interesting there with the South American double header where we have Paraguay and Chile. 2 events in the same region within a couple of weeks with it. Is that a blueprint for the WRC in terms of sustainable travel, in terms of how you kind of see the global footprint developing?
That's exactly the point. But therefore you have to have 2 markets, 2 event organizers who are professional and very much committed to do so. And luckily with Paraguay, it was amazing. Simon Larkin, who is doing our calendar and is our event director, he was there and they created a video and it was looking like the rally already started with the president of Paraguay sitting with him in a Toyota with rally stickers on, driving through crowds, everybody cheering. So I cannot wait to see this event to come. On the other hand, we have Chile. They now delivered, again, a stunning event. So you transport the cars there, and then you have truck transport. You have time go from one rally to the other one. It saves budget and it saves footprint for sure. So this is going to work. Therefore, these back-to-back events is an ideal situation.
And also, obviously, now that the Central European Rally has matured and proven itself, 2 years, it's on the calendar for the third time. Is that a blueprint for maybe potentially more WRC events running across multiple countries?
This is let's say a very ambitious project, and it runs quite well. But we should not forget it's very complicated. And I can only praise the organizer, which is a common effort between ADAC in Germany, OMTC from Austria, and the Czech Republic, the Czech Federation doing that. There will be next year, so far as I've heard from the organizer, a little bit less complicated because we had a long days, long transport roads between the stages and so on. And let's say blueprint, for the moment, it's a unique event, but we are not against that we are covering borders. And by the way, not to forget, when we are in Paraguay, you cross the bridge and you're in Argentina.
Yes.
So this is something also, because we still in love to go to Argentina one day, but we can get all the spectators, all the fans already in. And there are some talks ongoing, but I cannot release everything. Otherwise, next year I have nothing to talk about.
Well, another 2025 change as well, moving from Japan as the season finale and an all-asphalt rally into a new event in Saudi Arabia. So maybe the roughest of the rough when it comes to a gravel event. That's a change in tack.
I would not say it's a rough on the rough. It's variety. As far as I learned, I was not there, but Simon Larkin was there, and our team was already there. We have 3 rallies in one, 3 different surfaces, all kind of gravel roads, but not that I was told that it's a very tough, a very hard event. For us, it's a strategic move. Should not forget these countries. They do a lot in growing. They have a middle society who are fighting in the car passenger market for sales. For example, Hyundai is very strong in car sales. Ford is very strong in car sales. Toyota is very strong there. And this is an ideal possibility to make advertisement for the manufacturers to be presented. On top of that, we also think about to move the Middle East Rally Championship again, because I remember in the 80s, we have so much good drivers with the former Group B cars competing. We kind of lost them. And we hope that we can reignite the passion for rallying, having this rally there, and boost also a little bit that we have more participants from these countries. And by the way, do not forget, our FIA president comes from this area, super successful at his time, and something like this we are missing.
So moving it on to 2026, you mentioned Simon Larkin there being the prime mover in terms of bringing in new events. He has noted that a priority for 2026 is a US round of the WRC.
Yes.
It seems that is, well, I wouldn't say locked and loaded, but can you just describe to us the sort of like the route through 2025 and into 2026 to make sure that a US round is on the books and is ready to go?
Ready to go would be a little bit optimistic at the moment, but we are exactly in our plan. We will go there for 26. This is our commitment, and this is nothing we are discussing anymore. So therefore, there will be a test event in 2025. This is also in the books. Details has to be put out. We are also now getting close to the rallying community. We have support and we have good talks and coordination with our ARA, with local championship organizers and the local federation in every step of the planning. And at the moment, it's too early to discuss the details, but we are on a good way. And it's also no secret that the mountain roads of Eastern Tennessee are very suitable for our event. They are epic and they will add really a sporting challenge. And you know what my colleague Mark de Jong, who is in the project, told me that we are using original roads of the bootleggers and the moonshiners.
Runners,
yes, and by the way, you had just before the session was NASCAR, and as far as I remember, with my limited knowledge, that NASCAR also came out of this kind of smuggling very nice whiskey and so on. And by the way, I have been in Tennessee, and I really loved what they produce there, and especially the area of Chattanooga. So it's another more reason to go. But Let's say, don't drink and drive. On the other hand, we know that we have to offer something different. We have to offer a show. So therefore, we are now really have a white piece of paper which we are drawing out our ideas together with our US partners. And we think having good spectator access to limited areas and to gallery areas, because we know that the tradition is, I think last time we were there, Olympus Rally in '88. So it's a long time ago. And it was not overcrowded by spectators, let me say it this way. Now we would like to really make an impact. That means also that we have to offer a good program. Let's say in Finland, the traditional guys are used to walk hours through the forest to be at the crest and stay there for the whole day and walk back in the evening. This is, I think, not what American spectators are used to, because they're used to go to NASCAR, have a full day party and so on. Okay, we cannot offer that, but we are in contact with NASCAR to learn from them. We are still able to learn, but we must create a good opportunity for easy access, and that is a family experience. And this is what we want to do, not losing DNA of rally, but do it different. This is our plan and our ambition.
How important then is it for you to have that sort of the strong links with ARA and know that there is a fan base to build from?
It's very important. And I have a huge respect of the whole organization, how they do their championship. It's driven by enthusiasm. There's a lot of good drivers there. Okay, not so many. There is also room for improvement for the cars. I saw some older cars, but I appreciate the whole spirit of the ARA, how they do the rally. So, and we are not coming as invaders. We are coming as friends. And again, I must say that we want to learn. We want to learn to deliver the best project altogether. This is our target.
And in terms of obviously US fans being primed for WRC appearing in the US, how important to that has Rally TV been? And this is, we're now coming off the back of the first season of round the clock Rally TV. How important is that in terms of making the connection?
This was paving the ground for us, because we saw that there is a rock solid fan base, and a lot of people love to see rallying because it's spectacular. You just saw the video, and this makes me also totally confident. If we do it in the right way and put all the pieces together, I think we will run through open doors. You should not forget the last attempt in the 80s. There was no TV at all. There was some guys going in the forest editing some clips. The technology was not there. It was never the live broadcast of rallies like Rally TV open new possibilities. And with our international and worldwide fan base, especially in US, we are confident that I think people would like to see it in real life.
Peter, I want to move you on something that I know is, well, very, very close to your heart, and something that you're directly involved in. The Beyond Rally Women's Driver Development Program. You actually are heavily involved in that. We just saw on CER a sort of a three-way, I think shootout is the wrong word.
Oh, we can say so, but I don't like the picture with women with shootout. Okay, let's say it was a qualifying.
That was a very poor choice on my part, Peter.
No problem. We know what you mean.
But we've now got a situation. By the way, just to sort of backtrack as well, 3 drivers who were assessed on CR, but from a pool of 15. Including Madeleine Tabor from the US. So a real sort of global class whittled down to the 3. But just talk us through that program and how we haven't sort of resolved a winner yet. We're still sort of in the stages of finding the winner.
It was so not planned what we are now doing, but you must see that the rally starts and the German lady had a fuel pump failure. So the first day was gone. So now direct comparison, just some stages. On the next morning, when everybody, and I made a reset. I said, because we cannot take a decision because somebody has a mishap on the technical side. Would not be fair. So we made a restart for Saturday. And the restart of Saturday, the lady from Belgium went off and killed the suspension. So again, no direct comparison. And our Scandinavian, our Finnish woman was good, but she was not on this speed like the others were. So what to do? So we drove it on the last day and let them fight again against each other. And then there was a separation by 1.1 seconds, and one of them has to overtake a car. And then we were discussing back and forth. And at the end of the day, nobody felt comfortable to make a decision for full WRC junior WRC program based on this day. So we say, okay, Now we have again a finale in Sweden, which is for both women. The place, they have the less experience at all. But on the other hand, they are fighting with the same weapons. Okay, now I do this with weapons. I should not say that.
I've started.
Okay. No problem. But we will prepare them properly. They will have a training camp with John Hawkland, who is also globally known. We will also contact the second driver, and they will have some days driving on an ice lake and on the stage that they are not coming totally, let's say, helpless on the snow. But it will be for them a unique experience. And after that rally, we will have the one who will do the rest of the program. This is the idea behind. As I said, it was not planned. This discussion was done between the jurors. And by the way, not my own decision. We had Bocho Chetinkaya for the Women's in Motorsport from FIA, Pernilla Solberg, I think I must not introduce her, and Maciek Woda from M Sport. And we had Rita Hemmerlein, who is the co-driver in the WRC2. And we were discussing, it was nearly a fight before the podium. And at the end I say, okay, if we cannot make a decision, let them looking forward to it, to have their second WRC round in Sweden. I think this is something a lot of young drivers would love to do.
And as you say, Peter, the overall winner then gets a serious program as the prize. I mean, that along with things like the FIA Rally Star, how important do you think they are to nurturing talent and bringing it on?
It's a very important thing, and I think FIA did a big step with this Rally Star program. We are aligned with them, but we decided to go on women's participation. So it's an add-on. No secret that the winner of the FIA program, who was last year Romet Jürgensen from Estonia, who won his first season, who is now going to WRC2. And there is also Taylor Gill from Australia, who's doing another round in the junior WRC. These are really good and fast drivers. And I must say, if I look on our women's, we selected the one did her third rally overall. The other one from Belgium is doing national championship event with a front-wheel drive Renault. So we could not expect that they go at this speed like the others do. Yeah. So therefore, I would say we should be fair. The expectations is not that one of them win the championship, but we have some expectations that they are able to match the speed. And I must say, when we had this Sunday, let's say fight, they come closer to the fastest time in the category. At this time, Central European Rally was not a round of the junior WRC, but it was a round of the WRC3, and there were really good guys fighting. So it was good to see. At the beginning, they have 2 to 3 seconds, sometimes 4 seconds per kilometer, and at the end, they close the gap to 1.5. So I'm confident there's some potential. Maybe we are surprised in Sweden. We will see.
Well, Peter, Sweden is the second round of the 2025 championship. Yes. Before that, we have the grand prize of the Monte Carlo Rally, January 2020, January 23rd to 26. I believe that our time is at an end. I can see that the panel has re-entered the room, but as always, fascinating. A lot of ground covered. And Peter, you've got like 7 or 8 weeks before it kicks off again for real.
Absolutely. And we're looking forward to that. I think 26 will be, again, a fantastic journey to 14 events, not 13. One more.
Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. Always a pleasure to have you on. I'm a big WRC fan, and I grew up watching rallies, so big. And I didn't know you were a 3-time German co-driver champion. So I learned that recently. So congratulations. Who was your driver?
It was Dieter Depping, who was afterwards the test driver for Volkswagen in the WRC project. And yeah, it was a good time, but it's now a very long time ago. but still, still my heart is still also on the emotional side connected to rallying.
Excellent. But thank you very much for joining us. Please stay with us. We'll run a short video from our partners and we'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowler Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowler Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowler Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. This is day 3. Good morning, David. Welcome back to the program.
Morning. How are you?
Good. We've got some good interviews lined up for you, right?
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. No, eager to go.
Excellent. So we should be bringing Larry on any second. And as soon as Larry is on screen, we'll let you take over, David. So I am getting a signal from our producer. Everything is looking great. And Larry is on. We're waiting for his camera and sound to start. And we'll be right back with you. So
excellent.
Good morning, Larry.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, David, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, we're in the middle of this damn thing called the off season, but I realize there's no off season for you.
No, and especially when we're doing a few projects like moving the Texas team to Indianapolis and getting everything under one roof. So all good things, but definitely busy.
Right. Well, you brought it up. Let's start with that. What's behind the move? Because I mean, we all found it logistically eye-opening to consider that, you know, for the last several years, you've been operating out of 2 different shops. What have been the upsides and downsides of that, and why are you bringing the 2 halves of the team together?
Sure. Well, and it was an interesting progression on how it kind of took place. When we grew from 1 cars to 2, and at that time we were operating everything out of Texas. And I just struggled to get the mechanics that knew how to work on INDYCAR, get the engineers to commit to moving to Texas, because the engineers, they obviously like to walk out on the floor, look at their race cars, touch their race cars, all that good stuff. And so I just really struggled to get the personnel. That's when we ended up buying the race shop up in Speedway, Indiana. Moved 1 car up there at the time, because still, you know, as this has happened, AJ was very hands-on. We still had a lot of loyal people. We try to be a very loyal company. We had a lot of people that have been with us a long time down here. So that's kind of how that transition toward Indianapolis started to happen, and slowly just things continued to move up there. Next thing you know, the gearbox department's up there, the shock department's up there. And we got to the point where last year we had about 6-8 mechanics in Texas, and that's really all we had. So it was time. And AJ knew, he was on board. Everyone was on board to get everything under one roof. I think we felt like, hey, we had an awesome year with Santino getting us in the top 10 in the championship. And what's the next step competitive wise? And I think that was just to consolidate, get everything under one roof.
Well, I mean, in our own heads, we've all kind of considered that Indianapolis is the second home for Mr. Foyt. Anyway, because I mean what was his expression about that his career was made by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, he sells himself short on that as usual, but no, I mean it's absolutely
always. And there's so many great stories. I mean, even when I think I know everything, over the Thanksgiving break, I started reading the book that Art Garner wrote on him, and I was learning things that even I didn't know about. And it was fantastic. Yeah.
Never far from my grasp, I assure you.
So, quite a story, and just reading a lot of the history with him and Tony Holman, which obviously I'd heard a lot of it, but Indy always holds a special place for our family. And AJ's, I mean, I'm excited. We're going up next week. We're doing a Christmas party for the guys up there. And even AJ's like, I want to go. And and that was great. So, it's exciting. We're still going to keep, a lot of our kind of our bookwork and things down in Texas, and some of our people here that handle all that. But I think it'll be nice to have all the mechanics and engineers in one place.
Yeah. I've always kind of seen two sides of the coin as far as having a race shop outside of Indy, in that you're less likely to have your staff poached, but it's also harder to poach stuff yourself.
There are definitely pros and cons, and I kind of had a laugh with some of the Penske guys. Obviously, we're working together with Penske, and I said, "Are there any shops available down in North Carolina right now? Maybe I'll come down with you guys." So we kind of had a laugh, but that is the negative about Indy, is you're competing with all the other teams. So that's just for personnel and for things. It's very easy for someone to make a switch, but that's okay. I mean, that falls on me and our management team to make sure that we have a place people want to work.
Now, Santino Ferrucci obviously produced, a very, very consistent season. I think there are only like three finishes outside the top 20, and most of them all inside the top dozen. We haven't seen that kind of consistency from one of your drivers before. How special was last season? Did it feel like the big step forward?
Well, it really did. And I think it was just, it felt like when we got to the racetrack, we were more prepared, and we just, IndyCar, the weekends happen quickly. The practice sessions fly by. You maybe get 3 or 4 changes in a session. So you just really have to unload in the ballpark. You have to unload and know where you're at. So having those other Penske cars as quote unquote teammates or whatever, at least where we can see the feedback from them as well, super helpful. And it just, I don't know, everything was just really clicking. I think Santino and I got along well. I enjoy working with him, and me being on the radio with him. I think we just enjoy racing together. We have fun, and the kid's a racer. I mean, I'm not mad at him, but I also get nervous when he goes and runs his midget and stuff like that. I was like, come on, Santino, I've got a lot invested in you, bud. And we laugh about it. But he says, I'll be safe, boss. I said, I know you will. But he just loves to race. And he's really, I think, maturing as a driver. He's come a long way with his craft, especially I think on the qualifying side. He would always say, I'm not a good qualifier. And I said, well, you got the pole at Portland. You can't say that anymore. You know how to qualify. So really enjoy. I'm glad we're continuing with him, and want to just keep it going forward. Right.
As far as your second driver for 2025, David Malukas, does it, there's a lot of speculation, and I try not to put you too much on the spot here, but there's a lot of speculation that you guys are kind of like Penske B team, and that you're prepping David Malukas for the long term for joining Team Penske. How much has that been discussed, and how hard is it to start building a team around him if you think, the main team might want to grab him soon?
Well, look, I think obviously there's the Penske organization has a lot of people that have a lot of success in this industry. So when I'm looking at drivers too, I certainly run things by them, because I want to know their feedback and what they think. So obviously they were very high on Malukas. But no, I'll try to keep him, right. I mean, that's
Yes, exactly.
if we're going good, certainly I would try to keep him. But no, of course, some of their, they've got drivers, I think, coming up in contract years and things like that. But I don't think they've made any decisions that they're certainly moving on from anybody. I think everybody's just going to see how things shake out. But we're just excited. We're excited to have two young guys that can really know how to push the pedal. I think that'll push each other.
Yes.
And it'll be fun. So I think if we can, no, I'm really excited about David. His comeback from his injury was just awesome. I mean, the speed he showed, and we're just going to try to put a good car under him and have him and Santino fighting for wins, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a real tough cookie because he denied that he was in pain at Laguna Seca to greater or lesser extent, but I can't think of a worse a worse track to try and come back from a wrist injury. But no, I think you've got a good gritty one there. As far as the short ovals are concerned, do you feel that he is going to? Well, I'm not sure how much you need to add because Santino is just a sensation on short ovals, but so too is David. I mean, can we predict a 1-2 come Milwaukee?
Well, that would be wonderful, and especially with all our history there. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all know, we all talk about it, how tough the IndyCar series is. My goodness, the drivers in this series are just also good, and the teams are also good. Everything's so tough that, like I say, you just really have to unload fast on the weekend. I think we've got some great starting setups to start from. And man, and no, with the two drivers that we have, I'm very excited. I mean, you don't want to go over the top and say, oh yeah, we're going to be fighting for 1-2. This is just, man, I mean, no one does that in this series. It's just that tough, and any weekend can be your weekend, and everything just has to go right. For us, obviously, we're putting a big emphasis on pit stops because that half a second, you can't lose that in the pits. It's just too competitive. So we've started a new training program and new stuff on that side to really try to get that next half second there on the pit stops.
Let's talk about Indy, because last couple of years, Santino's qualified in the top 10, or well, in the second row, actually. And, third place and eighth place finishes. Do you, I mean, I know it's the greatest dream in the world for any racer, but suddenly the Indy 500 victory that you've sought for, decades, it kind of looks feasible.
It does. We had, leading up to the last couple of years, we had some flashes, right? With Kanaan leading the race and a flat tire. I mean, we definitely had the car and driver to win that day, and flat tire put us out of contention, unfortunately. Obviously, Takuma Sato is very good there, and we had some fast cars, not quite the cars. We didn't have the qualifying speed and the things that we've been doing lately to get there. But like you say, Santino is just really smart about that race. He gets it. He understands the last 50 laps are what matters. And we've had good speed, and David should be good there as well. Just, man, everything's got to go your way that day at Indianapolis, and hitting everything right, hitting the weather right, and the downforce levels. Everything just has to go well. And but yeah, no, again, that's the one, right? That's the one you want to win. That's the one I want to win for Dad and for our team. Just to be able to do that again would be huge for us and our organization.
The downside is that it might finally prompt AJ to retire, and we don't want that.
Never. But to be able to do that with him one time would be so cool. And got to give props, man. Chevrolet has been great the last few years. I think they've really done a good job there, and I know they always work hard at that race. So glad that we're with them, and I definitely want to win that one.
I mean, perfect timing. I wanted to ask, how much of a headache or complication has it been for you to deal with the hybrid unit? I mean, obviously, it's been pretty darn reliable, but is is there an extra layer of complication that means that you have to get a specific engineer to, I don't know, learn how to instruct the drivers in the best way to optimize this at any given track?
Sure. Well, I think you're right. I think there was a lot of work. You got to give it to Honda and Chevrolet and the teams that were developing that thing, because they did a good job. Once we did get our hands on it, it wasn't nearly as tough as we maybe thought it would be.
Right.
Obviously, as on the team owner side, the expense of it has been a lot, that as we are renegotiating sponsor things and deals like that, just trying to add in and build in what that is added to the overall racing budget. It was certainly substantial. But what was cool was, I think some guys, not having worked with David yet, but Santino was very, he really adapted to it quickly. In the sense of, you do have more switches you can go to, you can control how much regen versus, how is that changing the car handling, when you deploy, how you deploy. It does add a lot of different maps and settings. But I think these young kids now that are growing up with iRacing, they're growing up on the sims, and they're hitting buttons, 10 buttons in 5 seconds. And
yes.
So it comes pretty natural for them. I'd probably be lost, or some of the older guys, but it certainly added an element. But hey, I think it's been great to talk about. It's been cool to see how we're using it, and love now having a year with it, and that we got some setups, I think, pretty good, that with the balance shift of what that unit added weight wise in the car. I think the engineers on our group at least did a super job to sort that out and get the drivers pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the just shifting the brake balance continually, it just seems like a completely unnecessary complication. But on the other hand, speaking to Craig Hampson the other day, and he was saying how much he loved the fact that IndyCar's left so much in the driver's hands compared with other hybrid units that are used in motorsports. So, someone's asking questions like regarding Michael Cameron and his departure from the team, and how much of a difference he made to your pace at the Indy 500, and how much will he be missed?
Yeah, I tell you, Michael, what he came in and did for us at Indy was fantastic. I mean, he loves that place. And he's a bit of a magician there, man. And he knows how to get around that place, and it's awesome. So, well, we're certainly going to miss that. I hate that we couldn't work it out. It was just, just a couple of differences of things. And he obviously wanted, I think, to try something new. So I wish him all the best. And we're very thankful for what he brought to the table. It was great to work with him for a couple of years. I'd been trying to hire him for years. And, we finally got to work together, and pretty special those couple of years at Indy, no doubt.
Yeah, I think Penske's pretty grateful about what he brought to the table as well.
I mean, obviously they were still winning. They still won the race, the 2 years that we were working, but they're great there as well. But yeah, no, Michael's great for sure.
Right. As a team owner looking ahead to 2027, how much of an input do you feel you've had with the next gen car? And what have been your priorities when trying to make that contribution in terms of, like, what are your major demands from the series and from Dallara, I guess?
Sure. I mean, it's there's a few different things. Obviously, we all, and even when we're in owners meetings, we all probably have some different priorities. But I think the biggest thing is everybody is thinking of the common good, right? And the only thing one thing you're concerned about, obviously, when you're bringing out a new car is like, okay, we don't want to go backwards, right? We've had such good racing. Sometimes it's a struggle at maybe short ovals and hitting the arrow right and things like that to make sure that we can have good racing. But overall, it's pretty good. So you don't want to mess that up. And also, I think you can't argue the job Dallara has done on the safety of the DW12 and how far that's come. some of the accidents we've seen and drivers just walking away has been amazing. And so that's something you definitely just want to make sure you keep there. As a team owner, you're just always hopeful that you've got enough places on the car that you can sell and get your partners out there and make sure they have good visibility, but that the thing is safe and raceable, and also that it's starting to look racy and it's a step forward from that aspect, and that it's good for the fans. So it's a bit of everything, and they've got really, what I would say is there's some really good people working on it. I appreciate they do listen to us, I think, at the owners meetings as we voice our opinion, and it looks like it's going to be a nice piece. So I know it's still a lot going on with it, but I think it'll be good time. It's a good time for IndyCar to go that way.
That level of safety is possible. It is possible to make that level of safety, but lighter, but also hugely more expensive. Do you kind of like wait and see how much of a difference the new Fox TV deal makes in terms of convincing sponsors to join before pulling the trigger on more exotic materials and therefore raising the expense of competing in IndyCar? How does that compute? Because obviously, however strong your race team is, you're going to make the numbers work as well. Otherwise, there's just no, it becomes less feasible to take on, the Penske's and Ganassis and so on.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know just with our, I'll say smaller racing team, probably in comparison to the Penske's and Andretti's and McLaren's, things like that. I know we've broke definitely some spending records this year on things, but you also, if you want to be competitive in IndyCar, you are going to have to compete with those big budgets. So it takes, that's where I'm spending a majority of my time, is out there working on raising the funding that we can go do what we want. And it's certainly a challenge. The Fox deal is exciting. Having every race on network, I think, is a very big deal. Should help our numbers, because metrics are a place that nowadays all these sponsors want to see.
Yes.
And that's being able to have those metrics and have those measurables and try to deliver on those is a big deal. So we're growing our marketing department as well as we try to compete with that. And it's part of the game right now. I don't think it's all negative. I think it's exciting. I think IndyCar as a whole is growing. And I think open wheel, I mean, just with the success of Formula One, you certainly hope all boats are going to rise. And I think the crossovers there and the fan base they have, and with what we do as well, is very promising.
Right. As far as big name sponsors are concerned, I mean, I was driving home the other night, and my wife said, pointed to an ABC supply chain and said, "Are they still with Foyt?" And I'm thinking, okay, that must have just sunk into your head a long time ago, because she has a passing interest in the sport, but not deep rooted. Obviously, they are synonymous with you. How long does it take to build up a sponsor relationship like that, where they become absolutely tied to your name? And is there a way to ever form those kind of like season-long sponsorships again, so we don't have the kind of like constantly changing color scheme situation that so many teams are having to do, almost emulating the NASCAR model?
Sure. Yeah, and I think you hit on something there. I mean, I think the days of that one paint scheme all year are probably, just with where our budgets are now, they're few and far between. The ABC deal was amazing, and it was just something that kind of happened organically, that we just grew. It was something. It started at the Indy 500 with AJ and Ken Hendricks and David Luck all getting to know each other, and from there it just slowly grew, and then what was awesome is as ABC grew, the racing program grew as well. So they were acquiring companies, and so there were new employees that hadn't been to the races, and it just made sense as we kept growing. So it's awesome that they're still with us. I mean, they are like family friends. They're such a great organization, and I'll tell you what they're doing now, though. They've just pivoted to obviously the Homes for Our Troops program. They're really big about giving back. And that is such a cool car and program at the Indy 500. The money we raise to help build homes for post 9/11 veterans. What a cool program and touching. I've been to some of the home giveaways, and wow, I mean, it just really hits you deep. And the car is so beautiful on Memorial Day weekend, and it's been a great program. So
there's nothing more patriotic looking actually than that car on the grid. Hey, as far as the third manufacturer, I've had a few discussions the last few days about how important that is kind of to both Chevy and Honda to get a third manufacturer in. Is that something that team owners can help make happen? And do you think it's feasible in the next couple of years?
So, I don't get too involved in it. I listen, it obviously comes up at the owners' meetings and we discuss those things, but I know if anybody can do it, Roger and his group will make it happen. So I think it is a priority for them, and they're working on it. So that's I don't get too involved in that, but I think it would be great for the sport, and we'll see. I know I'm sure it's very hard when you've had Honda and Chevrolet getting everything out of this package for so many years to come in. That's got to be a daunting task for somebody, but we'll see. I mean, I trust that Roger and his group and IndyCar, they'll figure out if it's the right move or not.
Right. I had another question posted here. Does Larry view technology advancing further in IndyCar, such as data analytics and AI, to give the racing team a competitive edge? I am a bit at odds with the Penske synergies, such as, I don't know, I don't understand the rest of that sentence because I'm a reader, not an interviewer. But no, do you see data analytics and AI advancements as coming to IndyCar?
I mean, absolutely. I think AI is the next. If you think of how much data we try to go through in a short period of time, that's where I think AI could be extremely helpful. And yes, we are actually in talks with AI companies now as we, of course, the engineers get very excited about it because it's a bit of a new frontier for us in racing, and there's not always new frontiers in racing that can come, especially that I think could make a difference. We do spend a lot of money, and this is kind of an argument that we have maybe in the owners' rooms because there are people on both sides. But we look at one of the largest places we spend money in IndyCar is, of course, your dampers, your shock absorbers. And the thought is, well, this is a technology that the fans don't really get to see. It's undercover. We all hide it, but we're spending a crazy amount of resources because it makes such a huge difference. And I think you go to even a Formula One race, and they're even, I don't even think they use inerter dampers on the side springs. So, but we've gone down this inertia path, and it's an amazing technology, and it works on the racetrack if you hit it right. But it is a big expense, and all of us to be competitive are doing it. But it's I think AI is the next frontier. It's exciting, and definitely data crunching. Man, if you can have any kind of advantage in that side of things, it'll just help you out.
Yeah, I mean, the shop program, it is expensive, and there's not, there's nothing visible. There's no notable benefits from the fans. But where would you spend that money instead? Where do you think that we can have a point of differentiation within the teams?
Well, I mean, you're right, because we're going to spend it somewhere, right? So if it's not
absolutely,
and when we're all running, the same body work and the same chassis, so where you go spend that money, it's in smaller things, and maybe you're looking for 100th here and 100th of a second there, instead of back in the day where you were really controlling your horsepower, building your engines, and you could go find 30 horsepower. You're not going to do that anymore. We're looking for a horsepower or a half a horsepower to try to differentiate ourselves. So it's just the nature of the beast. We're all racers. We're going to spend the money one way or another. It's just where we spend it, and if we're spending it the right way.
Right. I see our time is drawing to a close here. Francisco and Judy are back on. But Larry, it's been enlightening. Thank you so much for your time, and very best of luck. And yeah, wishing you and the whole Foyt family, and I do mean the team members as well, very Merry Christmas.
Well, thank you much. Merry Christmas, and appreciate y'all having me on.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. And David, stay with us. We're going to transition directly into our next session, as we don't have time to run any videos now. And so we're going to travel. We're going to bring Richard James, our next host. Richard is joining us, representing Racer. Good morning to you, Richard. Welcome back to the program. We're going to be talking WEC, endurance racing, and we're going to travel to France, where Frédéric, the CEO, is based, and my understanding is Marius is in Abu Dhabi right now. So they should be joining us any second. And any things you want to share? Oh, Fred is right here. Good evening, Frédéric.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for joining us. So, Richard, why don't you take on, and then we're going to bring Marius on.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us, Frédéric.
Hello.
So, lots of exciting things to talk about in the World Endurance Championship in the near future. But to start with, why don't we talk about this past season? Three different manufacturers winning in hypercar, 5 different teams, privateer wins. You had 4 different manufacturers winning in LMGT3. First of all, do you feel you've achieved a real level of parity within the series, within the different platforms, within LMDH and hypercar formulas? And what can WEC do to further enhance that?
Yeah, thank you very much. What can I say? It's a wide question. I think that yes, if we go back to some years ago, it was difficult to imagine that the cohabitation, with the LMH and LMDH would be possible, and we clearly did it. We managed that. Now we have an hypercar category, which is fantastic, with the LMDH and the LMH. And we show to our fans, to everyone, to the OEMs, that it's possible to race in the same category with 2 different platforms. And I think that, to answer to your question, I definitely believe that we achieved that through the BOP, of course, which is important in our championship. This is, I would say, the first very serious achievement.
Excellent. Well, how do you feel about the introduction of the LMGT3 category and its success in the first year? Has it all gone according to plan and expectation?
Yes, definitely. We welcomed 9 different brands, marks, with the most prestigious one. The battle on the grid was absolutely amazing. I was saying, a few weeks ago with John Doonan that we all with IMSA and WEC, we had a kind of dream season. I think that LMGT3 is quite a success at the moment. We have to be careful. It's fragile. We have to take in consideration the situation with the OEMs, especially in Europe. But I think that those brands are a little bit protected because they are super premium. The drivers are fantastic. We can see, through some surveys that the fans are, of course, very interested into the hypercar category, but also the GT. This is really our DNA. I mean, this is the DNA of endurance racing, sport car racing. It's a mix between prototype and GT. So I would say that, yes, it is a success both on the World Championship, but also on the European Le Mans Series. The demand is quite huge for the GT category, which is good at the moment. But we need to pay attention to the global cost of this category to maintain at certain level, and we need to protect ourselves and the OEMs to let's say the desire to spend more money.
Well, yeah, you use the word fragile. Now, is that in relation to the costs and trying to contain them, or is that in something else?
No, not. I mean, let me be really direct and transparent, if I may. It's not only about the cost; it's also linked to the geopolitical situation, to many different factors. I think that we need to keep our head very, very cold. The FIA WEC is now at very high level. Let's consider that we have done a big part of the job, but we still need to continue to work very, very hard to pay attention to the teams, to drivers, to the business model. That's something which is important. We still have some privateers in the championship, some bronze drivers who brings some budget on the table to race. So we need to be still close with them. You know, I work in the motorsport industry for the last 25 years. I'm 52 years old, and I have seen that many, many times. You know, you reach a very high level, the success, and then you don't know why. 2 years after, I mean, it's the situation is totally different. So my job is to prepare, let's say, everyone, including my team, not be arrogant, not be pretentious. Let's continue to work. I think now the WEC is probably one of the biggest motorsport championship in the world, and if we continue to be serious, to respect our competitors, I think we can continue to grow.
Excellent. Well, some new manufacturers coming in for 2025 and beyond. Is there anything that you can do to help, one, attract new teams, new manufacturers, but one, keep the ones that maybe haven't found success yet interested?
Yes, it's a very good question. I mean that, I think that if you want to attract some new manufacturers, I mean, I do believe there is two key points: the regulation, the technical regulation, of course, the sporting regulation, and I mean what you can offer in terms of marketing platform. I mean, today the return of investment for the OEMs is quite good on the WEC, and we need to maintain that. Then I think that you can still have a good ROI, even if you do not, if you are not on the podium every weekend. If you race close to Ferrari, it means something in terms of marketing. Mm-hmm. So I mean, the diversity we have on the grid brings something to all the OEMs. Of course, as you mentioned at the beginning of our discussion, the gap between all the cars is so tight at the moment. So everybody can expect to be on the podium, but it's not necessary to win to get a good ROI.
Excellent. Well, speaking of return on investment, obviously a big part of that is eyes on the product. Are you happy with WEC's worldwide audience in terms of viewership? Especially for the races outside of Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean, you got the point. I mean, our job is to be sure that the audience, except of Le Mans, will be good, and this is the case at the moment. I mean, we are growing on television, on social media, on all the platforms. What we can see today is that the consumption of the image switch from let's say linear TV to digital TV. It's clear. It's clear today. I mean that. So we still focus on television, but we have to take in consideration the fact that the audience, and this is something which is very good for motorsport in general, is younger, and this is something which is super interesting for all of us. You know, I'm used to hear that motorsport is for all people. It's not true. I mean, if you look at the surveys, this is completely wrong. I mean, our audience, the majority of our audience is between 24 to 34 years old, which is quite interesting for the OEMs and for everybody. But we can also see, meanwhile, that the consumption of the WEC image is now, I would say, the balance. It's maybe something like, I mean, Marius can give you the right figures. He's my marketing communication director, but the consumption is much more on iPad. I mean, telephone, even on smart TV, but still on TV, but on smart TV, on YouTube, and so on. And this is something we need to really follow. I mean, this is something important.
What do you think is driving that younger audience? Is it the platform that you're broadcasting it on? Is it the manufacturers? Is it just the quality of racing? And perhaps that's a question for Mario.
No, it's a super interesting question. I would say that sorry.
No, we have the best diversity of cars, of engine sounds, with a lot of action on tracks. For example, it is a figure we don't talk about a lot, but during Le Mans, you have 12,000 overtakes during.
The connection is not good, Marius.
Yeah.
Are you here? Sorry. No, I just received another call and it cuts. First, we think that the product is interesting because there is a lot of variety, but also because we work hard to provide content that fits youngest audience. And Fred especially talks about YouTube, but we have a very, very strong strategy on YouTube. We have had more than 60 million views this year. We publish a lot of videos, but we work with a special agency to help the content to fit the trends, but also to have the best cameramans and producer. And we think that embracing the way the algorithm on this platform works help us to grow. And as TV is growing but slowly, we see a very, very fast growth on socials. And one figure that is very interesting for us is that when you are on YouTube, you can watch images because they are proposed to you. But in 2 years, we more than doubled the number of subscribers of our channels, meaning people are engaged and want to come back. So in 2 years, we doubled and the figures are increasing. So this is a good reason to believe that our content for our YouTube panel, which is 55% under 34 years old, likes our content. That is different from TV.
Excellent. Well, I know that's certainly been a point of pursuit for motorsports in general, and is the social media channels.
And let me add, sorry to interrupt you, but let me add something very basic, simple. We bring some passion. It's something which is very, very simple. I mean that we do live in a world with you cannot drive fast. I mean, people need to dreams. They need some dreams, and we deliver that.
Now, is that dreams among the audience? Is that dreams among the manufacturers? Is that
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. What has changed in 5 years is not the number of drivers or cars or races. It is just the manufacturers, and it creates a dynamic where we then are able to export the spirit of Le Mans around the world. And Le Mans is not only a race, it's not only the biggest race in the world, but it's also automotive fair. It is, I mean, you can come with your family and there is advertising and entertainment for everyone. So the manufacturers helps us to shine, and then we propose such an experience that helps to drive everything.
How much of growth did you see, for example, obviously with the LMGT3 category, you had a pretty big explosion in the number of manufacturers involved, especially from the end of GTE. How big a driver was that for new audience to have twice as many manufacturers? And I mean, you had 4 manufacturers win in 2024, which is more manufacturers than you had the year prior in GT.
Richard, let me step in 1 second because Frédéric had a last-minute emergency to deal with, and so we want to accommodate him. So, Fred,
thank you very much, Francisco.
Of course, my pleasure. I will step in. We'll continue the interview with Marius, but Frédéric was kind enough to did everything he could to allow us 15 minutes. So, Frédéric, if you need to go, we understand, and we'll continue the interview with Marius.
Yeah, very, very sorry. Always a pleasure to be with all of you, and thank you very much once again. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Glad you could join us.
So, Marius, carry on, and we'll continue. We'll continue.
So your question was about LMGT3, right?
Well, and how
can you repeat this?
Yes, how with the introduction of LMGT3, you've had a big explosion in the number of manufacturers involved in WEC, especially on the GT side. How big a driver was that for new audience?
Actually, I will be completely frank. We can't really measure it because it is not yet part of our surveys or to understand better. But what we think is that hypercar category is fascinating because it is car that no one can drive except the pro drivers, because it is very good, very fast cars. But GT3 helps us to, and the brands also takes this opportunity to create a link between their cars and the market and how the people can buy the cars. So even if not everyone can buy a Ferrari, there is other brands like Lexus, like Mercedes, like even others that are more used to being bought or seeable in the streets. So for us, GT3 is very important because it creates a link between a fascinating world and the real world where you can see this car in your streets. So we can measure it for the moment, but for sure we will never have 40 cars of hypercar in the same category, because we need GT3 to create this special environment of overtakes and different speed, but also to help the brands to create a story around marketing and communication of their brand. And what we see is an explosion of their investment in the activation of the brands. Like this year, we were 300% more than last year in terms of fan zone activation, in terms of hospitality and stuff like that.
You can hear me, but it looks like your connection's a little spotty.
You don't hear me right now?
I do now.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
That could be me.
So yes, we see. So the manufacturers understand that it's not only about performance and a very special car, but once again create a link. And I think the audience is very appreciate this.
Excellent. Well, new manufacturer in hypercar next year. Aside from Aston Martin and Mercedes AMG coming into GT3, what's most exciting you about 2025?
I think so we are very happy to welcome such a big brand like Mercedes AMG, because and we saw it in our socials when we announced it. It was a big event for us. What is exciting for 25, and I think many people in the room here understand why, but first, it may be the sound of the new Aston Martin Valkyrie on the track, because it will be a very singular sound. And for motorsport fan, it's amazing to see all these different brand engines and sounds at the same place. So, and of course, all these brands and the new brands have a relationship with Le Mans. Aston Martin too, Mercedes too, and it's not always a very nice story. So for us, what is exciting is seeing history playing again, and at the same time, several periods of history reunited for the world title. And this world title, alongside Le Mans, is gaining more and more weight. And I am currently now in Dubai for Genesis Endurance Program. Announcement, it was 1 hour ago, and what we heard what we heard from the team principal or the drivers like André Lotterer is like the World Championship has never been such exciting, even for a guy like him winning already 4 or 5 times Le Mans.
Well, obviously, the Genesis announcement was going to be a point of discussion today, being on our minds. You know, the one thing that Frédéric said was that you don't necessarily have to win, but if you're racing next to Ferrari, that's something you can talk about, and certainly I think for that's appealing to a company like Hyundai and Genesis. But also, I think the fact that we have rule stability through 2029 probably plays a huge part as well. And there's even some manufacturers talking about coming in 27.
Yes.
How important is that to the championship and to WEC's success? Is the stability of rules and schedule?
Yes, of course. And through the rules, there is something that I don't say its name. It's cost. How would you say, cost cap. And what helps us is that all the brands are coming because they know how it will cost. They know that it's only 8 races. It won't be something that will bring the team or several team on 24 races like Formula One with other budget, of course. So what helps us for sure are the costs, are the rules and the visibility for 5 years now, maybe more, we don't know, but for the moment it's 5 years. And also the fact that the BOP, a subject often discussed for core fans, it is also a reason to come. It's a good reason to criticize, but it's also one of the reasons they come because they all have more chance to win. It's not only about money; it's also about driving and how to manage your car and your tires during such long races. And at the end, everyone is winning because we have had, I think, 6 different winners out of 8 races. We have had 3 races with 7 different brands in the 7 first places of the race, and also sorry, I forgot my words, but yes, that's it. Sorry.
It's okay. So yeah, we before you came on, we were discussing the parity and the level that WEC has achieved. But also, you know, this next year's schedule is very similar to this year's schedule, which probably plays the part in stability. We've actually got a question from, obviously, a lot of people watching this are in the US, and of course there are round of at Lone Star Le Mans at Coda. You know, so we have a question from a viewer who says, you know, how successful do you consider this year's race at COTA, and is there anything you'd like to change for that race in the future?
Yes. So COTA was a surprise for us in a good sense, because there was some reason to believe we won't have a lot of people coming. First, because it was very hot in Texas at this period. It's not the best time of the year to do motorsport and to be sitting in the grandstands. Second, because it was a Labor Day during this weekend, so we were a bit afraid, but we didn't have a choice the year before to choose this date. So with all these issues, we were very happy. Because we had the grandstands with a decent amount of people in a country we didn't visit it for a long time. So we know that it takes a few years, maybe not 10, but maybe 2 or 3, to implement an event and be sure the people that enjoy the race will come back. We consider that it was a great race for us because we had very good returns from people. Especially VIP people also going to Formula One, saying that the experience is very different. There is and we want to keep it, but the cars and the drivers are very close to the people, with autograph session mandatory for drivers. The garage tour are more easy to do. The paddock is more accessible. So even for VIPs, and I'm talking about big VIPs, the experience is very special, and we want to keep it, especially in the US. Where there is a lot of motorsport fun, and we see that the US is always in our top 3 on every races in terms of audience. So yeah, COTA was good. We want to do more. It is a huge place. COTA is a huge place, so we have to work hard in terms of branding, because it's a very, very big track for us. But yes, we were happy, and we will be happy to come back next year with another date. So without Labor Day, it could help.
Well, with having been to other sports car races at COTA, I was impressed with the size of the crowd and with marketing activation, within Austin. That was
thank you.
That was good to see. Also equally surprised to hear you say that US is always in the top 3 in your audience. So that's
not for all races, but in Le Mans, when I present the 5 countries following us in socials or on TV, US is in the top 5. So it depends on the race, but yes, it's a big country first, and there is also a lot of motorsport fans.
Well, Francis and Judy have joined us again, which means our time is up. So
thank you
for your perseverance through the connection and from Abu Dhabi. So thank you very much.
And I am sorry for the 2 minutes delay, because I am on my phone in the middle of Dubai. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, Marius. And we understood that there was an issue with Fred, so we're able to get the first 15 minutes with Fred, and now you guys are doing a great job. And I really enjoy your comments about how much you have developed your YouTube channels, etc. When we launched Race Industry Week, the first year we're only on Zoom, and then year after year we have starting to stream on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on all social, and the audience has grown tremendously. And this year we're also on TV with Speedsport 1, and it's about finding new avenues and new tools that help you reach a much wider audience. And you guys have done a beautiful job at WEC. So thank you, Marius, for being with us today. Send my best to Fred and the entire team at WEC, and maybe I'll see you in France at Christmas. So thank you very much, and stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024, Day 3. George Tamayo is with us. Good morning, George.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Very good, very good. So you have, quite a few sessions again in the next 2 days, and any thoughts so far?
I enjoyed this previous session with Richard and just hearing about WEC's WEX plans, and like Richard, happy to hear that that WEC is popular here in the U.S.
Yes, they have done a beautiful job, and Le Mans. It's just part of the history of racing. So always had American teams, American spectators there. So we're going to be bringing Michael from Trans Am, and while we bring him, we have a short video from Trans Am. So why don't we roll the video, and then we'll bring Michael on.
Great.
Speed Tour has been described as a complete assault on the senses, starting with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Always bringing the loudest roar of the ground-pounding music on the track. Founded in 1966, Trans Am is the longest-running professional road racing series in North America. The excitement of the original Pony Wars is alive and well in Trans Am. The Trans Am series in itself is an eclectic mix of cars and classes, with the Cube 3 architecture TA2 series providing a large single-class race group, while the TA and GT classes provide the best in multi-class racing. The minimalist rulebook of the TA class allows for a lot of innovation with 850 plus horsepower and no driver aids, making for an interesting combination for drivers and team alike. The semi-spec nature of the TA2 class and the accompanying cost controls make TA2 the most competitive and cost-effective way to go pro racing in North America. Additionally, with the TA2 cars being similar in functionality to those used in short track and other pro racing feeder series, TA2 has now become the de facto development series for that next star of stock car. Then we have the Grand Touring classes, the 3 GT classes, Extreme GT, Super GT, and GT, offering a place to race a wide range of popular production-based race cars, both factory-built and custom-built. Trans Am has been growing rather quickly in the last few years with its live broadcasts and Trans Am Thursdays on MAV TV, but also the ever-growing reputation that TA2 is the most competitive and cost-effective road racing series, period.
The inside, three-way into Andretti. Merrill will take the lead brilliantly.
Wow,
Morning,
what a
Michael.
video we had there. We're going to leave it in your hands, George. Thanks
Thank you.
for coming on, Michael.
Thank you.
Hey. Good morning, Michael. How are you?
Good, George. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thanks for asking. Exciting video to watch there, and coming off the back of a very exciting 2024 Trans Am presented by Pirelli series this year. You had in the TA class a new champion for the first time in a few years. His first championship with Paul Menard in TA, and TA2, which we heard a lot about in that video, Rafa Matos becomes the winningest TA2 driver and a 3-time champion in that class. Your thoughts on this past season?
Well, it's been a great one. Watching that video wants me to go racing next weekend. So
yeah,
that was awesome. This past season was great. It was a great learning. It's my first year with Pirelli Motorsports, and handling the whole gamut of what we draw to our sports. But the Trans Am and TA2 teams are just incredible. It was so much fun to learn, the intricacies of everything that's going on, coming from track management into this sport. I mean, not that I was shy of this at all. I spent 23 years with NASCAR, but having these cars and the partnership with Tony Pirella and our ownership group in New York, it was just a great season. And it was great to see Paul. Nothing against Chris Dyson. I love Chris. He's a great guy, but Paul really took it out there. And Chris just had a couple bad luck races this year that set him back. But like you said, with Rafa just cleaning up, I mean, he's a rock star. And then, we had some other great winners too, like Kaylee Bryson. She's our young female out of Oklahoma, and just having a lot of fun this year. And I think that's the best part is just I spend so much time in the paddock. It's just fun to get to know everybody, whether personalities, owners, shops, drivers, mechanics, whatever it might be. So great year, great 24. Can't wait till 25.
Yeah. We saw, and you mentioned here, but we saw a big emphasis in the video on TA2, which I think that when TA2, just look at the way it's called, it's TA2, right? TA is the marquee class, but is it almost now, are you guys considering TA2 the joint marquee top class for the series? And again, it was mentioned in the series about cost effective and all of that stuff, but tell us more, because there's got to be more to the success of TA2, which has been really phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, with these cars, with the XGT class, the SGT class, and the GT class, there's definitely more of those cars out there. When you look at the whole population of cars, just in North America alone. So it's really something that we're going to keep doing. We're going to keep parallel path in both of these. Yes, we may get some more on the TA2 side just because of the availability of some of those vehicles. But the TA cars, with Dyson and Menard and these guys running those vehicles, Amy Ruman, it's providing a great series. So we want to build both. There's no dominant feature here. We want to be able to take both of them into 2025 and keep growing both of the populations on both of those. What we've seen is pretty obvious, and some of the drivers have pointed out. We're seeing these young drivers. You look at Connor Zillage and Brent Cruz, and when they started and they're coming in the GT, the Kaylee Bryson, for example. I mean, just rock star drivers. And now Connor's graduated, and we've graduated a lot of people up into trucks, Xfinity, and NASCAR. So we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep looking for that young talent, whether it's TA or TA2, and we'll keep driving the boat.
Yeah, and you've jumped ahead on me, because one of my questions was about kind of that youth movement. I mean, for next year, we've heard announcements from Boris Said Jr., Thomas Annunziata, John Buffamante, who are all young drivers who are committing full time to the series next year, and they join, as you mentioned, Brent Cruz and Dylan Archer, and Connor has been obviously a part of the mix. I'm not sure what exactly his plans are for next year. So why that youth movement in TA2 specifically, and what is it? Does it change anything in terms of your mindset about how TA2 is positioned within the greater kind of hierarchy of Trans Am and Pirelli Motorsports?
I think if you go all the way back, down to the bottom, when these young men and women are karting, their experience is coming up very quick. To jump into a TA car, 800, 850 horse, that's a lot of requirement right there. I mean, that's more than a NASCAR Cup Series car.
Yeah.
But so I think that the platform to come drive XGT, SGT, or GT in the TA2 side just gives a bigger platform for the youth movement. Not to mention, we took Connor in when he was 14. You can't do that at NASCAR. And not that we're going to play an age game against NASCAR, but you can come develop yourself from karts to cars in our series very carefully. And Kaylee, I think, she's going to be one of the next ones. I mean, she's going to graduate. She's going to keep moving, and hopefully we see her in a TA car up there coming shortly in the couple of years. But I think that's the big thing. It's the platform we offer in a 500 horse, 550 horse car that allows these young people to really learn how to drive, particularly on some of the road courses that we go to.
Yeah. So you have an interesting balance just across the board, because as we were talking about these young drivers who have further career aspirations, you have sort of seasoned drivers who have found a home in Trans Am, like Chris Dyson as an example. But you really run the gamut, because across every class, TA, TA2, XGT, SGT, GT, you have a whole host of other drivers who are, I don't like to use the term weekend warriors, because I don't think that that's very respectful to what they're doing. But we don't have a great term for these guys who they're doing it because they love it. They love the passion. They love the prep. They love loading their car into the hauler and going to, all of these great tracks that you guys go to. How much of that has to remain a core component of what Trans Am is, of keeping those drivers who, for them, Trans Am isn't a holding place. It's not a place to leap to the next thing. It is the thing for them.
Right. Yeah. And I say this with a very flip intent. We're not out there recruiting for Rusty Wallace and Mike Wallace to come back in, right? But we want to develop those drivers to be there. So it's 100% equal on us, that we need to make sure that we're developing, again, not to use your words, but again, gracefully and respectfully, the weekend warrior. But when you look at this, and you got Paul Menard coming to our series this year, that was a big boost for us. I mean, we need people like Paul and that are going to come out and run our pro races and compete at the very high level. And then you've got other young guns out there like Annunziato and things, and those guys that are working their way into the bigger part of this series. But it's very important for us. Let's definitely stay focused on that to keep that and to try to grow that. So we have to, and me, everybody on our team, we need to start really marketing that. It's something that we haven't done that well, marketing to competitors. We market to the fans, we market to sponsors, we market to TV, but marketing internally, and I say we don't do it, we do it, but we just need to be better at it, and how we garner more attention in those other series and have a platform. And PRI's next week, and that'll be one of our platforms. We know that we're going in there, and we know who we're going to talk to, and we hopefully can get some people over there to join us.
But the series has, I will say, I'll give you credit, because the series has done over the years a lot to maintain a reason for being for those drivers who are there as a destination, right? There's always these kind of, every year there's a creation of, like, for this past season, for instance, you had something called Pick Six, which enabled a sort of a mini micro championship within the overall championship for those drivers who, I mean, I'll face it, a lot of these guys have lives outside of racing, right? Their racing is a hobby for them, and they've got work obligations, or they've got other things going on, and maybe a full season isn't in the cards for them. But to give them the opportunity to have a kind of a championship within a championship and not have to commit to a full season is a big deal for a lot of these guys, I would think.
Yeah, there's no question about that, because like you just said, you can pick six and go from there, and you can be that champion within that champion. And you're not Chris Dyson, you're not Paul Menard, and you're not Tommy Dreese, where you're racing every race, no matter where it is, or Amy Ruman. And so we're not lost in that. That was a great thing that Tony came up with to do that, and it was to exactly satisfy that. And it was, again, good feedback from the paddock that Tony took prior to me coming in on board, and something that we're going to continue to keep growing. So we saw the platform, we saw the success of it, and if we can gather more people and more drivers to come in, because let's face it, going to a race, whether you're a top 10 or a bottom 10 car, it's not cheap. Even in our series, you're gonna $25,000 to maybe $50,000 a weekend, depending on what your platform is. So, it's not an inexpensive drive. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. And I mean, and just time is a big deal. And especially when you've got, races where you might have just 2 days of hauling the car on the interstate to get to the track from where you come. So time is a big deal as well for a lot of these guys, I know.
Yeah, especially when, like you mentioned earlier, I mean, some of these are executives. Tommy Dreese's got his business rolling. Chris Dyson's got his business rolling. Everybody's in a business somewhere. So, and it's not lost upon us that time is important. It's important to us too. So we got to be careful about when we do the schedules, and this has come back from feedback from the paddock to me and to Tony, is, hey, look, can we have a couple races that are only 2 days? Come in Thursday or come in Friday morning, race Friday, race Saturday, out Saturday night. And so we started doing some of that this past year. We did it at Watkins Glen. We did a Friday, Saturday, came in Thursday, raced Friday, Saturday. Part of the group was out, like the TA2, where they were gone. So we're working on that, because we also understand, when you're out and you've got a crew of whatever, 5, 6, 10 flights, hotels, feeding, everything else that comes on board, we know it's not cheap, because we have to do it ourselves internally for Pirelli Motorsports.
Yeah, definitely. Well, speaking of which, next season kicks off at Sebring, as it always does, in end of February, beginning of March. Tell us about the schedule next year. I know there's a new track. That's a new venue for next year. There's a California doubleheader, if you will. Tell us about next year's schedule.
I tell you what, it almost makes me tingle a little bit when you bring up 2025 schedule, because I know the paddock was super excited about it. And look, we're going to the biggest racetracks in the country. Outside of Daytona is the only big racetrack we don't go to.
Yeah.
That West Coast swing with Laguna and Sonoma and a doubleheader. Having the West and the National compete all at the same time. The schedule is by far the best that we've put together. And it took a lot of feedback from the paddock. We had to lose a couple races. We lost St. Louis, we lost Pitt, and we lost NOLA out of the TA family, I'll call it. But we repositioned as well. And then we added Button Willow just a couple weeks ago. Came on really late. But we're excited about that West Coast ad. But the new one that we're really excited about, Tony started it last fall, and then 23 fall, and then handed it over to me. But we're going to Barber this year, right before COTA. So that is an eclectic, famous racetrack. Most people don't even know much about it. And then they have the most famous museum outside of Indianapolis right there on the property, or maybe just as equal as famous. But we're excited. It's going to bring a whole new different realm to that. And, we're bringing our other series in there as well, the FRF4 and SBRA there. But it'll really be a cool way to end the season for FRF4. But then we continue to COTA as usual as our season ending. And, that's always a lot of fun when you're going to a Formula One track and being able to compete there. It just draws a lot of hair-raising moments, I'll call it.
Yeah, awesome. And we shouldn't give short shrift to the fact that, again, in the efforts that Trans Am makes to appeal to competitors, there's the national championship, but there is also the Western Championship, which helps, those competitors that are here on the West Coast not having to drive cross country all the time. You mentioned Button Willow is on that schedule. There's some joint events like COTA, and I can't recall off the top of my head, are the Sonoma and Laguna rounds in some way integrated with the national championship as well this year on the Western side?
Yes, they are. Yeah. So we'll have that as well. So that'll be another big add to that West Coast swing. So it makes so much sense. And those two tracks, as you well know, just two of my favorite road courses on the West Coast. Not my favorite, because Watkins Glen will always be my favorite. But,
of course, yes, goes without saying.
But no, I just, we're one big family in the road course world. And, from here to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, I mean, it's just a lot of fun that we get to do all this new one, which, as you know, we added Canada this past year, and wildly successful, even though we weren't the show. We were part of the show mixed in with the NASCAR program. But I tell you what, drivers were grabbing me after the race and said, if we don't come back here next year, you're mud. So I called Tony and I said, hey, I'm not sure we're going to come back here. He goes, I think we need to go back there. And obviously we're going back for 2025.
Yeah, fantastic. You mentioned a little while ago about your marketing efforts. And one thing I noted, and I wanted to just touch on, and I know you've only been involved for the last year or so, but one of the things that's pretty incredible is the partnership that Trans Am has with Pirelli as both the tire supplier and a title partner. This will be the partnership started in 2017, so next year will be the 9th season if we're counting in terms of seasons. And I remember when that partnership was first announced, speaking to Rafael Navarro, who was at the time was head of Pirelli Communications and was integral in making that partnership or starting that partnership. One of the things, I thought, gosh, it's kind of curious, Pirelli being involved with Trans Am, what's going on there? And his point was that from a Pirelli point of view, they wanted to expose the fact that Pirelli isn't just for, an Italian super exotic. It's as much for an American pony muscle car as well, right? And so that was sort of the genesis, I think, of that partnership. But it has continued. I think it runs through 26. Am I correct in saying that? In the current
Tony's renewing it right now. So, but yeah, they'll be back. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about that, because it has been a really successful partnership.
Wildly successful. I mean, Tony landed a dream bomb when that one came in, and just Pirelli's been so supportive of us, and then we've been able to branch out to our other series with it as well. So not only just the Trans Am side, we've been able to partner and be good partners with them. And like, there's some people in this world will say, let the other guy make money first, and then we'll make money later. This is definitely one of those scenarios that Pirelli saw the value, and we saw the value in them. And with the kind of tires we're rolling through every weekend, they're a great product. There's nothing else to race on. Pirelli is just killing it. And, then you throw Cube 3 architecture in there on the T82 side, and then we've got two of the best sponsors that we could ever ask for. But Pirelli has really sustained and maintained that Trans Am and the competition and their tire. You look at their wear and their sidewall integrity and everything that goes into those tires. And it sounds, you can get into details, as you well know, on these tires, but they make a tire that is perfect for these cars. And with the weight, you're pushing 2850 or 2830, I think, on these cars. That's a lot of weight on those cars and the tires and the balance. And, you don't see a lot of blowouts. I don't think I've seen one this year that somebody blew out with just a regular sidewall blowout or something. Of course, there's contact blowouts, but they really make a tire that's full of integrity, and they're a great company to work with. And Orazio, who is our contact on a day-to-day basis, has really upheld his end of the game, and we want to keep holding up ours for them.
Yeah, I mean, and also just consider the fact that most of the cars have few, if any, driver aids, so there is a lot of stress on that tire throughout a race.
Yeah, when you're the good point. I mean, with no traction control, no anti-braking, there is a lot of stress. You think about the G forces going into any one of these road courses that have a high load G force going in, and you're slamming on the brakes, you're downshifting, and then you're going back out in apex, and you're running these tires mad, and they they're doing a 100-mile race or a 75 lap is the criteria. And they're doing it on one set of tires.
Yeah.
And they're beating the heck out of them, but these tires uphold. And I think, like you said, that's the best thing about the Pirelli relationship. It's just there's not another tire out there that's made as good as the Pirelli.
Yeah, nice. Changing gears a little bit, I know that there are more announcements to come, but you guys did announce this year that Trans Am is going to start a Hall of Fame next year, and we're anxiously awaiting to hear who's in the inaugural class. Tell us a little bit more about the Hall of Fame, and where that idea originated, and just some of the backstory behind that.
Yeah, it's funny. I try to keep up with Tony on a day-to-day basis, and meaning, like, I'm already working on 2026. And I think he's already working on 2027, so he's already ahead of me. But it was Tony's idea to come up with this Hall of Fame. And it was like when we looked at each other and he brought it up to me, we were both on the board at the Watkins Glen Research Center up in New York. And we sat on that board for a long time. I sat on it for 14 years. I think he sat on it for 7 years. And there's a lot of material up there. SCCA has their entire all their components of their history up there in documents. So when we started thinking about it, because we're going to have a little special place inside of that research center that honors this Hall of Fame. But when Tony brought it up, and we can get the documents, and we can digitize some of the materials coming out of Trans Am, going all the way back to '66, it really was just when he looked at me and said it, I'm like, wow, what a no-brainer that was. And so it was definitely Tony's idea. The class is coming together. It's going to be pretty exciting to celebrate that in Sebring at the end of February. Can't wait. Almost can't wait to get there already. And we just came off of COTA. So, but we're all ready to go back to work and start the racing again, as you well know.
Yeah, well, there are no shortage of legends within the Trans Am history. So you got a lot to pick from for those Hall of Famers.
Yeah, you look at, obviously, there's, unfortunately, we posthumously have to induct some of them, like Mark Donahue and some of these others. But when you look at Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney and Sam Posey and Tommy Kendall and Bob Tilius, I mean, the names just go on and on and on. AJ Foyt in the original, it's pretty cool to look at some of those names and be a part of that organization. Like, I always used to say at Watkins Glen, and I now say it here, it's like, we're at Watkins Glen, it's such a long storied history, just like Trans Am and just like Trans Am. We're only caretakers for the future. We need to make sure that we market the best product that we can, inside, outside, and keep carrying on this torch, because that's what these drivers created for us, and owners way back then. They didn't know it, but some that are obviously still around now, they know it now. That this was quite a program that they in racing series that was developed. And then Tony, just like you said, he came up with this harebrained idea one day. Let's do a Hall of Fame. I was like, duh. So it's on a roll. Everybody's in the planning session. We're getting ready, and we're picking entrees already. So we'll go from there.
Nice, very good. We only have about a minute or so left, but if you would, Trans Am is part of the Pirella Motorsport Holdings umbrella, and your events are called Speed Tour. They also include other things like F4. Formula Regional, SVRA. Tell us a little bit just about the Speed Tour concept and how Trans Am fits as a part of that puzzle.
Yeah, it was a big picture think tank that we went through last year with Tony and I and Kim McCullough, our CMO. And like you said, you got Scott Goodyear running FR/F4. I mean, he was a legend driver, a good big fan of mine. I'm a big fan of his. Excuse me. You got SVRA. You've got IGT, International GT, run by Ken Fangler, and Rob Elson running our PSSA, our prototype series. And then you got Tim Ricker and Aaron Colwell running the Trans Am side. So it's fun. I get to mix in all of those. I don't have to pay attention much as the COO of obviously Ken Fangler, Scott Goodyear. I put my fingers in a lot with SVRA and the Trans Am side since John Claggett stepped aside. So that's been a lot of fun, as you well know, as I've told you. But it's been it's a big family, so it's fun to play in that family, and it's fun to goof around with all these guys and gals and just keep promoting what we have.
Yeah, it's a great just diversity of car. I mean, I'm not really sure you can go anywhere else and see the gamut of cars that are and drivers that are participating in a Speed Tour event. But anyway, Michael, thank you very much for your time this morning. I see Francisque and Judy have joined back in, so our time is done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, George.
Thank you, Michael. Great pleasure to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
George, stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
One last question for all of our guests. Yeah. What's your creative drive?
I wanted to be a writer from the age of 13. That's all I wanted to do. I heard this name, Clay Regazzoni, and he drives a Ferrari. And I thought, that is the most badass thing I've ever heard.
Part of my creative drive is to promote the advancement of motorsport and the advancement of transportation.
Yep.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. A big thank you to our partner, Racer.com and Speed Sport. They have made, so much. They have put so much into this as well, and they help us reach such a bigger audience now with streaming on Racer.com, on Speedsport.com, on their YouTube channel, social media, and of course Speed Sport One. So that's what we're talking about that earlier with the WEC, ways to expand your reach. And David, welcome back. You had a great session this morning with Larry. That was great. Did you enjoy it as much as we did?
Absolutely, yeah. Larry's one of the nicest people in the IndyCar paddock, and he's always taken a very placid view on life. And despite the pressures of, working for AJ, I'm not sure how people deal with working for an absolute legend who's still very much hands-on. But Larry's just one of the good guys, and it's good to see him. And it's great to be talking about positive things with that team, because they have really been through the mill the last few years, and to see them on an upswing is great. I mean, Santino finished just one spot behind Joseph Newgarden in the championship, which is would have been unthinkable 2 years ago. So, yeah.
Talking about great guys, I think there's another great one on screen right now that just popped up. Mr.
Mr.
Good to see you.
See you folks. Thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
Of course. David, on to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us, Tony. 18 SVRA events in 2025. That's a heck of a commitment, sir. What would you say is the reason for SVRA continuing to thrive?
I think it's, people forget how far we've come over the last 12 years. When I got involved with SVRA, we ran at 3 racetracks, Watkins Glen, Sebring, in Mid-Ohio. And, to be national now with 24 events for next year with SVRA, it's a huge undertaking for our team, but it just shows you the strength of grassroots racing in this country. It's been a pretty fun ride, needless to say. We're actually now working on doing more standalone vintage races for SVRA. Through the journey, a lot of lessons learned. But when I first came in, when we were strictly SVRA, long before Trans Am, FR, F4, SCCA Pro, PSSA, all these other race organizations that we've bolted into under the umbrella of Pro Motorsports Holding, it became very clear to me early that if I was going to take this series national for SVRA, it was going to be a lot of risk associated with renting a track and praying enough people show up to cover your bills. And over the time, we built a huge database of racers across the country and attracted sponsors and allowed us to keep expanding. But in the same time, we added Trans Am and FR and F4, and balancing the schedule where you're giving as much to the race as you can through the eyes of the fans, making it economically feasible and not taking away too much track time. Trying to balance that has not been a perfect science, but now we have 2 races a year at Road America.
Yeah.
We'll do 2 races a year at Watkins Glen. We have 2 races a year at Lime Rock. And what that allows us to do is get back to our roots and have special vintage features. Now that we've got the scale and we have the sponsorship behind us, I can afford, and we know how to market to this database, we can start to go back to our roots and afford it and do it under a solid financial footing. So I'm really excited. Watkins Glen is certainly one of my favorites. We won't have Trans Am on the normal Watkins Glen date this year. Road America, as I said, in May, we won't have Trans Am on that date. So we're able to really pay tribute and grow the vintage side again the way I had originally had hoped. And so we're a work in progress. We probably always will be, but it's nice to see it come together. When you think about, we had in excess of 6,000 entries last year, or this year, still 2024, nationwide. It shows you the scale behind this thing is just enormous, but it's a handful to manage, as you would expect.
Absolutely. I'm delighted to see Barber Motorsports Park added to the schedule. That's just a wonderful venue and so pretty. And coming from the publishing world, I'm delighted to see it as well, because it means that we get the opportunity to run really pretty pictures, because that track is so photogenic.
It really is, and to take advantage of the museum, and I think we can build a very special experience for our drivers. Like I said, each track has its own culture. When you think about Watkins Glen, it's growing up literally an hour from here, and then you look at Indianapolis, or you look at Coda, or you look at Laguna and Sonoma. Each one is unique and special in its own right. And now I think with Kim McCullough and Michael Printup coming under the intent, where we've built the staff where it's frankly not just on me or my wife Kim, it's really enabling us to take these events to the next level. I think probably one of the things that, as we've evolved, we're starting to become much more serious as a spectator event and less as a club type event. As an example, at Coda, we launched what we call our Speed Tour trailer. And this has simulators on it with a full video screen behind a 53-foot trailer, where fans can come in and lay down a lap and win prizes on a simulator for the track that we're at. This enables us to capture marketing information from the fans so we can ship them prizes. So it's good business sense, but it also gets them engaged with our events and kind of get a better appreciation of what's going on that racetrack. But behind them, the live streaming that we do at all our events will be playing behind them, and that gives us a chance to, the casual fan can see the whole track or hear this streaming broadcast instead of just looking at it on their phone. They got a 53-foot screen that's pretty special. So I credit Kim McCullough with all of that. She was a former lead marketing person for Jaguar Land Rover, and she's involved with Pebble Beach for the concourse. So she's a racer. Her husband's a racer. So she's looking at this through the eyes of the racing community, but bringing the polish from her marketing days at the highest level at the corporate world. And she's taken us to another level. And it's really been fun for me to be able to lean on my team this way to see us get to the next step.
Absolutely. I mean, how do we get younger eyeballs on the historic elements of motorsport? I'm thinking, obviously, we all have rose-tinted spectacles for our specific eras where the motorsport drug caught hold of us. But I'd love to be able to take my son to an event and say, well, the reason that this car is so important is because it did X, Y, Z. And it needs to capture his imagination, despite it not being what he grew up, loving. How do we get those younger people through the gates at these events?
I think it's a multitude of things that we're working on. I don't think there's just one thing that'll take the interest level to the masses at the grassroots level. What some of the initiatives that we have. Number one, we are having the championship for Racing Prodigy, which is these kids go through a simulator competition and then ultimately win a ticket to get a driver's license, etc. We're having a competition in NOLA this year in conjunction with Racing Prodigy, David Cook's organization. And
All right.
those for the most part are kids that don't shave yet.
Yeah.
They're young, and they're obviously, if they're gifted on a simulator, that's a different type of kid than that's come through go-karting. We have Scott Goodyear is championed with our F4 FR series to work a deal with Radford Racing School, where we're taking kids out of karting and have a scholarship program where they can get their license and compete with FR and F4. We have a diversity scholarship that pays attention to kids of color and female racers that don't necessarily have an opportunity to be exposed to it and get involved with racing. But I think the other piece to the puzzle is our national scale. When you look at the Pirelli Motorsports umbrella as a database, we have roughly 35,000 names of racers, of people like me with gray beards, of generational racing, but they got grandkids and kids that have been exposed to it. But then we've also, last June, we acquired motorsport registration from Hagerty. And, the main driver for that is we want that database has over 800,000 racers in it. So it's really encompasses almost all of grassroots racing. So making kids aware and people in that database, there's options to go to race school, track days, all the different elements within their geographic area, we think will accelerate the exposure. Kim, again, I mentioned Kim McCullough, she's been driving our media strategy with our streaming. We got a long-standing partnership with Mav TV, so we're getting exposure there, but we're also live streaming for free. We're not tucked behind a paywall. We give it away on Speed Tour TV. Kim came up with stories in the paddock that are short 1 or 2 minute videos about someone in the paddock that's racing to make their awareness. We've put a bigger emphasis on social media, organic social media. And I think this calendar year will be between 45 million and 50 million impressions, which is mind-boggling to me. But more important, with a 6 or 7% engagement rate, which is off the charts for that scale. So we are reaching the masses, but we still have a ton of work to do in that area. And I'm having Kim's focus on the marketing element. We've really never had marketing focus as a company outside of what I was doing or John Claggett was doing running Trans Am. We just did the best we could. We didn't apply the resources to that. Now with our scale, you're going to see a lot of interesting things come out of our shop in the next couple of years, geared for getting younger kids involved. But those are some of the things we're doing.
Right. How will as more and more cars become classified as historic, they're increasing in complexity. It's like now there's I'm really into vintage planes as well, and there's now a big hole in the kind of from the 60s and 70s planes. You don't get them because they got so technologically advanced that no one in their right mind would try and keep an F-14 Tomcat still flying in private hands. How the vast majority of the vintage planes that you see are from the piston engine era. How do you see the technology develop, or how do you deal with the more complicated cars of the 90s and 2000s as they become historic, and you need like historic laptops to kind of like carry on operating them?
Well, you hit on, David, you hit on something that's probably one of the biggest challenges of trying to be inclusive to as many drivers as you can. And, you know, the perception is what you don't want to do is just take any car and put it in a group just to take an entry fee. But to balance, you know, 100 years of automotive history at some of our events, where you get into the pre-war classes all the way up to modern day prototypes, you know, having 12 classes frankly doesn't do it. And so you have race groups, and then in the middle of all that, you have guys that really are purists, and they run the cars as they were made. And we call those cars in our world gold medallion cars. These are cars that have gone through a scrutiny as tight as you can be, from gauges to tires to everything breaks. You really put them in a box and you keep it in that. Most of our gold medallion cars are on the West Coast, thanks to Steve Earle's world. When we acquired General Racing, he had probably the purest racing organization. But he was doing a couple events a year. Well, you try to take that across America for 24 events, you would be in serious financial trouble if you tried to replicate that and you would not allow all these wonderful race cars that are out there that maybe have made a brake change or a tire change or something that doesn't level the playing field. So Rob Elson is my head of tech, and I think he has the hardest job in all of racing, trying to balance the competition where it's fair, balance that it's safe, and still allow people to come in. But the key to it, in my opinion, and as it relates to SVRA, brakes, weight, displacement, and tires. Those four things. If you get those four things on a level playing field, you have good racing. Because at the skill set of a typical vintage racer, that's balanced enough. But what's happening is the guy, you know, when I was a kid, Triumphs and MGs were commonplace. My children are now in their late 30s and early 40s. They don't even know what the heck a Triumph or a MG is. They know what a Miata is. So evolving with the space, evolving with the demand of cars, evolving with what people relate to. You know, I grew up in the late 50s and 60s, so the muscle car era, big V8s in American muscle was what I was attracted to as a fan and as a racer. My kids can still relate to those because Mustangs are still made and they understand those cars. But the cars that have fallen by the wayside over time, it's a challenge. And now as we evolve, we've rolled out the prototype series. We've rolled out TA2 Club, where it's a purpose-based race car. We are evolving with the series, and as the fields of the stuff that's starting to become obsolete, we start to consolidate those race groups. So it's still a good experience, but you don't want fans watching 5 cars go around the track.
No.
So as long as they have somebody to race and get acknowledged as what they're competing with, we think that's the right recipe. But it's a constant struggle to get that balance right.
Right. Are you still, given the value of some of these cars, are you still shocked that there's so many people that are prepared to put their cars on the line, you know, and actually compete rather than, I know if I had a classic muscle car, I'd take it to a parade any day of the week. But you know, driving it on track and risking someone, you know, getting involved in someone else's accident, let alone your own, it just wouldn't even cross my mind to do. Are you surprised at how much spirit of competition there still is among the owners of these wonderful cars?
No, yes and no, I guess is how, and I'll give you both sides of the coin. it is definitely having an effect on the purest of cars, the Ferraris, the lightweight Maseratis, the lightweight Jags, what I would call just, you know, seven-figure cars. These are fantastic machines. You're seeing less and less in them compete because as the car industry, auction industry has gone through the roof over the last 10 years, putting $1 million car at risk, and you're racing a car that's worth 1/10 of its value, probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So you're seeing some fall off of the true elaborate high-end cars that, or they'll only run in an exhibition class, or they'll run in a 1 or 2 events that they know the people they're racing with. You don't see them out every day in vintage racing. But what you do see is still guys and gals that have a car that's worth some money. They'll put them out there, and that's why we try to do the gold medallion class, where they're not pushing the car beyond its capabilities. They may come in 10th overall, but they come in first in their race group within a group, or class within a group, that they're competing with like-minded people and cars. And to us, that's what it's about. But it is it's sometimes it's shocking. I remember a few years back, we were out in Sonoma, and I won't mention the competitor's name, but he had a Ferrari that he paid $28 million at an auction for. $28 million, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. And he was out there with cars that were beautiful cars, a 356 Porsche or whatever, but certainly not worth anywhere near $28 million. And he raced it like nobody's business, but God bless him. And I asked him, I go, aren't you worried about putting a paint chip on here, let alone hurting the car? If we do, we'll fix it. So there's, you have that level.
Yes.
And then you got the budget racer who maybe is in a Miata or a Triumph or whatever, and they're out there. They're obviously, you don't mix those together, but it's yes, it's still in today's world coming from old school blue collar upbringing to see somebody put that kind of value at risk. But it's all, it's all perspective. Some of the people who race with us, when you look at the demographic, it's hard for me to get that, but I'm not necessarily in that league is the point.
Not yet. As far as if you're trying to, there's a few vintage racing groups out there. If you were trying to pull someone in SVRA's direction, what would you say is your USP? What makes SVRA distinct from other historic racing organizations?
I think that's a great question, because I see that all the time. You have the CVARs, the VARAs, the CSRGs, the Sovereigns, and there's that many more that I haven't even named, but just as an example, are mostly regionalized, and you have a familiar group that you race with all the time, and that is a typical club event with most of those, not all of those, but most of those are club only without spectators. And then there's this SVRA, who is national in scope. And my belief system is I don't look at the nonprofit groups necessarily as competitors. I look at them as a feeder system, as an example. For the typical East Coast racer to go out to Sonoma and Laguna, that's part of a nonprofit organization in the East, if they didn't get accepted in the Monterey Historics, they probably never would have the chance to go to Laguna Seca and race. It just economically is too big a price. But by me having a back-to-back with Sonoma and Laguna, they have a chance to go across the country, one time racing a tier 1 to 2 biggest tracks on the West Coast. Their race will be streamed, and so their family and friends can watch them race for free, which they typically don't have opportunity for if they're in a nonprofit. And they'll have an experience with a lot of spectators, because that's our model. It doesn't make us the only way to do it. It's just the way that we do it. And vice versa. You know, if somebody wants to come across, I've seen so many folks come out of the West Coast, always wanted to race at Indy or race at Watkins Glen or race at Lime Rock. They have a chance to do back-to-back, even if they package it with one of the other nonprofit clubs. A lot of times our fall race at Watkins Glen, except for this past year, we always follow Labor Day weekend at Lime Rock. So I can't tell you how many racers go to the Lime Rock Historics in Labor Day weekend. And then they race on Monday. On Tuesday, they transport to Watkins Glen, a few hours away, and then they have a chance to race Watkins Glen. And even though the Lime Rock Historics is at my race, a lot of times we'll do back-to-back. So we think the big things we bring are, for the most part, Tier 1 racetracks, a very professional race operations as far as our safety and all of that stuff. We don't cut any corners. Good fan base, live streaming, and usually a pretty fun social event on top of it, just to make it a different experience than if you're going to a club event. I will tell you, I cut my teeth in racing at CVAR, which is a more localized club out of Texas. And some of my fondest memories of vintage racing was doing that as a CVAR member in a non-stressful, non-pressured weekend. You go up to Watkins Glen and you're racing against 400 people or at that event. That's got a different it's a different feel.
Right.
Both are very important to the sport. Both are I've done many of both types of events. It's just our way to make it work nationally. That's our model. Streaming, gate, now with the Speed Tour trailer, we're really taking it up a notch as the fan engagement, and we'll continue to drive that type of experience.
Right. You mentioned earlier that tech inspection at an SVRA event is probably the hardest job in racing. I wanted to ask about how you found in terms of the driver quality. There are big variations in talent, always have been, and how those drivers behave on track. Is it self-regulating in terms of they know the value of their cars and what cars might be coming up to lap them or race with them? Is that a difficult balance to achieve? I mean, do you end up parking anyone, or is generally everyone well behaved? Because I think I'd find that if I was coming in with my BMW CSL, I'm dreaming here, but whatever, that I'd be worried about someone else running into me more than I would about shoving myself off the track.
That's a great question. We've done we have evolved in our drivers meeting where we now mostly show video of the do's and don'ts instead of just standing up in front of the group saying don't do this or don't do that, we'll put you on a trailer. We're more of our drivers meetings have taken on a more comprehensive approach. We still consider this a no contact sport. If you want to trade paint, you want to race that hard, vintage racing is not for you. That's not where you should be. We have you want to push and shove a little bit. That's a NASCAR, Trans Am, IMSA. That's more. Even then, it shouldn't be pushing and shoving, but it does happen. You take a more aggressive approach to racing professionally. In the vintage world, we're flag football. We're not the NFL, and we want to make sure. And we do park them. If you do something that it's clear you did something other than a mechanical failure, and with today's technology, with us streaming, we got video from every angle. Most of our drivers have camera. It's pretty tough to hide, and it's pretty tough to say I didn't see the flags. And that's the basis. The investment I've made in Flagtronics, that we have digital flagging around all of our corners, so it's pretty hard to say I didn't see the flag when you got a billboard side saying green or red or yellow, and the same with the flagging. So we've really done our best to keep these folks within themselves.
Yeah.
Inevitably, all it takes is one or two that lose sight of or lose perspective. And
Yes.
it ruins a weekend for them or someone else. We take a very harsh look at that.
Right. Well, I mean, the majority of people there don't need to see the cars driven at 100%. They're more than happy to see them driven at 80 to 90%. And honestly, SVRA events are one of the best ways to see some of the greatest sports cars of all time in action. And it's been wonderful catching up with you, Tony. And very best of luck with your ridiculous schedule in 2020.
Well, thanks for. This is supposed to be the off season. I don't know how that's working out so much, but
no, you go.
We're appreciative.
February to November. Yeah, that's more hectic than most professional. Frontline race series. So but if that's what it takes, then I'm sure you'll be up for it.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you all for having us on again.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you for being a regular year after year. It means a lot to us. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video for more sponsors. We'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. So our next guest is coming on any second. We have a little video actually from SCCA. We're going to run the video while we bring Michael on. So let's roll the video.
The ultimate race for me as a fan of grassroots racing and all the folks that my father raced with is the SCCA National Championship runoffs. For me, it's the Super Bowl of grassroots sports car racing.
The runoffs are high intensity, competitive, great spirits, and getting that national championship is the best.
Winner takes all. The runoffs are the most intense form of club racing that you'll find.
It feels very rewarding to be here after working so hard the whole season and finally just getting to the championship and being able to run the best you can.
The runoffs are the best week in racing, period. It is what I live for, and I'll never miss it, and I'll come early and I'll stay late.
Man, I just love this. This is too fun, too fun. Woohoo!
families, individuals, folks have dreamed of first making it to be a runoffs competitor, being on the podium, completing the race, and then ultimately having a medal put around your neck. And it's an elite company. Paul Newman to Bobby Rahal to Bob Tullius, and then to the latest champions that'll be crowned at the runoffs at the end of the season each year.
What a great video to introduce Mike.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. That got me going again. Thank you, Francisque and Judy and Richard. Great to be here. And a shout out to my brother from a different mother, Mr. Doonan, who was the announcer for that video, who I believe is in Germany right now. So appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be part of Race Industry Week once again. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, Mike, thanks for bringing that video. It made me a little wistful that I wasn't able to attend the runoffs this year, either working or as a competitor. But certainly reminds us of why we love it so much.
Nothing better than a fall day at the National Park of Speed with some great grassroots motorsports event like the runoffs going on. That was actually our 60th anniversary of the SCCA National Championship runoffs this year, presented by Sunoco, and it was a great event. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, your background is a little striking because it illustrates kind of not the full gamut, but a pretty good chunk of everything that SCCA is involved in and produces for grassroots competitors of all stripes.
Right.
Given the diversity of SCCA, how do you manage kind of keeping on top of all this as president and all the various things that SCCA is involved in?
Well, I appreciate the acknowledgement that I am on top of it. I tell you, I'm a Texas boy, and I was raised with several Texas adages, one of which was, some days you're on the bull, some days the bull's on you, some days you're just full of bull. So hopefully, Richard, today I won't be full of bull. But I'll tell you, when you run, and thank you for noticing the background. I built this specifically for the show today because, we do over 2,000 events a year, over 100,000 participations through 115 different regions. And if I told you that everything runs smoothly and we execute as one orchestrated, aligned army of volunteers all the time, I might be misleading you a tad bit. It is a challenge. I'm not a podium level road racer or autocrosser or anything. I'm just an enthusiast. I grew up as an enthusiast. When I had an opportunity to kind of marry my professional career and competency and experience with the opportunity to serve in a sanctioning body with a club with a rich history like the Sports Car Club of America, I jumped at the opportunity. So silly me, I thought, how hard can it be? You race cars, and I have since found out in 7 years, Richard, that it can be very difficult. And the nuance of road racing versus the nuance of road rally versus the nuance of solo versus hill climb versus track night in America, all the things. While we're purposefully built to serve grassroots enthusiasts across North America and deliver the best experience possible, how you deliver that is very different for each one of those programs, right? Some require licenses, some don't require licenses, some take place on a defined venue, a road course, some take place, our largest solo event takes place every year on 100 acres of bare concrete in Lincoln, Nebraska. It's bare when we get there. In less than a week, it's a tent city. And before you know it, we've got 1,500 participants racing across 7 days. So, it's a very challenging ride on that bull to kind of keep everybody grounded and going the same direction, the right direction. But I'm pretty proud of the progress we've made over the past several years since COVID. We've bounced back very strong. We have, at this point, more full-time members than we've ever had in recent history. we track all of our programs from an overall experience score. It's kind of a poor man's net promoter score, if you're familiar with that concept. And we do everything in our power to deliver programs and experiences for folks that score at 90 or above, and simple math for Mike, it means if you got 10 people, 9 out of 10 say it met or exceeded their expectations. And if you can do that consistently over time, I think you're going the right direction, right? So that's kind of what we focus on.
Well, there's been a lot of new programs since you took the helm. You've got a lot of smart people over there that are trying to grow the club and continue to offer new things to members. How are some of these things? Do you see growth coming in as a result of things like, the new spec classes, the club spec, the race experience?
Yeah.
Are these things attracting new people and getting them into seats?
Yeah, no, great question. I would say, two of the things you mentioned, club spec and SMX, right? So let's just kind of break those down real quick. So SMX is the NC platform road racing class for SCCA road racing. I would say that they absolutely crushed it this year in a positive way. Not only did we see strong subscription pretty much at all events, we also saw a little bit younger demographic engaging with us through that class, right? Which is, I was listening to Michael and to Tony earlier, and they were talking about, how are you engaging an earlier, younger demo into motorsports? Well, there's a lot of different ways to do that. Certainly one of the ways is to, through a class like SMX, which is, a low barrier to access, entry-level class, high performance, great racing, very competitive. And a lot of the men and women that drive in that class, they're sub 30 kind of talents in terms of age. And that's great to see around the track and in the paddock, certainly. The club spec program on the, I was going to say on the solo side, but really club spec was designed around two platforms for solo, time trials, track events. And you mentioned club racing experience. We're working on getting an approved full cage for those cars so that you can use them in all of those programs as well as club race experience going forward. I'm really excited about that. But those classes really launched this year with the S197 and the NC platform club spec Miata. And we had a very, very strong showing of both those classes at Solo Nationals this year at Lincoln. Straight up, I'm an NC platform owner, and unfortunately, I did a 2.5 swap in mine before we launched the club spec classes. Usually, as usual, I kind of move before I should, and having driven a club spec Miata at Solo Nats, I really had regrets about doing a 2.5 swap. I wish I would have just kept the 2-liter in there, put the Penske's all the way around it, built it to spec. The spec line that's defined for the platform, because it's an absolute blast on course, on track, and it's still docile enough that if you need to run the quick trip and pick up some groceries or something like that, you're not running insane spring rates that knock your teeth out if you're driving down the road. So, again, we have classes that appeal to the dedicated full-on wheel-to-wheel sprint racer, and then we have classes that or events or programs like Track Night in America, where you don't need a roll bar, you don't need a license. It's not wheel to wheel. It's not for time. It's really about getting you from, gosh, I would really love to get on track and experience that. Whether you're in a Mustang, a Miata, a GR86, it doesn't matter, right? Get you on track, give you that experience. And we found that kind of program, in addition to the other things that you mentioned, the other programs that you've mentioned, those are really kind of I'm going to use an inappropriate metaphor, but those are kind of the great gateway drugs, if you will, to grassroots amateur motorsports. Track Night in America, for example, does north of 10,000 participations every year. We have seen folks who've gone from no SCCA affiliation to SCCA affiliation to SCCA solo to SCCA time trials to SCCA road racing just through that kind of program. So I think being intentional with program and design to attract different folks, knowing that we're really a buffet, not meaning if you're a track event enthusiast, we've got that for you. If you're on the other end of the continuum and you want the best amateur road racing experience in North America and the most competitive, then you need to get a lot of seat time and a lot of driving skills to be able to compete at Road America in the runoffs. But we've got that for you on the other end of the spectrum too. And so I think, you know, a challenge that we have is continually evolving those programs to not only serve the members that we have, but to invite folks that we don't have into the organization to help, you know, to really give them the best experience that they can get and to keep them coming back. So that's really our focus. But those programs have been, I think, very successful in helping us grow adoption and participation. Absolutely.
Well, as a Spec MX-5 competitor myself, I'm kind of glad to hear you sing the praises of that class. Although, yes, it's been interesting to watch these new fast young kids come in and provide a new benchmark, as it were, right. To my level of competitiveness.
Absolutely understand.
And you know, at the same time, you know, as you bring in new programs and new classes, you know, you've got a lot of members that are tied to what they've been doing for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
How do you, you know, one of the challenges you certainly face is dealing with, you know, these I'll call them legacy classes, you know, that, you know, for which there aren't new cars being built anymore, or certainly not at the level they were.
Right.
Formula classes being a lot of those. You know, how do you, one, is there an interest in keeping those classes, you know, alive, and two, how do you keep the people that are participating in those classes, you know, happy and or give them an alternative?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And, you know, Tony, in the previous segment, Tony, I think, was asked a question, how do you manage some of that? How do you manage BOP? How do you manage who's on course or on track with one another and all those things? And, you know, if I had the answers, the absolute answers to all of those, we'd be doing this from the front porch of my big ranch in Wyoming, because I would be able to monetize that knowledge and expertise with all sanctioning bodies. But in all seriousness, no, that is a huge challenge for us. I mean, we're going through some transition right now on the road racing side where, you know, a historical marker for being invited to things like majors or super tours, or certainly the runoffs, has been based on class size and class participation, average class size, you know, over a year and stuff like that. And if you fail to meet a certain level of participation across the country, across that time period, then that class is at risk for being involved or invited to those events, right? And you know, nobody likes not inviting a member to an event. We try our best to give them alternative locations to play with their cars if possible. And then the other side of that is sometimes you have to make room for other classes which are new and are growing in participation and subscription, because otherwise you end up crowding something that's growing out with something where you have, you know, maybe less than 10 cars on track racing for a championship or major, you know, or for points. And or you find yourself in a situation where you're working to combine classes on track at one time that really shouldn't be on track at one time, right? Whether that's speed differential, whether it's about open wheel, closed wheel, whether it's about weight, whether it's about safety. I mean, it's about all those things. And so there's not a short, simple answer on that. And the ugly truth is, while we try really hard as staff and as program boards and as a board of directors to make the best decisions we can on behalf of the entire club, sometimes we get them wrong. Many times we get them right. Nobody remembers those. Everybody remembers the other ones. And, you know, oftentimes we do upset people that have been around for a while and want to know, you know, why can't I continue to play in my car, in my class? And it's a challenge for us. And, one of the biggest challenges I think we have in this organization is having a foot in the past and a foot in the future, right? Because when you do that, you're squarely straddling the fence, and that's not a great position to be. But I think it is a position that really all sanctioning bodies find themselves and trying to find. There's not a static place on that continuum where you are all the time, right? You're always evolving, you're always moving forward, et cetera. And we're working on some things as we go into 2024, where some of the impact classes, for example, I think we have approximately 26 majors across the country from a road racing perspective scheduled currently for 25. And we've added, I think it's 5 bonus majors, what we're calling them, for some of our open wheel community that have been negatively impacted by some scheduling decisions that have had to been made over the last or going forward as we look into 2025. So to your question or your point about, do you try to give them an alternative place to play? We absolutely do. Straight up, sometimes they don't like those alternative places to play. But we certainly try to give everybody a home to experience, hashtag fun with cars to the degree that we can do that and do it affordably and efficiently through the regions and at a national level as well.
Excellent. Well, we spent a lot of time talking about the those in the driver's seat, but there's of course another contingent of the SCCA membership that plays a key role, and obviously John Doonan narrating the video. I understand he spent some time on a corner at the runoffs with a flag in his hand.
Believe it or not, John and I were on the same corner, much to the chagrin of the flagging chief, who felt like. I think they felt that there was severe risk on turn 14 with Cobb and Doonan working the corner. Fortunately, Richard, we had 2 stalwarts working with us, directing us on how to show up with flags. But yeah, that was a blast with John. John, as you know, is just a superhuman, not only a super leader for IMSA, but we actually have, getting to your kind of your point and comment around supporting volunteers. A couple of years back, we actually launched a concept we called SCCA Academy. It's basically a LMS, a learning management system that's online to help us continue to grow, develop, and train 115 region leaders, all of our stewards, all of our event leads, people like Cobb who just want to go flag. And over the past several years, we've I think, just in 2024 alone, I think we've had over 1,600 course completions inside SCCA Academy. And that's everything from region leadership development training to FNC module certification training development to new driver orientation and training. I mean, it runs the gamut of things. Solo safety steward training, road rally safety steward training. We have to, there's quite a big cadre, to your point, of volunteers that fuel those 2,000 plus events across the country every year. And so this is a mechanism to outreach, train, retain, and activate those folks. And we actually just got done with well, 2 things. One, on the flagging communication side, we've actually had 900 folks go through our FNC module just this year alone. I'm one of them. And we just, in partnership with IMSA and with John and his team, just launched a IMSA certification module. Think of it as a ladder series for flagging communication workers, if you will, right? So that Mike is certified to support SCCA events. I've already taken the IMSA module and become certified there. So when I go to the Rolex 24 next year, I show up and they say, well, what are your qualifications? What are your certifications? They can look and see that I've at least taken the course, and the corner captain has some assurance that I know the difference between a yellow flag and a red flag, and maybe has some confidence of sticking me out on turn 5 at 3 a.m. in the morning, to do my job. So that is I'm actually, John and I are actually speaking at PRI next week to the track operators group on Thursday before the show officially opens on Friday, to really speak to more about how we're working together to attract, train, and retain, the volunteer force of the future that's needed not only for SCCA, but, in all humility, we're also the backbone for multiple pro sanctioning bodies in North America as well, including Formula One. And so it kind of, again, using kind of that feeder series concept, it kind of starts with us, and then we flow, hopefully trained and qualified, competent leaders into these other programs. So partnering with somebody like IMSA, I think is going to work out well for multiple parties involved and really help us grow the total pool of volunteers and give them, I have folks who see me and they say, how did you get on a corner? Why would they let you on a corner, to work and support them? And they have a lot of interest. So now we have a path. We actually have a volunteer concierge, Sydney Davis-Yeagle, who works and supports road racing, who is a F1 steward in training, I believe, if not a full-blown F1 steward. I mean, she knows all the things. And so the way it works now is you raise your hand, you say, hey, I'd love to learn more about volunteering. That lead goes to Sydney. Sydney then works with all of our division admins and leads to then route them to the appropriate folks geographically. We get them involved in training. We get them out on a corner or in the discipline of their choosing, right, to support an event. And that's how you do it. I mean, it's using a Woody Hayes line, it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. There's no easy way to get there. It takes a lot of work and a lot of connectivity, but we're trying to build out that infrastructure and that pathway so that we can do a better job of recruiting people in, getting them trained, and then getting them out to events to support it. Because, I'm probably the odd duck, but once I did it, I was hooked, and I want to do it more. My theology is if you can't drive an Apex, work in Apex. That's kind of the way I look at it. So, but that's me.
Fair enough. Well, I certainly, as someone who got their SCCA start in autocross and working corners, I can certainly understand the appeal. Interesting that you mentioned that you have a certification, a training for IMSA specifically. How are you feeling about the partnership between SCCA and IMSA?
I love it. Again, I'm a little bit of a fanboy when it comes to Mr. Doonan, so I'll admit my bias up front. I just think he's a great human. He's a man of integrity, and if you want to emulate a sanctioning body in North America, I'd probably emulate IMSA. I think they're doing a fabulous job. I think they're on fire. I think what they're doing with cars and classing is phenomenal. I think you go to their events, if you can get into their events, because they're so packed. I mean, it's a great experience. It's great racing. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things on John and Ed and the team's to-do list, but I think they're knocking out quite a few of them. And I think they're doing a really, really great job. So, John's roots go way back into the SCCA. I think his home track is Road America. Spent a lot of time growing up around that track. And so, he's a longtime member and a longtime ally and supporter of the club. So I think that relationship is great. We've got a lot more things we want to do with that relationship going forward. And candidly, I'd like to take that model and maybe expand it to some of our other professional series partners around the ACAS table, like INDYCAR, and some of the other folks, if appropriate, to kind of continue to scale that learning and best practices going forward.
Excellent. Well, we're up against our time limit, but I'll ask you one more. What's coming down the pipeline that's kind of exciting you most in SCCA's world?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we're headed back to National Park of Speed in 25 for a second swing at the runoffs. I think that'll be awesome. Love working with the team up there. I mentioned we're adding the bonus majors, 4 or 5 events of bonus majors to our majors tour this year to really give some of our classes more ability to access some great tracks and some great racing. Time Trials Nationals is moving from NCM to pit race in 25. So we're really excited about that. NCM's been great. Pit race is going to be great as well. We're launching a couple of new programs or flavors to Time Trials Tour going forward to allow folks more access to the event. Actually introducing a shootout concept that kind of involves maybe good for you and I, Richard. It involves autocross as well as on-track experience. So we're looking forward to launching that. And also, we're going to find a way to dial up our focus on club race experience as well, because we think that's a great tool for creating access for more enthusiasts. So all of those things. And yeah, we've got a lot of plates spinning. So we're really excited about 2025.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your time today.
You bet. Thank you. Thanks for having us back. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Please stay
You bet.
with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. David, we're going to bring your next guest any second, Chris Ward from the HSR series. I think it's the first time we're having Chris on the program, right?
Sounds right, yeah. I can't remember who was... Can't remember who was on HSR last year, but yeah.
I think this is his first time with us. So Christopher is starting his video. There you are. Good afternoon, sir.
Wonders of technology.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, David. Francis, thanks so much for having me on. And of course, David.
Our honor to have you on. Well, let's get right down to it. Well, actually, testing must be underway for the Pistons and Props event right now, right?
It is. You're absolutely right. I'm speaking to you from Sebring International Raceway. So if you hear the growl of thundering V8s and other such noise from outside my trailer here, I apologize in advance.
Don't apologize.
Timing is somewhat perfect.
Open the windows, I say.
We're right on top of the lunch break, but in about 10 minutes, I think we'll get some noise again.
Magnificent. If you start vibrating, we'll know why.
You'll know what it is.
Yeah. So exciting stuff ahead for HSR. You've had a major calendar, or certainly a very significant calendar shift for 2025. Would you like to talk us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, David. So as you may or may not know, I came on board as president of HSR just this year, in March of 2024, have been purposefully playing a watchful position in this role. You know, the nature of this business, historic and vintage sports car racing, it's something that has been around. At one of our events, the MIDI, is 47 years old next year. So, you know, dare I come into this role and change things up. But what became apparent to me was an increased appetite amongst the competitors in HSR for this unique vintage and historic endurance sports car offering that we have. So with the Fame, we've just completed the 10th edition of the wonderful classic 24-hour at Daytona International Speedway. Just the 2nd edition of the classic 6-hour at Watkins Glen. And here we are, as you just said, we're at Sebring International Raceway for the classic 12. So as the 2025 calendar came into being, looked at that and said, you know, well, for me, one of the missing ingredients was indeed a classic 10-hour at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
Yeah.
With the addition of that event, in the time of year where we used to run our full historics event, it gave us a fabulous opportunity to bring together, for the first time in North America, a 4-round classic endurance championship, now with the 24, the 12, the 10, and the 6. So that's formed, if you like, the backbone of our 2025 calendar. I've already alluded to the MITI and wouldn't dare to move that from its fabled date at the end of April, the weekend after Easter. And then after some dialogue with the competitors, it was one of the first things I did when I came on board was took the opportunity to do a survey of our competitor base and asked, you know, how many rounds of competition do they want in a year? And the resounding answer actually was 8. And historically, we've run 6 rounds of competition. So next year, we're going to increase from 6 to 7 rounds, and with an objective and a goal to reaching that 8 target in 2026. So we're going to Virginia International Raceway again by popular demand. So excited to go to VIR then at the beginning of September. So a terrific calendar, 7 rounds, and this, as I say, this core component of the 4-round classic endurance championship.
Yeah. And, you know, the other interesting thing is pulling the dates more in line with modern day IMSA.
You're right.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
I can't take all the credit. I can't take all the credit.
Okay.
It was, again, you know, those sanction bodies, which, you know, I know we had Mike from SCCA on before and others, and John Doonan, I believe, just yesterday. And you know, the piecing together of a calendar is such an important and integral part of what we do as a sanction body. And it's not easy. You know, the demand on these race circuits in terms of their time and the calendaring is increasing, which is great. It's great news for the sport, but it makes our job that much harder.
Yes.
And to then look at where we were executing our Sebring 12-hour, which is the only one, that's the biggest move, the biggest shift, if you like, in our calendar for 25, is that it was only a matter of weeks. If you take the Thanksgiving week into account, it was only a matter of weeks after the classic 24-hour. So we then took it was a tough decision, but we took the decision to move the classic 12 from its historical December date, and as you said, align it being the weekend before the IMSA Sebring 12-hour. And I think it's going to give our fans and our competitors a really unique opportunity of coming to Sebring and creating this festival of sports car racing and having the vintage and historic product the weekend before the modern IMSA content. I think it's really got a tremendous opportunity to become really a global landmark event, given the success of the Sebring 12-hour. And then we took the decision to do the same with the Classic 6. So the Classic 6-hour will be the weekend before the Sailing 6-hour at Watkins Glen. Wanted, candidly, to do the same at Road Atlanta for numerous logistical reasons. That wasn't possible. But it gives us the opportunity to gauge the success of the alignment of those events with the IMSA weekend versus not having them the weekend before. So I couldn't be more excited for the 25 calendar.
Yeah. Now, if someone was looking to join HSR, had their Lola T70 Mark III ready to race, what would you say were the unique selling points of the HSR? Why should I choose you over the? Let's face it, there are lots of historic racing
There are lots of opportunities for people to race. Not so many to race a Lola in North America, but there are others. It sounds cliche, David, but we emphasize the fun and the camaraderie. I think that's the thing that's really impressed me of this paddock since I came on board in March is the fun and the camaraderie within the paddock. I do think, in addition to that, we offer unrivaled track time, in particular when you take into account those classic endurance events. We're able to offer extraordinary amount of track time for a weekend, from the test day to the historics, the WeatherTech sprints that take place during our race weekends, and then into those classic endurance races. So track time, fun, and most importantly, the camaraderie in the paddock is wonderful. The very first race weekend, which was here at Sebring in March in what we call the Spring Fling. And I always like to stay at the racetrack. I have a lovely Airstream trailer, and I stay at the racetrack and take the opportunity to walk the paddock of an evening and to hear the clinking of glasses of people moving from awning to awning within the paddock after the on-track activity has ceased of any given race day. It's really wonderful, and it's the enduring legacy of sports car racing. And to witness that firsthand when I came on board in March, it was really something to behold, and a load of, if you like, preconceptions that I had of maybe what we could do to the paddock to improve paddock layout or change. It very quickly became apparent that don't mess with a number of the key ingredients of where people are laid out in the paddock and them taking their usual spot, like you say, in the paddock, because it has its own dynamic and flow, and people like to park in that spot. And as I say, the bouncing from awning to awning and the camaraderie, it's unique in this paddock.
Right. Given the value of some of the cars at HSR meetings, does it get harder to convince drivers to, bring one of their exotic cars to do anything more than parade? How do you balance the spirit of competition with, hey, take it easy, guys? The majority of the spectators are just happy to see these cars driven at 80 to 90%.
It's a great question, and there's a couple of key components to it. As we look at trying to entice owners of all the race cars are special. No one race car is more special than another, of course. And if of course it's special to the individual owner. Exactly. And it doesn't matter whether that's a more modern Porsche 991 Cup car versus a 1950 Morgan 4+4. They're special to that individual customer. Yeah. But as we are the authentic home of vintage and historic sports car racing in North America, that is our mantra, our mission statement, if you like. It's beholden of us to make sure that we create as safe as possible racing environment for our customers to come and race. And I made that abundantly clear when I came on board. My former life, the last 10 years, was as head of a single make racing series in the IMSA paddock, and prided myself on working with IMSA of making sure that series had the fewest number of cautions of any single make in IMSA of a given period. And when I came on board here, not that it was the Wild West, I don't mean that at all, but there was certainly some, if you like, laying down of the law that needed to happen to say, we do not accept car-to-car contact. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, categorically not. And some harsh decisions have to be taken. We value and welcome all of the customers in the paddock, but if customer A is consistently one of the, let me call them repeat offenders as it relates to car-to-car contact, the loss of one customer can actually attract 5 others. So that's been one of our areas of focus for this year, is really getting the word out to our paddock constituents that avoidable car-to-car contact is an absolute no-no in the HSR paddock. So that's the first key ingredient. And there's some further moves that we're making in 2025, looking at the introduction of some new technology platforms, in-car marshalling and flagging systems that are becoming really quite popular in our type of environment. I think that will help. The introduction of in-car cameras as a mandate for 2025, when 80% of our cars already have in-car cameras, but it will be a mandate for 2025. So when it comes to the officiating of incidents, that makes that process all the more straightforward when there's video to review of that incident. But I think the industry as a whole has a broader challenge, and that is to secure the supply chain for servicing these cars and maintaining these cars. And I think as an industry, that's the biggest challenge ahead of us, because where are the people that are making the drive shafts for a Morgan? Where are the people making the bodywork for a Lola? Where is that supply chain, and how are we going to ensure that is a healthy industry going forward?
Yes. Well, I mean, this overlaps somewhat with what I was discussing with Tony Perella from the SVRA, but what is the contingency as naturally more and more cars fall into the historic, and what we consider historic now, I don't know, will be described as antique or something. The historic racing cars now applies to something, I don't know, there's now in the 21st century. Keeping that support back up, do you need historic laptops? Do you need historic ECUs and that kind of thing to help keep these cars still operating at their peak performance?
No, you're absolutely right. And the electronics component, I think, in many ways, is one of the more challenging aspects of keeping a 2000 era car. I know of particular models of cars where ECUs are very, very, very difficult and hard to come by. And in the event of a failure, what do you do? As we know, it's the brains of the car, and the car won't even fire without the applicable ECU. Where do we and how do we solve those challenges? I always use the analogy in HSR competition when I'm trying to explain it to people from outside of the sport. Is we have everything from I use the 1950 Morgan 4+4 example, all the way up to who would have ever thought, but DPIs competing in HSR competition, and everything in between. And that presents an enormous amount of challenges in terms of the resources that you need, not only at track, but then also back at the team's ratios to be able to maintain and keep the operability of these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And finding people with the expertise. I mean, if I was to drive a 80s street car now, I wouldn't be 100% confident that I could find someone to repair it, because a lot of it is know-how as well as having the tools and having the components.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I, as well as HSR being a great opportunity to see privateers or former professional drivers come and drive. One of the best aspects of HSR is to have mechanics that worked on these cars in period actually still working on them now in the HSR, and just having that brain power is just knowledge that cannot be bought. Like, it has to be utilized.
Yeah, it is a great example, but and I hate to single any one individual out, but he springs to mind, just as you would say, one of the legends from the Corvette racing program, Dan Binks, who you may know. Dan is the crew chief there for Pratt & Miller on the Corvette racing program for eons. And Dan he's parked 20 yards away from where I'm talking from now.
And I work with his sister at Racer.
Oh, well, very well. But to have people like Dan in the paddock, and it really warms my heart when I see young mechanics and engineers working under the awning with Dan, and he's really, really keen to develop that next generation of mechanic and engineer and instill all of his knowledge and expertise to those young men and women in the paddock. And it really is part of what makes the wheels of our sport go round. It's terrific.
And hope, and it could even trigger them to go into the modern aspects of the sport as well. You may have inadvertently become a feeder formula for IMSA in terms of mechanics and engineers. It's great.
Yeah, and I think across the board that's true. If I look particularly at our HSR Prototype Challenge, which was a new platform for us this year as an endurance home for LMP3 prototypes here in North America, and we're going to evolve that platform beyond LMP3 for 2025. News on that to come soon. But we are seeing, to your point, where there is this ladder system from HSR content into IMSA content, which and it was great to hear Mike Cobb, and I'm not going to go further into what he said about the legend that is John Doonan, for whom I'm very grateful to have this role. But having that ladder system and being part of the IMSA ownership is, I think, also part of the success of HSR right now, is that people are seeing that and being drawn to HSR content. And maybe they do come here with again, pick on the car, but the 2010 991 Cup car, and they come here to, HSR is not somewhere to come and, if you like, learn those skills for the first time of wheel-to-wheel contact. We're the next level up of that, but SCCA is the perfect place to hone those skills. But that next step on the ladder system between there and IMSA, we're the perfect home for that.
Absolutely. Is there a balance of performance process when putting together race groups of cars that didn't necessarily race against each other in period, or if they did, they were in different classes then? How do you even start? It's almost like grabbing a circle. There's no right end to grab, how do you go about doing that, whereby you can have a large disparity of performance on track at the same time? And
it's a great question. And it's a daily challenge. Our technical director, Jack Worley, has been doing this for a very, very, very long time and has tremendous expertise. We don't use the expression balance of performance. What our focus is ensuring that the pace disparity on track is, let me say, safe. And particularly in the classic endurance races, one of our objectives, amongst many, but one of them is to have like-for-like content racing on track as they did in period. So, for example, when the DPI's on track is having GT3 content, or indeed LMP2 or LMP3 content on track, as they did in IMSA competition. And then similarly, where we've got GT4 content, maybe it's GT4 content aligned with TCR content, as they've done historically in Michelin Pilot Challenge. So we very much try, where there is, the sports car racing has always been multi-class racing, and we just try and make sure that content that we're putting on track is multi-class, where possible, best representing the multi-class content of that era, that period.
And how do we go about getting more eyeballs on HSR? I mean, obviously, pairing up with IMSA, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race weekend is part of that, but I'm thinking about getting young eyeballs on it and gearing up their enthusiasm, so that where I wax lyrical about stuff that I didn't see racing period, like a BMW CSL, we can get the same people getting excited about an Orica or something, a vehicle like that they didn't see racing in period, but they just love cars, so they want to see a Dodge Viper or a Corvette from the 90s in action. How does HSR go about keeping that enthusiasm alive?
We have two audiences. First and foremost, the at-track fan experience is one that we have to improve, candidly. And we have to, as a series, do a better job of explaining our on-track product. It's very complicated. We have 12 groups of competition this year. That's looking to expand next year into maybe 14 groups of competition.
Wow.
Sometimes those groups are on track together, sometimes they're not. You can have our BRM enduro races where there could be cars on track at the same time as GT cars. I've already alluded to the fact that we have DPIs on track at the same time as GT cars, and to the uninitiated viewer, it's very, very hard to understand. And who's the leader and who's winning this? And why did the checkered flag fly for him and not for this car that they were following, etc. But IMSA has the same challenge of that storytelling during their competition. When it's not that long ago, there were 5 classes of competition in IMSA, and the resounding story was always, this is a really hard story to tell. So we have those same challenges too. I was delighted when I went to my first bitty in April, and again stayed at the track, went out into the fan camping area on the Friday night of that event, and just chose a couple of random campsites to go and pull up a chair, open an adult beverage and sit down with the family that's sat around the campfire, and literally found multiple areas where there were 4, if not 5 generations of family sat around the campfire, which again was very heartwarming, and pointedly asked them, from the eldest generation to the youngest generation, what cars get you excited? Why are you here at the Midi? What do you love to see? And to your point, it was almost by generation, those members of the family following the car of their period. So, the grandfather loved the Group 2, Group 3 competition of the small bore and the medium bore sports cars, all the way through to the youngest children that were 7, 8, 9 years old who loved the LMP3 content. So it was very heartwarming to see that the content was talking to that audience. That's the first thing. But we do have to do a better job of explaining our on-track content to the fans at track. That's first and foremost. The next thing was the result of, candidly, an experiment at the Classic 24 at Daytona, where we really fleshed out our live stream for the Classic 24 this year. And again, now under the IMSA umbrella, we were able to utilize the enormous social media and fan following of the IMSA audience and leverage that, if you like, to the benefit of HSR. So the Classic 24 was live streamed on IMSA's YouTube channel as well as HSR, and the numbers just surpassed anything that we'd ever achieved before. Multiple millions of impressions, tens of thousands of people tuning in to watch it at any one time, and that's another piece of the jigsaw, is we now are able to tap in into this much wider, broader audience we've ever had before, just as HSR. Right.
And obviously time is against us now, but how do you see, I don't want to sound like I'm like just promoting the West Coast, but do you ever see HSR coming more, being less of just East Coast centric and spreading across, because there are so many wonderful and historic tracks that HSR just seems to be made for?
Right. We have one very important and unique opportunity on the West Coast, which you may not know, is that we are the sanction body for the famed Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion in August every year. Now, clearly not an HSR event, but we're honored and privileged to be aligned with that event in terms of the sanction body for it, and look forward to that many years ahead. You're right. Our core constituent is very much East Coast and almost Southeast. So Florida, up into Georgia, up into the Carolinas. That is where our core constituent resides. I'd love to see that grow. The growth, one of the focuses of growth for us in 2025 is to increase the car count of Watkins Glen. Honestly didn't meet our expectations this year. So we want to be able to attract people more from the Northeast than we historically have done. Can I foresee in the immediate future travel over to the West Coast? Who knows? We'll see. 2026 calendar's taking shape already now. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that eight race sweet spot. I reckon you could throw in a Sonoma or Road America or Cota if such was your inclination. I mean, I don't think there's any shortage of fans who want to salivate over, some of the greatest sports cars that ever raced. I mean, for me, it'll be Group C and GTP. Watching Jaguars, Electromotive, Nissans, that kind of thing. But I think this huge breadth of what you were saying, Morgan 4+4s and Porsche 991s. I mean, you've got a captive audience wherever you go. I do believe that.
It's really endearing. And I say, who would have thought just a couple of years ago that we had a field of 11 DPI cars at the Classic 24, and which is almost car for car what there was in IMSA competition. So it's a very exciting time in HSR.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Chris, and we'd love to keep you on. We love the passion and the energy, and thank you, David, for a great interview. But we've got to keep the clock, running, and we're going to thank you, Chris, for joining us. And we are going to transition directly into our next session. We're going to bring the wonderful Jeff Hammond, who should be with us any second. And we're going to be talking powerboats, actually F1 powerboat. That's a really, really cool series. We had Tim Seabolt on last year. He's coming back. Jeff Hammond is with us. And to start the interview, Jeff, we're going to run a really cool video that Tim sent us. So why don't we just roll the video and then we'll dive right into the interview.
All right. Sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable, with a power-to-weight ratio second to none in all of motorsports. With acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds, and top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. In 2024, the news on the street is the Mercury Apex 250 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke versus the industry standard 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Who's going to come out on top in 2024?
They come roaring off the beat. What a great jump there by the 52.
It's on the inside.
Oh, look at him get him on the deck.
Right up on the side of him.
The inside. Oh, look out there. Chris Rinker blows it over down the front straightaway. He blows that thing sky high coming across the start-finish line.
No 2 laps are the same. Ever-changing wind and water conditions make the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series one of the most challenging racing circuits running today. From the Formula Lights to the fan-favorite Tri-Hulls and the elite Formula Ones, this is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Wow, that was impressive right there, my friend. That was very impressive.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did. So where do we get to see more? What exactly is going on there? Now I understand you are third or fourth generation racing?
Third generation, yeah.
Third generation.
My grandfather started all this boat racing back in 1939, followed by my father, who's the winningest driver ever in the history of the sport worldwide. And then my older brother is multi-time national world champion, and then myself.
All right. And folks, we're talking with Tim Seabolt, and he is the man in charge of F1 powerboat racing. And we're excited about having you here with us today, Tim, to talk about your series and to talk about the continuation, hopefully, of a legacy that your family has been into since and I'm making a little play on words here, since rowboats were the fastest thing on the water.
Yeah, yeah, at that time, 12 miles an hour was the pinnacle of powerboat racing back then. So it's come a long way. And fortunately, our family's been around to enjoy that, but that's also why we're keeping it going.
When you talk about keeping it going, and I've known about boat racing, from way back when, when we were talking about the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing and everything like that. But you keep it, at least the way I see it, we're not talking about $500,000 or $1 million boats here. We're talking about boats that are affordable. And I'm going to use the term loosely, and you can correct me on this, because again, I told you when I talked to you earlier, I may say some dumb things and I want you to straighten me out. But to me, your form of racing is almost like grassroots racing. It gives people an opportunity to go do something on water like we love doing on, around local short tracks and racetracks, whether it's drag racing or, dirt track or half-mile asphalt, the local racer type deal, without having to invest, millions of dollars into it. Am I wrong?
That's right. And it's kind of in between as far as cost goes. But if you get a top-notch regional dirt track team or late model team, they're going to have the same kind of investment as we have in the Formula One powerboat racing team. So it's a nationwide series. We'll run 6 to 8 races a year, travel all over the country, and put these events on. There's a couple things that are unique to powerboat racing, and one of them is that when we come to do an event, we have to set the whole festival and event up from ground zero when we get to a site. So although there's a lot of work behind the scenes for many months or years prior to it, you've got to build that whole atmosphere there when you come on site, rather than coming to a track where you turn the key and you open it up and you get your workers and you're ready for business. So that's a challenge. The other thing that the fans always enjoy about what we do is all the racing's right in front of you. So it's a course of less than a mile. So all the action's right in front of the fans, and you see everything from the changing water conditions. So we'll race 18 to 20 boats in the Formula One final, and there's a couple things that are different from your area expertise, which is the cars, is the fact that the water conditions change every lap. So unlike an asphalt track where there's a bump in turn 4, that bump's going to stay there. Now the track might heat up, cool down, which changes it for the setup of the car. But ours, you got a bump in turn 4, 2 laps later, that bump's going to be down in turn 1, so it's fluid. The other thing that makes it unique is the fact that you are flying these boats as much as you're driving them. So when the Formula One boat is running at its peak of around 120 miles an hour, depending on the course, you only have about a foot of the boat in the water. So you're keeping it up, you're flying it, and from there, you've got to drop it down, you trim it down. That way, more of the running surface is wet, and that allows you to take a 5-6 G turn in these boats. So you'll go 120 miles an hour down the straightaway, but you may go through the corner at 100.
Okay, with all that being said, and all the ever-changing conditions, is it strictly up to the driver to keep up with the course, or do you have, like we have here in NASCAR, do you have a crew chief or a spotter or somebody that you got radio communication with you that might be telling you, say, hey, Tim, rough water's in 4 this time, rough water in 4, really choppy, stay inside, stay what, you know what I'm saying? Do you have people that kind of like give you some insight of what the
Yes.
conditions are as you approach them?
Same setup. So we've got spotters available, and depending on what class, but that's exactly right, because you got guys helping you. The other thing that's kind of a curveball is you got the rooster's tails coming out of the engine. So you've got a spray of water that is 150 foot long. So you can't draft them and you can't get right behind them because the boat will ride that up and blow you over. So you can't.
We saw the picture of that in that video.
Exactly. So you get too much air. You know, the wind plays a huge factor on these boats. You're talking about, you know, about 1,175 pounds with the driver and the motor. It's got a high power to weight ratio. So you're accelerating from 0 to 100 in about 5 seconds.
All right, let me stop you there since we're kind of talking about crashing and making people focus back in on that. How is your series set up to where when something like that happens, safety wise, number one, to get to the pilot, the driver, and at the same time, do these boats, when like that flip, even though we see body parts flying off and everything, could that boat be picked up, drug back to the dock, and then, you know, repaired in time to maybe run again or later on that weekend? I mean, how does that work?
So that's some great questions. So first of all, the series, we have our own rescue team. So that's one of the things that we wanted is consistent rescue. So that way we've got drivers that feel comfortable and know exactly what kind of help they're going to get once they get out there. Now these boats, the drivers are sitting in for lack of a better word, like an INDYCAR pod. So you're in a safety cell and you're strapped in. So the boat is taking the blunt of the damage and the force when you blow over. And then we've got 2 rescue boats with drivers, divers, jumpers, rescue personnel, paramedics on board. So that way we can go right to them and attend to them. If we've got to flip the boat over, we can. We've got another gentleman that rides a watercraft so that we can be right on the spot, and we've got them at opposite ends of the course so everybody can get assistance immediately.
Okay, when this occurs, and I'm assuming that when this type of an incident, that would call for a full course yellow. How do you know that all of a sudden, you know, like say I'm up on the wheel and I'm wrestling around here, and you know, is there a yellow light, red light that comes up on the dash, or is it strictly by the guys that are talking to them over communication deal to say, okay, get out of it, we got a bad one?
All of them.
You know, all of them.
So soon as something happens on the water, if a driver goes over, there's a red flare that's shot. There's a red flag that comes up at the judges stand. Then there's also red flags on the rescue boats out in the water. So everybody knows. Now we also have a timing system that we use from MyLapse and Live Timing Services. So that's got a transponder on the boat's dash. So when that comes up, we'll flick that the red on the dash of the timing system, and then it's going to come up on the dash of the drivers as well. So we've got several ways because you got to have backups.
Yeah. The other thing I'd be curious about, we see the starts from the pier area, they launch, correct?
Yes.
In a situation like this where you've had a full course yellow, let's just say hypothetically, you're leading the race, you are half a course ahead of the majority of the boats. Do y'all line you come around, you know, slow and start again? You go back to the dock. How do you do a restart after a situation like that?
So first thing we do is we stop everybody right where they're at. And then we attend to whatever the cause of the accident is on the course, cause of the stoppage. And once we get that cleaned up, the advantage of the electronic timing system we have is you have an immediate lineup. And once you have an immediate lineup, we line them up and we'll use a pace boat. And then we'll bring them around and we'll have to make, one, maybe 2 laps with the pace boat. And then we're back on green flag.
Okay. Now, in your case right there, how long are your races? And when you have a situation like this, do caution laps count?
Caution laps don't count, only under the green count. And we will run a timed race. So our finals are 17 minutes plus 1 lap. The reason we do that is so that we can vary the courses, not only the design, because a lot of times that is determined by the body of water we're racing on, because we race on small lakes. We run on intercoastal. We run on the Mississippi River. We've run at small rivers at the mouth of, let's say, the Colorado River, where it's real narrow. So depending on where we're racing, that depends on the course layout. And that's why we want to mix it up. So that way a guy, if he finds a good setup for a long course, which is equivalent to your super speedway, then we'll have a short course where you have to have a completely different setup.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of different locations that in my mind, geographically, I can kind of like have an idea where they are, but where do you race? I mean, you mentioned the Colorado River, you mentioned the Mississippi. Mississippi's a pretty long place. What location do y'all have on these bodies of water that you race?
Well, we race down in Texas. So in Freeport, in Port Neches, place like Port Neches has been around for this will be the 23rd or 24th year. Freeport, Louisiana, right on the Red River, right downtown. We've raced at Lake of the Ozarks. We race on the Mississippi River in Alton, Illinois. And then we've raced in the Seattle Sound in Seattle, Washington. We've raced at Lake Michigan up in Sheboygan. And we race on a small lake in Windsor, Colorado, right in the middle of a golf course.
A golf course? Wow.
Yeah.
I bet you it's kind of hard to make a putt there when during you guys are racing.
It is, but that's another place that throws you a curveball, because you get to 5,000 feet altitude, then all of a sudden the horsepower takes a big dip and you don't have the air density to hold the boats up like you do down at sea level.
Never thought about that, but there again, aerodynamics come into play, I guess, on the water, just like they do on in race courses.
They sure do. Aerodynamics, hydrodynamics, both of them are huge factors in what we do.
All right, we've got some more questions. I want to make sure I get to them because I don't want to run out of time and ignore anybody. Since we're talking about location, Robert Ender, he'd like to know, when is Bay City, Michigan coming back?
We'd love to come back to Bay City. That was a race site right on the Saginaw River. Extremely challenging for the teams and drivers because it had seawalls down both sides. So basically it's like racing in a bathtub. So all the, the prop wash and the wakes of the boats come right back on the course. So it's extremely rough and challenging. We're actively working on new sites all the time. You still got me?
I still got you. Keep talking there, buddy. You're doing
okay.
Good.
It's just,
my computer had took a hit right there for a second. I got trying to figure out what's going on here.
But, no problem.
I'm still with you.
Yes, sir.
Another question we had from one of the folks was asking about your two-seater that you have and which you bring and you give fan rides in. How does that right there work for you? And what kind of response do you get that when that shows up?
Well, that is a valuable tool for us because of the fact that we can actually give a ride to somebody so they can really feel what this feels like. You know, unlike everybody else on land, these things don't track exactly straight. So it's almost like feels like a helicopter when you're running down the course. The boat moves around a little bit. So especially when you set the boat down and for the corners. So that's kind of the biggest surprise. But the two-seater is for VIPs, it's for sponsors, it's for media, and some lucky fans. So it's a great tool so we can really show what our boats do.
I'm back.
All righty.
It took me a second to kind of reroute myself, but I got back. So that's cool. I don't like it. I don't like them kind of situations. Almost like I took off and went up and went flying. But also we had a question from one of the folks was, how do you get into this series? I mean, you know, we touched a little bit, you talk about price and everything, but how does somebody out there that's watching today, that tuned in to try to understand, where do we go? How do we do it? Are there used boats available? I think one of the questions I was going to ask about, let's say, you know, for example, I wanted to come race. What would I have to do to be able to meet the requirements to get behind the wheel of one of these things? Because again, just like with NASCAR, you know, you just can't go out there and run that Daytona 500 because you want to. You got to qualify with, you know, at short tracks, intermediate track, you know, you've got to prove to the governing body that we're going to wind up allowing you to race with some of these guys.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a very good question. And I don't know if my screen's right or not behind me. I was trying to fix it. Sorry about that. But you can reach out to us.
You got a nice array of boats behind you. If that's what you're looking for, you got 4 boats.
I didn't know if my wording was backwards or correct for you guys. The F1powerboatchampionship.com is a great place for you to go. You can reach out to me, Tim Siebold. All my information's on the website, or you can go to F1 Powerboat Racing on Facebook and reach out to us. We will assist you. A lot of the drivers have come up through the ranks. So in all types of motorsports, as you know, second, third generation racers come from a long line of family history. And that's what we have. You got to go through smaller classes in order to get into the Formula One class. And you'll be put through some tests, driving courses along the way. We've got some schools, and that's all valuable in order to teach someone what to do, how to do it, and build their experience.
Now, you in your opening video, you talked about your Formula One powerboats, and then you also showed tri-hulls. What would look to me like an open cockpit racing.
Yeah.
Is that the only 2 that you have that run on that weekend, or do you have more than that?
We've got the tri-hulls and the Formula Lights. So the Formula Lights are a 70 horsepower 2-cylinder motor that looks like a Formula One boat, only smaller, 70 to 75 mile an hour range. The tri-hulls, they're wild and crazy. It's like our bomber class. The Texas tri-hulls, they like to bang, rub, and those guys are always great entertainment for the crowd because it gets extremely rough with them. And then the headliners are the Formula One boats, which we run throughout the whole weekend. We are starting something new that we're trying to get going for this year, which is a talent cup. So we're bringing in some small V-bottoms that have been proven over in Europe. And it uses a 15 horsepower motor. And we're going to basically do a spec class with those. So that way we can teach young people how to get into the sport and what it takes to work with the team and give them more lessons besides just how to race a boat, but we're introducing them to boat racing.
Okay, with that being said, and I know again in your opening video you talked about the battle between the Mercuries and your F1 class, the bigger engine, a smaller engine, or two cycle versus whatever they're running. Do you all of your series, they run Mercury engines, or is it, when you talk about spec motors, do you have other engine companies that are available or you can run? And do you have a restriction on the brand of like a tri-hull? I'm just, I don't know them like I used to know.
Sure.
As far as the makes are concerned, but are you restricted to what kind of brand you can race?
We've got about 6 motors that are available and legal for the Formula One class. Mercury Racing is the #1 brand for that. We've got some Johnson and Evinrudes on the tri-hulls, along with the Mercury 4-stroke. And in the Formula Lights, we've got the Johnson Evinrude package. Now, all of these are kind of on a handicap system. So by the rules, we've kind of handicapped some so that they're all competitive with each other. But we've worked very closely with Mercury Racing, has been a great partner of ours. And the new 4-stroke Apex 250 is really got a lot of traction and actually won the overall championship last year.
So what you're saying, and we also have a question to go along with this, James Pito out of Macomb, Michigan, was talking about you've made changes in the boats, props and or engines, and how are things setting up as far as that's concerned? You got any more rule changes coming next year, or what's it looking like?
It's been really good and very competitive, especially with introducing the new Apex 250 engine platform. But we're constantly evaluating that. So we're looking at who's finishing in what position, maybe not who's necessarily winning the race, but, first through 10th place. What are those engines and what are those guys using and how are we doing it? So we'll continue to evaluate that. We're actually going to have a test coming up in December, so that way we can test a few things. But we're always wanting to make sure there's parity with all the engine packages.
Well, sounds very good, my friend. I see that Francois and Judy are back with us, and that's usually the indication that we're bumping the rev limiter as far as our time's concerned. Hey, when I talked to you earlier today, I think we were both a little bit concerned whether or not we could get the word out, but I think we've done a pretty good job and really appreciate your insight, your commitment to your sport, and your foresight for the future of the sport. So hopefully folks there that have been viewing and listening will take the time to check it out and, take the family out and see what flies on water.
That's right. And I sure appreciate you all having me. And, it's a labor of love, as you know. Once you get into motorsports, it's addicting and it's enjoyable because that's your family, and it just makes all your friends are there. So it's great for us. I love it.
Thank you very much, Tim. Always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you. Stay with us. We'll run a short video from our sponsors and we'll be right back with you.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. We're bringing Joe Castello with us. Joe is going to be hosting the next 2 sessions. We're going to be talking drag racing. Mr. Castello, welcome back.
Francisque, how are you today?
Very good, very good. So you had some breaking news yesterday with Tony Stewart, and there was all over the news after that.
Yes, that's what EPARTRADE Industry Week is all about. Extracting the breaking news from our guests, and Tony served it up. He'll return to Top Fuel in 2025, and he let us know there will be a press release coming out today regarding the crew chief situation at Matt Hagan's funny car. That's out. Mike Knutson and Phil Schuler are going to take over as crew chiefs for that team. Mike Knutson has been promoted. Matt Hagan going to be searching for his 5th world championship. That is going to set off shockwaves in the world of NHRA drag racing, but very exciting that Tony Stewart would be so kind to break the news here with us.
So
Absolutely.
Joe, let's see what we could squeeze out of Brad Gerber.
Yes.
Some news.
Brad should be good. And in fair reporting, I work as a contractor for the National Hot Rod Association as one of their announcers, reporters, and occasionally on NHRA on Fox. So because of that fact, I'm obligated to be a little tougher with Brad than most people. I wouldn't want people to think I'm lobbing him softballs. And so hopefully Brad is ready.
Here he is. Thanks for joining us, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Francisque. Very good to see you both. Hi, Joe. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How about yourself? What a year. We had a tremendous year of NHRA drag racing, and I'm excited to get your personal review, your personal wrap. It was the first season of the Mission Foods drag racing series, but it didn't feel like a first season. They fit pretty well with the sport of NHRA drag racing.
Yeah, agreed, Joe. They are just such phenomenal partners, and on the heels of the first year of the Mission Foods Too Fast, Too Tasty program that we did last year in 2023. Then they came in, and that went so well that they came in and they said, we'd like to look at being a series partner. And they came in and they just exceeded all expectations. They are the ideal partner in that they're not only engaged on site, but prior to each race, they do local promotions with us in C-stores and things like that, with standees, with some of the drivers and stuff like that. So they've been just phenomenal partners. And in addition to that, Mission Foods, we were able to retain Camping World as well. They're phenomenal partners too. We're always into data and why people should be working with us and stuff. And so I'll throw out a lot of research numbers, that isn't a lot of times all that sexy, let's say. But it makes sense. Someone like a Camping World that, NHRA ranks #1 in hunting, fishing, and camping. So why not be a partner of ours? And with all the camping that goes on at our races and stuff like that. And then all the toter homes and RVs and stuff that are at track with all the teams, So very thankful to have great partners like Mission Foods and Camping World, along with all of our other partners that we have here as well.
Before we dig a little deeper, this is the perfect place for data, for marketing speak. EPARTRADE is watched around the world, and very often this industry week breaks news, makes news. And so I would fully expect there are some executives out there logging on specifically to see this. Why don't you take a moment to explain what you do for the National Hot Rod Association? There were a lot of amazing initiatives this year. We'll get into them. We'll talk about the on-track action. But for people that are exactly who I described, looking to get involved in the sport, trying to pick which series in which to get the best bang for their buck in terms of marketing dollar, what do you do for NHRA, and how does it work?
Yeah, so what I do for the NHRA is my title is Vice President of Sales and Chief Development Officer. And what that means really is work with just about anybody with all teams, all tracks, and all of our sponsors within the NHRA. What we do is we help teams craft stories. Okay, they may be looking at a particular partner, and so we'll do the research and help them craft stories to help them land that sponsorship. Then on tracks, what we'll do is we do the same with tracks as well, is that they may be looking for a title partner and things like that. So what we'll do is me and my team, we will pull the research, help craft the stories, and why someone should be a partner and why we make sense, why they may be a higher propensity of our fans to be buying a product that they may that a sponsor may want to be working with a team on, let's just say. We did a little analysis, an in-depth analysis on spark plugs, let's say. And what that showed is not only that we index the highest of all sports of buying and installing spark plugs, but also index the highest in every single age break as well. A lot of times people think that, hey, it's hard to reach the 18 to 34-year-old market, 18 to 25-year-old market. But if you want to sell spark plugs, we are the number one person. The NHRA is the number one league to work with in the 18 to 25-year-old market for installing spark plugs. So things like that, we like to create a lot of stories and help people find sponsors. And then what we do is we also identify areas that we have open categories, okay, within our sport. And so we identify those and do what most people do, go out and try to find sponsorships. In addition to that, we find ways to ideally put money back into the team's hands. And what I mean by that is things like the call out. We created the call out and Pep Boys have been our partner there. And then now we have Gittrex as our partner on Pro Stock and Pro Stock Motorcycle. So that puts another about $400,000 in the team's hands. And then on top of that, the Mission Foods Too Fast, Too Tasty program that we created last year. That program puts about $550,000 into teams' hands as well. So we try to create programs that not only sponsor the NHRA, but also ultimately put money back into the team's hands in that area. Does that make sense to you?
Well, isn't that the constant battle of all motorsports, that it's expensive to get there? It's expensive to be there, whether it be over the road with your teams, flying people in, driving over the road, and the parts and pieces are very expensive. And so it's the job of the series to help the teams to find money for sponsorship, but also to provide it in terms of prize money. It seems like NHRA has taken a more active role in recent years to try to close the gap between expenses and the money that comes in. Is that something you've focused on specifically?
Absolutely, because it's always I think in every form of motorsport, there's always that thing that people aren't making money, let's say, at the sport. So what we try to do is we try to put more money in the team's pockets, and we've done a pretty good job at that over the last year. Since 2019, I believe we're up about $3 million in what we're putting in teams' pockets right now. So up over 2019 levels. So that's good. And then ultimately, we always have to not only retain sponsors. We have to not only find new sponsors, but also retain sponsors. We have to continually justify why we are the best value for a potential partner and sponsor there. So a lot of times we say, hey, we don't need to go in. A lot of people look for the big deals. Okay, we say, hey, let's get started. We can get started at any level. It could be a display partner or get what we frequently call a base hit. Okay, I know it's a baseball analogy, but we frequently say, hey, let's just get a base hit, and then we show them, prove it out, and then once we prove it out and what we do and how we do it, and we end up normally able to work with and grow those people, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of obviously thought process, research, things that go into it. But number one, we try to get people in the sport. Once we get people in the sport, I always say find a way to yes. And then once we find a way to yes, we end up frequently being able to grow those people. But most importantly is to get them in the sport so they could actually be introduced to NHRA drag racing.
Well, just yesterday on EPARTRADE Industry Week, Tony Stewart, who has done such a great job all year long, said that it's the kind of sport that you can enjoy it on television, and television viewing is amazing when you can't be there, but it is amplified by having been there and knowing what the experience is on the other side of the camera lens. I would imagine that's true for a sponsor or a marketing partner as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been in the business for a long time, 30 plus years, in touching and being involved with the performance automotive business. I have friends that come out that haven't been out to a race in 10 or 12 or 15 years that are automotive enthusiasts. And they come out and they're like, I had no idea this was going on now. And it is just, I've been in it 30 years, like I said, and I still think it's just crazy what we do. 12,000 horsepower cars going out there, and just the sounds and the smells and the feels, I mean, people don't realize that, you can say it a million times, but when you get in those grandstands, you can see the entire race, number one, but then number two, you feel it in your chest. You really do. And it's just something that you have to come out and experience. And I've heard Tony say that before, where, hey, congratulations, by the way, the rookie of the year there. Congratulations, Tony. But I've heard him say that, hey, it's great on TV, but it's even much more, it's crazier in person. And what we do with the teams just have that, get inside the locker room. I mean, we've said it a million times, that every ticket's a pit pass. And when we say that, I don't think people really understand what that means either. It's like you can walk directly into the pits, and actually when those cars are coming out of their pits, you can touch the cars before they're ready to go down the track at 330 miles an hour, or if you're Austin Prock, 341 miles an hour, which is pretty crazy. And that's,
yes, well, we will get to that. And I think it's a nice transition from some of the sponsorship and marketing speak into some racing action. This year just concluded at the In-N-Out Burger Finals in Pomona. Antron Brown, who we spoke with early in the week, won his 4th championship, but it was the first as a team owner. And I think that speaks volumes that drivers can elevate themselves into team ownership positions and still continue to be successful. Antron won a championship. We had the emergence of a young, I think he's a superstar across motorsports, Austin Prock, with that incredible season, surpassing John Force in #1 qualifiers, running 341 miles an hour. That's like a shocking number to anyone in motorsports. And then, Gage Herrera on Pro Stock Motorcycle, and Greg Anderson, who are now a 6-time champ. You can't spell GOAT without GA, one of the greatest of all time, certainly. Just speak a little bit around the diversity of the champions in 2024 and the season that you think we just experienced.
Yeah, I mean, the diversity, we are very, very proud of our diversity, obviously, with Antron Brown winning, and congratulations to him in his 2nd year as a team owner. And, hey, and then you look back at Ron Capps, last year as a first year of a team owner, ended up winning the championship, right? So congratulations to Antron. Couldn't happen to a better guy. He's just a super person, super ambassador to any sponsor. And Austin Prock, that guy, he's a character. He's a lot of fun to watch, man. He has great energy. You've interviewed him multiple times. He's just a great, not only interview, but a good person. He's passionate. He's young. He's on fire. He's fiery, he's just a great person. And then his ETs that he was throwing down all year long, and then comes out with that 341, just amazing. I know Tasco he wanted to get it. He was working real hard at it. And I know he did that at another track earlier in the year. But man, I'll tell you, what a great season. And then you have Greg Anderson come in, and everything just comes down to, he's just a super, super person. We had a lot of good laughs over the last couple of races with Greg and his partner, Hendricks.com, HendricksCars.com and Summit and stuff. So had a lot of fun there. Hey, Gage, Gage and the battle that he and Matt Smith had, that was just there's this article on NHRA.com just I think today it came out that talked a little bit about the parity in motorcycles and stuff. And you don't really think about the parity because Gage has been winning a lot over the last couple of years, but if you look at it, it's a pretty interesting article that is very, very, very tight, within thousandths of a second, 13 thousandths of a second either way, between those two guys a lot of times, or it's 7 thousandths in some areas. And we talk thousandths of seconds, which is crazy, so that's very, very, very close. But Antron and Matco, that's great, and Toyota, things of that nature, and Austin, announcing that he's going to have a 3-year partnership with Cornwell Tools. How about that? So we'll see him in the driver's seat for the next 3 years, which is always a lot of great news when that happens with sponsors and things like that too for tip drivers. So a lot of great things in 2024. We made a couple announcements recently, which is great as well. I can go, there's so much to talk about, as I could talk forever.
Of course. Well, so, I just want to note for everybody out there in our motorsports crew, and we have the greatest of respect for all forms of racing, but just take a second to think and consider 341 miles per hour to 1,000 feet, the kind of acceleration that we're talking about. And, I don't want to compare it to any other motorsport, but just think about what that means in terms of like numbers that it's shocking, and it's really defies the laws of physics. And so to see it is something amazing. Now, Brad, this past season, the National Hot Rod Association embarked on something totally new to motorsports, like in drag racing in particular, with the addition of Play NHRA. And this is to go along with legalized gambling and daily fantasy around the country in the United States of America. You and your team fully embraced it and dove in, and tell us a little bit about that program, because it is something totally new in drag racing. Other sports, you follow the NFL, odds and wagering are as much of a part of it as X's and O's. That hasn't always been the case legally in the states where we race. Now, in many of them, it is. And so gambling, in many ways, has gone from the corner of the grandstand to the person who is at home on their smartphone. Talk a little bit about Play NHRA, and was it successful in its rollout?
Yeah, that was a a lot of times people think things happen real fast, and things are very, things take a long time to get done. So I started that project just over 5 years ago, and it got delayed during COVID. Okay. But started that project just over 5 years ago. And really what we wanted to do with that is really formalize what's been going on in our sport since the inception of our sport. Like you said, up in the corner of the grandstands, they're switching money in the grandstands and things like that. So it's been going on since the inception of our sport. And then over the last 15, 20 years, it's been going on in Las Vegas. So, different people put out lines in Las Vegas and stuff. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted to get our arms around it and really formalize it. So then we actually protected the sport. We want to protect the sport and grow the sport. And so number one, we need to protect the sport. And so we had to come out with certain rules. All the teams needed to go through this education component that talked about what they can and can't do within the marketplace and things like that. And then from there, we launched legal betting. Okay. So working with the company called Alt Sports Data that is actually ingesting all the data and putting out the odds. They're working with different books like DraftKings and FanDuel and Prize Picks and Underdog and things like that. Bet365 and Caesars and things of that nature. So there's a lot of people that are involved with it right now. How it's going, we've only been doing it for 4 or 5 months now, and I think we're off to a great start. I know some of the numbers are, I know there's been an excess of 20,000 bets put on the NHRA. I know that, different things of that nature. So there is engagement there. I do know that the NHRA fan base has a much higher propensity of betting on anything. Okay. So they're not like number 3 in terms of all sports fans. Okay. In terms of betting on any sport. Okay. NHRA fans are number 1. This is all research again. NHRA fans are number 1 on betting on motorsport. So they have the highest propensity to bet on any motorsport, okay, of any motorsport fan. So those types of things are just numbers that we use. And I always say it's research. You know what it does? Research does, it kind of gives you a guiding point, let's say, and it gives you kind of somewhere to go, and then you craft stories around that. But the Play NHRA initiative, I'm very bullish on it. Why is that? It's a huge industry. You know, I've had people that were 22, 23, 24 come up to me and say, you know what? I didn't even recognize you guys as a sport if you didn't have betting. You know, they recognize us as a sport because we have legal betting now. It's pretty ironic. Okay, that hey, we couldn't bet on you, so you're not a real sport. You know, so that's interesting as well. But the Play NHRA initiative has been really well. It's just going to continue to grow. It is in the education phase right now. You know, we've been talking about it for 4 or 5 months, but we still have to educate and talk to people and say, hey, we have, oh, you do? You know, I can't tell you how many times, you know, we've been talking about it. You know, it's just like anything in life. You got to tell them once, you got to tell them twice, you got to tell them 3 times. And then, oh, okay, now I understand it. Okay, it's just like marketing. So sometimes I make it too simplistic, but I really think it's just to get back to the core. It's a lot of things, like, you know, we rebranded In-N-Out Pomona to In-N-Out Pomona Drag Strip, our drag strip in Pomona. It used to be called Raceway. Okay, and I came in, I looked at it, and I said, why are we calling this a raceway? It's, you know, when's the last time we said we're going to a raceway? You know, we say we're going to a drag strip. So and they only have a drag strip out there. They don't have any ovals, road courses, anything else. So talk to In-N-Out, talked internally here about why we would do something like that. And everybody agreed. And hey, let's rebrand it In-N-Out Pomona Drag Strip. In-N-Out's the sponsor, Pomona's the place, drag strip is where we are. Okay. It's just basic, you know. So
how's that going, by the way? How's the In-N-Out relationship going? We just had our finals there. Looks to me like a packed house. We made the news for some unfortunate reasons. Talked a little bit about that. Fortunately, everyone that was in that plane was able to get away with their lives. But the relationship with In-N-Out, it's so cultural. Are you seeing the numbers move because of that relationship?
Every year since the start of that partnership, we have grown attendance at that track and those events, which is great. And that's a testament to the great partners that Lindsay and her whole team, Lindsay, Denny, and the entire In-N-Out staff. You know, I can't say enough positive things about In-N-Out. Those guys are the ideal partner. I was walking through an event, our Winter Nationals, and I saw them. They're in their In-N-Out uniforms. Okay, we have 8 In-N-Out burger trucks there. That track is the only place that you can get an In-N-Out burger at a venue outside of an In-N-Out store. Okay, you can't get an In-N-Out burger at any other venue. Only at Pomona In-N-Out Burger, Pomona Drag Strip. So you go to that drag strip, you can get an In-N-Out burger there. But I bring it back to the way that you're dressed in the In-N-Out burgers. Okay, they're all to the T's. Okay, they're always really dressed really nicely in their work outfit, and then they're walking around and they're actually cleaning up our track, not the track itself, around the pits and things like that. They're just picking up stuff outside of their whole food trucks and stuff. And I looked at the COO, and I looked at him and I said, "Wow, I'm so impressed by your people." And he said, "Yeah, well, we have a motto at In-N-Out besides, you know, quality you could taste, cleanliness you could see, and the motto basically is, if you can lean, you can clean." And they take that to heart, you know. And they were literally cleaning up our you know, picking up trash and things like that. So they're just first class partners across the board. You know, just love those guys. And we do, you know, we show them that, we tell them that, but we also prove it out that we actually, you know, we actually do a lot of extra special things because of that. You know, we love to work with partners like that.
Very exciting, very exciting. Okay, so let's talk 2025 and beyond. We still have a few minutes. Erica Enders coming up next. I do hear that Erica Enders is in the staging lanes trying to make a pro-modified test run. So we might keep you until we get Erica, so just be ready. I don't know how we're going to handle that. Hopefully she gets her run in. We can talk to her right afterwards. It will be interesting. Everybody is behind the scenes monitoring, however. But 2025 and beyond, we got some big things coming up. There's construction going on at Indianapolis Raceway Park. There's a lot of elements going on. So just take it from there. What excites you about the future for NHRA?
Well, kicking off at Gainesville excites me. This is that people say this is the off season, but it's not the off season for us in our sales and development area. It is the actual we're pedal the metal right now, and we have a lot of great things going on. But that Lucas Oil in Indianapolis Raceway Park there, we're going to have our tower done for our race there in. We're going to have our tower done, a brand new tower there, state-of-the-art tower, suites, race control media. The top of that tower will have a covered area that'll hold about 500 people up there, things of that nature. We're making a absolute ton of improvements out there, really bringing that up to just A+ quality. SMI tracks set the bar. Those guys are just really phenomenal, not only at their tracks and what they do there, but just how they serve people and things like that. Along with talk about serving people, Bill Bader and stuff at his track out there, always about the customer out there. But we have great track partners. But Lucas Oil IRP, that's going to be just absolute phenomenal when that gets done. We have long-term plans there over the next 3 years as well that will be moving some parking and moving some teams and stuff like that to make it easier on the ingress and egress there as well. On top of that, in 2025, we'll end up, we have Cornwell Tools coming on at the U.S. Nationals. Okay, so that's a multi-year partnership as well. So U.S. Nationals, as we know, is one of our preeminent races, the largest race we throw all year in terms of number of races going there, racers going there, and race teams going there. 800, 900 teams consistently out there at every U.S. Nationals. We have other partnerships. VP Racing Fuel came on board as they're coming on board as our official racing fuel. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that at PRI as well coming up here. So that's good. We'll be announcing some new initiatives next week, actually, new initiatives on what we're doing in terms of the 75th and things like that, what we're doing, because we're celebrating our 75th anniversary in 2026, but we'll start celebrating it in 2025 with some surprise gifts and things like that. That will be announced next week, but I just gave you a little teaser there. So we have a lot of cool things that we're going to be doing there. So a lot of great things. I know Erica's coming up next.
We actually have a video also for you, Brad. So that's perfect timing. And we know that Erica is actually in a car. So we're going to first run the NHRA video, which you send us, and then we'll keep running, Brad. We'll carry on. So let's run the video.
Hang in there, Brad. I got to talk to you about the television deal.
Ground-shaking, heart-stopping, the sport where every engine blast grabs the attention of a new generation of fan 3 seconds at a time. Where everyone is welcome, because in this game, the only thing that matters is getting to the finish line fast. This is the NHRA. Drag racing stands as the ultimate test of one of the key benchmarks of automotive performances since 1951. Brute force. And on any given weekend, NHRA enthusiasts line up along the starting lines and fences of hundreds of tracks throughout the U.S. to be a part of something they love. With approximately 30,000 licensed competitors and 7 different racing series operating simultaneously, the Mission Foods Drag Racing Series sits at the top of that 7-series pyramid. And as the world's largest sanctioning body and thriving leader in the motorsports community, the NHRA offers our partners unprecedented marketing and brand awareness opportunities. As partners of the NHRA, your name, presence, and likeness is woven into all aspects of NHRA drag racing. From the top end to TV, the NHRA controls the rights, production, data, in-venue, and Fox Sports Media, interactive displays, signage, giving our title sponsor unprecedented access to our fans. And with a fan base of 29.9 million people across the U.S., NHRA sponsor partners end up with one of the widest reaching platforms for motorsports enthusiasts. Plus, with unprecedented access to teams and drivers, along with countless touch points, the NHRA cultivates a fan base like no other, with a passion that runs generations deep across all demographics. Speed for all. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are. the National Hot Rod Association.
Well, that's
Speed
exciting.
for all.
Great video.
Yeah, speed
Yeah.
for all, man. That's what we stand for. There's no doubt about it. And
It's not just
there's
a slogan. I like that.
yeah, it's not just a slogan. There's no doubt about that. You know, we encourage everybody to come out. We want to get people off the streets and race in a safe environment on the track. And that's what the NHRA was founded on in 1951. And that's what we still stand for. I know there's a lot of drifting and I shouldn't say drifting, circles going on and tracks and stuff like that. We want to get them off the street and race on a safe environment. So, yeah, really cool stuff we're doing here. And Joe, you asked a little bit about TV.
Well, so listen, let me jump in because I really very much want to hear about the TV. But the word that I'm getting, and maybe Francisque and Judy know this or don't, is that Erica is ready to come on, and we have very limited time with her because she's getting ready to pull in the water box for a pro modified run testing. And so I don't know if we can make that happen. Maybe Brad, you can hang around till then. She has to go momentarily. Is that possible? Francisque, I'm floating it to you guys, but that's the word I'm getting.
Excellent. So we'll stay with us, Brad, and we'll carry on.
Yes, we got to keep Brad because I got big questions. But as soon as I see Erica on there, I'll be super excited because she is at Bradenton Motorsports Park for the Snowbird Nationals. She's going to be running pro modified car down there. And she continues. She's the pro modified speed record holder in the National Hot Rod Association. So kind of going back to something she has done, just demonstrating her passion for drag racing. I see Erica. Erica in Bradenton, how are you? What's the status?
Hey guys, I'm good. It's beautiful weather. Got a staging lanes full of pro mod cars and some outlaw stuff. So we're down here getting ready for the big pro mod race this weekend.
Exactly. All right. So you're not in the car. How much time do you think you have? Be honest with me.
I got about 6 pair in front of me, so maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, that works for me. You won the Gator Nationals. It's a tremendous victory. It's one of the crown jewel races. So when you look back at 2024, that's going to be the highlight of the season. Why was that race so important to you?
Well, first of all, I had never won it. We had run it up quite a few times there, and the last few years I've been wanting to knock. Look, it's AB. I've been wanting to knock the tracks that I hadn't won at off the list, and we finally got it done at Gainesville. It took me 20 years, but just a super meaningful race, the Gator Nationals. I mean, from a fan standpoint, it sells out every single year. The weather's always usually cool and crisp, conducive for really fast times, and I had fun parking our Millen Performance JHG car in the winner's circle there, and getting that specialty Gator trophy as well. So my season personally after that didn't go too trick, but for Elite Motorsports, Jeg won 4 races. I think Stamfeld won 5. Just directionally correct, and we're ready for 25 and to have all of our ducks back in a row. Hopefully we got Ingersoll back on board and everything going well. So we'll see what happens.
She's referencing her crew chief, Mark Ingersoll, who had a double lung transplant, was still adjusting, making assistance to the cars as he was rolling into the operating room. Amazing. So you finished 4th in the 24 season. That's not your standard, but it's a great standard nonetheless. We just had Brad Gerber on here. Talk a little bit generally about why you're so positive on the National Hot Rod Association in the future.
Well, it's the main stage, and we've got them on board for a bunch of really exciting things, and they've been more proactive on getting some really great media for us as well. I think our sport sells itself, and if we can get people out there or get to tune in, the live stuff is really awesome. People want instant results, so it's again, to use my word, directionally correct in everything that we're doing out there. But to race all different series and whatnot, that's definitely the big boy show, and we're absolutely happy to be part of it.
Many people may not understand Pro Stock, Pro Mod, all of these different series. Pro Stock, you're very active in the car. Pro Mod, you're going faster. You drive anything. Well, what drives you to drive whatever you can get your hands on?
I said I probably wasn't going to drive Pro Mod again. Richard was keen on it after our fire a few years back, so the opportunity to join forces with Scott Tidwell and his guys, and him and Richard have been friends for a long time. Scott has been in drag racing for a lot of years, so, and he's got really great equipment like Richard does as well. And the longer I'm out here, I guess the older and wiser I get. I'm very picky about what I drive and the people that I work with. And I'd rather stay home and watch it on my computer than to get in something that's not safe. But this deal lined up and everything, all the stars aligned, and we've got some of our great partners on board with this 3-race winter series as well. So I'm excited. I'm out here with people like Lyle Barnett and Spencer Hyde and Stevie Fast and all the bad boys in this world. So we just came to have some fun and keeps your skills sharp. It's an automatic, so I was messing with the guys that it's missing a pedal and you're not really busy in the car, but it's still fun. It's a handful. You're going 360s to the center at 205, 210, so it's a lot of fun.
There was talk mid-season potentially about you making some runs in a Top Fuel dragster. That seems to have cooled down a little bit. And when we talked about it, it was always going to be an addition to racing in Pro Stock because you have such a love for Pro Stock. But now the season is over. We're headed into the winter break. What is the status of that?
I mean, it's definitely something that's still moving forward, but we're not going to go broke trying to do it. You and I talked privately and on air about it, how Richard got a little overly excited and announced it a little early, but he likes to stir the pot. So it's definitely something that we're still exploring. And just to make the record clear, I will not get out of a Pro Stock car to drive Top Fuel. It's just not my thing. I love what I do in a Pro Stock car. So it will be in addition to that program, and obviously working on the funding. So we'll see what happens when we have something to talk about. I guess we'll let Richard open his mouth.
I love that. Well, listen, no, I think it built a lot of excitement. It built a lot of news, and it kind of got people thinking. I think those discussions might bring forth a marketing partnership. Now we see Skag on your shirt. You've got Johnson's Horsepower Garage. Brad Gerber kind of set us down the road of talking about sponsorship and marketing, and it seems very strong in the National Hot Rod Association right now. Certainly with your team, Skag, they make lawn equipment, but for big lawns like acres and whatnot. And JHG, a traditional, automotive sponsor. But just talk a little bit about some of the people who help you race and how they've changed pretty recently.
Yeah, well, Mark and Matt Melling have been a huge part of our program for almost as long as I've been at.
Erica's frozen. Oh, we lost her. That's a bummer. The folks at Skag have come on board in the National Hot Rod Association in a big way. There she is. I think I see her back now.
Sorry.
You're back. Pick it up where you were. You were talking about Melling.
Yeah, Melling. They've been on board for just about as long as I've been with Richard at Elite Motorsports. And sorry.
Oh, the sound of race cars, baby. We got race cars on track. I think that's a first for EPARTRADE Industry Week.
I'm sorry. Anyways, Melling's famous for oil pumps. They make valve train components as well. But when we teamed up with Jason and Nikki Johnson with JHG, they are so absolutely excited about our sport. They're obviously on board with Hagen and Tony Stewart as well. So obviously have to thank them for their support. And then people like Skag, as you mentioned, they make state-of-the-art power equipment and really, really cool zero-turn lawnmowers and all kinds of other stuff that's just awesome. So I've been really blessed to have these partners, C-Tech, Outlaw Beer, Mark Stocksteth, obviously, these guys, Jegs, they've all been great to me throughout my career, and we obviously couldn't do any of this without them.
Okay, what are you excited about for 2025? Then we'll let you go. We got big couple of years of NHRA drag racing coming up. What gets you going?
Well, a lot. I mean, I definitely have something to improve on this year. We were fortunate to have just my career best season in 2022, winning 10 events, going to 13 final rounds, and just a knockout season. Won the championship again the year following, and then as we talked about earlier, this year was not a report card that I was proud to turn in, but just kind of one of those learning years. And then I'd say we were operating at about 40% at Elite. So things are going to look up next year. I talked to Mark yesterday and today. He's feeling better, obviously, and but I personally have a lot of work, a lot of improvement to make. So that's what I'm most excited about, is just getting my head back in the game.
There you go. All right, we'll let you go test out there at Bradenton Motorsports Park, Snowbird Nationals. Appreciate you. Good luck in the Drag Illustrated series, these next 3 races. And thank you for spending time with us here on EPARTRADE.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for having me on, and thank you guys for pausing for me to jump.
That works for me. Anything for a race car driver that is on the track. Francisque and Judy, I know you guys are back. Hopefully we can retain Brad for a few minutes. I know he's got a big meeting that he's got to get to, but thank you very much, Erica. Appreciate you. Say hello to everybody for us.
Thank you, Erica.
Please, Antron.
Thank you.
Erica. And we do have Brad hanging on, and we could bring him back on.
Yes.
Let's bring him back.
Yes, we're going to bring back Brad with us, and I think I might still see Erica here, so we're going to make
I got
sure.
Brad. I see him.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Brad, for hanging out.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, true champ there, Erica, man. Not only, I mean, just one of the greatest drivers all time. There's no doubt about it. You know, I mean, she is just so good on the tree, and just she's just phenomenal. And as you see, her personality just is just a great person there. And you know, it's as a true champion, she finishes 4th, which many people would be happy finishing 4th. She's upset. Not a good season at all. You know, so she wants to win that championship, no doubt about it.
So let's talk about telling her story on in the future on network television. Tony Stewart was on with us, EPARTRADE. People can go back and find that interview. And he said, when I prompted him, what are you excited about the future? What does NHRA need to do to level up? And he says that this next television contract negotiation is really important, and it is big. And I felt like, we all know how great the personalities in drag racing are, but you can only get so many people to the track each year. You got to touch more through television. So what can you share? How important is it? This next, NHRA on Fox is and has been, I think, the greatest television partnership the sport has had. But I would love to hear you expand on what this negotiation means, when it starts, and how outside of the box are you guys thinking, having seen NASCAR and INDYCAR and what they accomplished in a similar situation?
Yeah. So that subject is obviously Fox Sports is a great partner of ours. We have a very good partnership with Fox Sports in that they know what we do. A lot of people don't know that we produce the show wholly internally in-house, and then we upload it to Fox Sports. They're very appreciative of that and love what we're doing. We have a unique partnership in that when there are open slots and things like that, they'll actually give us those hours and things to say, hey, they know we're ready to go live from Friday morning to Sunday night. And if they happen to have something that needs to move or something like that, then we actually come in there and, hey, will you guys go live right now? And we're capable of doing that, our team and our trucks and things like that. So great partners in Fox Sports. Middle of next year, in the summer of next year, we go into our new partners. Okay, we have a exclusive negotiating period with Fox Sports, and then once that hopefully we come to an agreement with them. They're phenomenal partners. But if that doesn't happen, then we take it out to market. But I'm bullish on them. They are very good partners. Love working with them. I can't say that enough. And we've had a good ride with them, no doubt about it. This will be 10 years that we'll have been with them when we end this one, and hopefully it goes on for the next 10 as well. So great things, looking really forward to it, and we're bullish on the outcome of those TV negotiations as well. Fox Sports just signed INDYCAR. A lot of people know they already have NASCAR. They just signed INDYCAR, and then they with us, INDYCAR and NASCAR, they'd be a motorsports powerhouse, obviously. So that'd be great. Their demographic lines up with our demographic as well. So a good thing there.
In the past, you and I know you got to go. I'm watching the clock. We've discussed. I think that the Drive to Survive style program, maybe is the last big idea, right? And maybe we don't want to chase the last big idea, or maybe we do again. Some way, somehow, NHRA has NHRA TV and a huge social media presence that is constantly updated, and really one of the best social media teams out there. But talk a little bit about elevating what's happening in the pits. Are there any plans, any ideas, any concepts? You had mentioned last year on EPARTRADE when we spoke that was on your radar. Is it still something that maybe shows drivers when they're not at the track or in the car?
Yeah. So that's everybody would love to emulate that Drive to Survive series. People know what it did for F1, and anybody, there's been a lot of people that have tried. It's very hard to create that and actually create a successful program. What we are doing is, yes, we will be creating a docu-series that is slated to come out during our 75th anniversary in 2026. That'll be very interesting. We have that already locked down, so that's great. We haven't made an announcement on it, so here we are at EPARTRADE making that announcement, but I haven't delved too far into it. We will be doing that though, and then on top of that, we've been doing a lot of stuff in pit. When you talk about in pit, it's not necessarily behind the scenes and get inside the trailers and stuff like that. What we try to do is we did a lot of in pit cameras this year, so people could understand what's going on with how close the fans can get to these teams and what kind of opportunities the teams can provide their sponsors and potential sponsors in terms of going inside what we call inside the pit, but it's sort of like inside the locker room, let's call it, and get it right up there, up close and personal. So we've been doing a lot of that. In terms of just creating more awareness and doing some behind the scenes stuff. The awareness part that we are doing right now is the fast channel stuff right now. We've had, and a lot of people don't talk about fast channels. It's what AVOD, but most people call them fast channels now because it's free ad supported TV. So it's called fast channels. And this year, we've had already over 7 million hours viewed on our fast channels. Those fast channels are on Samsung TV Plus, Roku, just a ton, Hulu, just a ton of different apps. You could go on there and just search NHRA on your smart TV and the icon will come up and you can click it and it's on. Okay. So that's good. But yes, we will be doing a docu-series there and we're working on multiple docu-series as well. So.
That's exciting. Those fast channels, you mention it. I have been surprised at how many millions of viewers the cord cutters are enjoying that content. I will admit, I kind of, I don't want to say dismissed it because I would never do that, but I was just shocked by the numbers and NHRA having its own channels, Tubi and others, and live content from the track. Aren't we doing live content from the pit area on those channels that's exclusive to that?
Yeah, NHRA.TV. I mean, you could watch NHRA.TV 100% live. So what we have is we have our in venue. It's called Sudoku Vision last year. But that in venue broadcast, what we're doing in venue, that is all live content, is actually directly streamed right to NHRA.TV. We partnered with Endeavor on that 2 years ago, and the service it's working really well. And it's very, very stable. Okay. When we first launched it, it wasn't as stable as it is now, that's for sure. But it is very stable and it's growing right now as well. So a lot of good, positive things going on. We always have our things, just like every sport. Okay. We always have our things that we have to deal with here and there. And that won't stop. Okay. But we will, I feel very, very bullish, not only in the NHRA, but what we are doing and the leadership that we have within the NHRA with Glenn Cromwell, Peter Clifford, and the leadership team. They all work really hard. I know we work really hard. I'm a part of that. And I'm very bullish on what we're doing day in and day out. And along with people like yourself, Joe, I mean, we see that, you get to the track at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, you're not leaving till 8 or 9 o'clock at night a lot of times, maybe later than that a lot of times. So those are long days, but it takes dedicated people like yourself and the team that we have there. So, I mean, just think, and the racers, I mean,
you can keep going.
I can go on and on and on, I mean, we have such.
All right, you got 5 minutes, then you got a meeting, and we appreciate you, Brad, for sticking around. Erica was at the track. We appreciate you.
Coast. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm on the Pacific Coast.
We get it. So is Jimmie.
I do have a noon meeting that I got to get prepared for actually, but I have a couple more minutes here. But
final thought. Okay, so the whole game for drag racing, and on EPARTRADE, we've got road course racing, we've got boats, we've got formula style cars, and everybody has their motorsport that they are most passionate about. I want you to talk directly to the people that are not our core that are open to coming out to a drag strip this coming year. And why should they come out and experience NHRA drag racing as like maybe their secondary motorsport, is something that they would be impressed by, even though they love sports cars, though they love sprint cars?
Yeah, I will guarantee that they will be, it'll be something that they have never seen before in their life. It's very hard to articulate or explain to someone and they understand what it's like. I've been to multiple ovals, multiple road courses, all types of sports. There is nothing like NHRA championship drag racing and going to the track and the access that you get and the feeling and the smells. I mean, you know, when people start up those nitro cars and you smell the nitro, we call it, you know, baptism by nitro. Okay, there's a lot of great things there. And I'll tell you what, people come out and they want to come out and see our sport. See me personally, walk out there and say, hey, Brad, I heard you on EPARTRADE. Tell me why this is great. Walk me around, show me some of the cool stuff. I'll be glad to do that. Okay. If I have time, but I'll be glad to do that. I do that all day long when I'm at the track as well. So Joe, you see me walking around like that.
You got 1 minute remaining. What has Tony Stewart's presence meant to NHRA drag racing?
He's just a cool guy. You know, he's a cool guy, and not only a cool guy, but you know, just his passion for drag racing. He really articulates why it is different. It's a family sport. There's multiple generations going out there. When you go out there, people are barbecuing, people are enjoying themselves. It's obviously people are very competitive. I mean, in Tony's class, Top Fuel, we had 41 different drivers this year. People don't realize that. They think, you know, we had 41 different drivers in Top Fuel this year. And Tony is just not only a super, you know, obviously a great driver, one of the best all time, but just a great person and a great ambassador for drag racing. You know, can't say enough to what he has done with us and for us. And, you know, that's what we work very closely together, and just a super guy, you know, so, you know, and along with their new Dominic, their new son. Okay. Leah and Tony's new son. So that's awesome. Congratulations to them. I can see Dominic here in about 5 years going down the track as a junior drag racer, like his mom did. And that'll be really cool when that happens. Look forward to that.
Brad, thank you so much. Thanks for making a little extra time. We'll let you go, of course, but excellent job as usual. Always excited to have you on and talk a little NHRA drag racing.
All right.
Thank you,
Joe.
Brad.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, Jimmie.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, cheers. Oh.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a first, right? You always bring you know, world news, right, Joe? I mean, first time we had the driver from the pit lane ready to go doing an interview, correct?
Well, so the staging lanes,
Yes.
you know, on my own live stream podcast, WFO Radio, we do something like that almost every week, right? And we speak with the drivers where they happen to be. You know, she's getting ready to go on the racetrack though, and she made time for us. And I just think that is a microcosm of the attitude that is the core of drag racing, that they are going to go the extra mile to do what they got to do to be helpful, to accomplish the goal, to do the interview. Erica could have very easily said, you know what, my team has called me up. I can't go. I can't be on the show. Tell them we'll try it again next time. How many people, and, you know, not naming names, or like just in general, would have just not done it? And she did what she had to do to get on, to not leave us hanging. And Brad Gerber, same deal. He's hanging on. He'll do what he's got to do. And I think that is the inside core attitude to what's happening at the National Hot Rod Association. Again, guys, I work for them as a contractor, as a media personality. I do my own show during the week. We talk drag racing on a regular basis, but that's why the sport is moving forward, because this like grit and grind and determination and the willingness to do whatever it takes to get on EPARTRADE Industry Week and talk to a worldwide audience. And so I'm real happy they did it. I know how to fill time, man. You don't have to worry about that.
No, the racer mentality is just so real. And then you're out there at the races and just people come out. You're right there talking to drivers, talking to engine builders. It's just all around. And the hordes of kids that come to the track. I always see the buses and I try to go around them because there's so many kids. It's really great to see what they're doing all in all for this
Well,
marketplace.
You are referencing, and we saw you guys both at a race towards the end of the year. I think it was Pomona, the In-N-Out Burger Finals. And I almost ran over Francisque. I forget where we were. But you're talking about the Youth and Education Services program. It's called the YES program. They had 4,000 high school students at that race. These are young people who might be the next machinist, they might be the next Ford technician, and they come out, and there are a couple of companies that get to talk to them and offer mentorships. And so you don't have to get all 4,000. You only need to get 400 kids to come on board with your company. And that's the future of not just racing and not just business in America, but it's the future of America. We need to train kids to work with their hands, to have technical knowledge. And the National Hot Rod Association put that together. And it's such a unique program, 4,000. And we do that not every race. Sometimes it's only 2,000, but it's a tremendous program. But yes, you got to dodge them out there, because now once we let them loose, they go have a great day at the races.
Well, Joe, what are you on? You've been covering NHRA for how many years now?
Well, for, let's call it 25 years.
Yeah.
When I first started in Miami when I was a bracket racer, but I've worked for the National Hot Rod Association now for 13 years, and my WFO radio show has been going on for 15 years.
So we talked, during the week of, how much changes the industry has gone through, the series that have been on, and they're talking, from Steve Phelps NASCAR all the way down to grassroots, grid life, and everything in between. So, how much changes have you seen in all these years going into NHRA?
Well, it's been tremendous. Let's just say what's true. The pandemic was a shocking event to the entire planet, and it forced everyone to get stronger in order to survive. And coming out, I recall thinking 17, 18, 19 were the best years I'd ever experienced with the NHRA, because it was just becoming more and more refined. The introduction of NHRA TV, the fact that it got better each and every year, the fact that we had more competitors. Then the pandemic happened, and it was like, oh my goodness, triage. What can we do to survive? But now 21, 22, 23, 24 have continued. Like if it was a stock, it would just be going up at a steep ramp. And it's because each year you've had the same team has been back. We've got excellent broadcast team, Brian Loans, Tony Padragon, Amanda Busick on Fox Sports 1. They're telling the story. Bruno Massel is a world champion racer. They're telling the story from the inside out. I get to work with them from time to time as well. You've got people that are extremely passionate. And when we get people to the track, you get people that are involved for the next 10 years. And so that gives stability. And then the racers, the technology is rapidly advancing, and the cars are more competitive than ever, a closer competition in NHRA. And I think that's a big change. Your question is, what's different out there? The competition has never been closer because they have kept the rules pretty consistent. So no one has something that the other teams don't have. And as cross-pollination happens within the crew chiefs and the crew organizations, information is passed around. And so you had 8 cars that could win the championship mathematically on the final day of racing, and not mediocre cars. Like everybody's good. And that has not been the case. And it really isn't the case in most motorsports. You look at Formula One, you got 3 or 4 teams that could win any given day. NASCAR, more, but not that many. In the NHRA Drag Racing Series, you have wide open competition right now, and I give them credit because they have restricted the rules. In some cases, people don't like that because it restricts innovation in certain areas, but it has made the racing so entertaining. You bring in guys like Tony Stewart, and who knows, Francis, what lies on the horizon. I don't think Tony Stewart is going to be the last person from outside of drag racing. Rick Ware has come in. They won the U.S. Nationals. Rick Ware's involved in INDYCAR, involved in stock cars, involved in motocross. I don't think those 2 guys showed up in NHRA drag racing for no reason, for a passion play. It's a good business, and it's on the rise. I think there might be more coming. And I know there's an audience. I invite people that are in sports cars. I invite people that are in sprint cars. I invite people that are in formula style cars. If you have shop space and you've got a staff that's on, consider expanding into NHRA drag racing, because it's a great bet. It's a great value. We've got great fans. We're stable. And our people that are in it, everybody's passionate, but these people have shown they're willing to go the extra mile, like Erica just did.
Very well said. And from a business standpoint, it's very interesting. I mean, you look at DSR, that was kind of like, one of the big team, and three of the drivers, Ron Capps and Antron and Lear are now running, on their own independent team. So that's very interesting to see how many teams have come up, and so it must be really, you're absolutely right, it must be a good business model.
Well, the interesting part, DSR, you mentioned Don Schumacher Racing. He had built a super team. For those that don't know, had 8 teams within his organization. But Don recently passed. May he rest in peace. But Antron purchased his team. Tony Stewart purchased Leah's team and Matt Hagan's team. Ron Capps purchased his team. And, they've all gone on and won championships now with their organizations. Hagan last year, Capps the year before, and Antron this year. And there's something to be said about, I'm going to use the terms like pruning the tree. You prune the tree so that it can grow. And when Don Schumacher Racing fractured, the sport grew, because now you have all these different organizations competing for the best crew members, for the best crew chiefs. And we've seen everybody gets stronger. Now it's tougher, because Antron told us earlier this week, EPARTRADE, he's like, I don't have a business. I'm a drag racer as my profession. The idea that he can even do that is a great testament to what's happening in the sport. And they're trying to make it so racers can make more money. Of course, John Force this year was one of the huge stories with his crash and recovery and return to the racetrack. Brittany Force wins the race that he returns at. We have so many great personalities, storylines, people, rivalries, variety of cars. They're not all the same. They don't all look the same. There's something for everybody. And you don't have to like it all. You only have to like some of it to enjoy NHRA drag racing. So obviously I've tied my future, in addition to EPARTRADE, to NHRA drag racing in my YouTube channel, WFO Radio TV. I'm going to race in 2025 myself. In one of the Lucas Oil Series categories. So I'm confident of where NHRA drag racing is going. And by the way, the gambling deal, Francisque, you don't look like a degenerate gambler, of course, but I think people who are gamblers, who work on the apps, are going to find drag racing and become interested in it, just as much as drag racing fans are going to want to ride with their driver and place a $5 wager. I think that is potential huge growth as well. So very excited about drag racing, and EPARTRADE. I appreciate you for having me on.
Thank you, Joe, and beautiful job. And we are on the hour, so thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to transition directly into our next session. We're going to bring Mike Kirchner from Speed Sport is going to be joining, and we're going to have next World of Outlaw, Brian Carter. So we'll wait for Mike. And we're going to start the interview directly with a video from the World of Outlaw. So let's get the video rolling, and we'll dive into World of Outlaw.
Race fans, we're so excited to have you here with us. It's going to be a phenomenal night of racing. You can just feel the electricity in the air.
We've got race cars on the racetrack ready to push for engine heat. This crowd, huge and ready for a fun night.
It's the most
What a great video to start an interview. Good afternoon, Brian, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here again this year. Thank you for having me. Yeah, how can you not get excited about watching that video?
Oh, I know. I've been to many of your races and got all dirty and enjoy them.
Yeah, it is a four-dimensional experience with us when you're there.
On to you, Mike.
All right. Good afternoon, Brian. Welcome. For those of you who don't know, I'm Mike Kirshner from Speed Sport, and Brian is the CEO of the World of Outlaws and its parent company, the World Racing Group. And the video you just watched was an outstanding example of all of the different properties that race under the World Racing Group banner. Brian, let's kick things off by talking a little bit about how the 2024 season went.
Well, it was another great year. It was an interesting year for us. Lots of rain, but it kind of hid in pockets. So we had a good year. We embarked on some journeys relative to updating our Dirt Vision platform and the distribution to our fans, and we ended up acquiring another property that we didn't really expect to, but acquired the ASCS in the early part of the year to expand our support and development and growth of regional sprint car racing. So we didn't expect to do that when we started 24 and ended up with a great year trying to pull that back together. And it was even busier than I expected. So it was a good year. It's a great year for motorsports. You've heard it from the other series. You know, it's on the growth and our continued evolution on how we engage with the race fans, how we expose more people to it, and how we continue to develop in a very fast-paced environment is real, and it's real every day for us as we prepare for PRI next week. But as we prepare for this trade show, the pace is unbelievable.
You touched on a couple of things there that we'll dive into a little deeper. I knew he was going to do that.
Yep. You there?
Yeah, I can hear you. My apologies, everyone. Someone walked through the yard in the back here, and the dog lost his mind. He's cool now, so we'll continue. We'll dive into some of the things you touched on, Brian. But rain, you mentioned. Just what does rain do for a racing promoter? I mean, we know it's a hardship, and it's just one of those things that happens, but how does it challenge you?
Well, you know, we can't race in the rain. Most of us can't. So it's hard, and it's more difficult these days because the ability to, you know, everybody has a weather app in their hand. They're a little more tentative. There's options if you don't go to the racetrack to watch all the races now. So you have to be really careful. When weather plays, everybody loses. You know, either the racetrack's not fast, it's too fast, or it's not great racing, it's not great entertainment. You're there all night. Nobody wins when it rains, and you have to be diligent around this. Everything's more expensive, hotels and fuel and all the rest too. So anytime you can make a informed business decision, and I think we all have to be quick quick to make those decisions when we see what's happening. So rain is going to be a challenge, has always been a challenge. You know, it's been a while since we've had a place where we rained out 26% of our races in 1 year. So that you put that on top of rolling out a new Dirt Vision platform, creating some new fan experience pieces, and you do that, it can create a challenging environment, but it's something we've all been used to for 40-something years now. So it's just hard on everybody, and I feel the pain as much as everybody does when it rains.
For sure. So this year, the World of Outlaws sprint car specifically had a new competitor in the marketplace with High Limit Racing. And it did bring a lot more sprint car racing to the fans all around the country. How did that all transpire as the season went on, and assess your season from that standpoint?
Yeah, we've had direct competition in all of our series. Regionally with the sprint cars this time for the first time nationally, but we're always competing against everything. Candidly, we're competing about other forms of motorsports. We're competing against baseball and soccer and all the other things that take a family's time and allocate that. So we've been in the competition world for a long time. So, but having head-to-head competition on the National Sprint Car Touring schedule creates challenges. I mean, you got to make sure that meeting the demands not only of the teams but of the promoters and primarily the fans. I mean, are we addressing what the fans need? Are we providing too many races? Are we diluting a marketplace? Are we meeting the needs of all the marketplaces? So, for a long time, it's been us, and we're able to manage our calendar. Now you're managing a calendar not only with our other 7 touring series that we manage, but with all of the other touring series, including the high limit series. So it's just an added dimension to it. Just want to make sure that we're feeding the marketplace and providing the services the marketplace needs. And primarily that's got to be the fans, the racetracks, and the teams, and then figure out how to make a business entertaining people along the way. So it's definitely different, but competition makes you sharpen your decision-making skills.
There's also some opportunity associated with it as well.
That's right. No, there's definitely opportunities in places where we may want to try the market, and if they tried some markets to see if they would work, and we can learn from those experiences. We can learn from, we can see, we have best practices. They have some best practices. We can see what we can learn, see what the fans, react to. Again, it's about entertaining race fans, and every day is a learning process for us and trying to figure out how to do that. And now we have another avenue to learn from, and we may not feel the growing pains of doing it. So from that perspective, it's healthy to have competition. You just have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do for your business and for your fans and everybody to make sure it makes sense.
Money has always been one of the key things in motorsports through the years, but it seems like it's become a little bit more of the focus with the big touring dirt series in the last couple of years. Everybody wants it, but despite streaming, sponsorship, attendance, etc., there's still a thin margin that racing promoters deal with when it comes to sharing that wealth with all the stakeholders from throughout the sport. How exactly does that whole process play out?
Every day it's changing. Every day is our goal is to continue to move the needle in creating new revenue streams. So we're looking at, the Brad mentioned from NHRA, his fast channel distribution. We're doing fast channel distribution rollout for next year. He mentioned wagering. We've got both fixed odds and parimutuel pieces. We got different partners coming on board for those pieces as well. So from our engagement, it's how do you create revenue streams that will sustain the sport beyond it? Historically, we were only relying upon the fans and the sponsors, and media was always an upside down model for us until we launched Dirt Vision. TV was always an expense, but now TV is a revenue source, and we can control that through our own platform. So owning your own TV network now allows us to allocate those resources back into the sport where we think it's best served long-term growth. So now the key is, where do you identify the outside revenue streams that you can create, and are those at the racetrack, or are they at away from the racetrack? And there's so many opportunities for us digitally through Dirt Vision or through our fast channels or our partnerships with CBS Sports, and creating those revenue streams so that there is more of a pie for us all to share in. And that's a difficult balance, and I'm telling you, it gets tighter, and as the everything gets bigger, everything gets more complicated, and every day the pace at which things are changing is remarkably fast.
Extraordinary.
And like Brad mentioned, COVID accelerated that, or Joe might have mentioned that. COVID accelerated all those pieces and brought them to the forefront of what we really needed to be to make sure that we were bringing all the revenue streams that we can. And it's not going to be all at the racetrack right now. The goal is to have the grandstands full, but the revenue sources are going to come from other places as well.
I was going to ask you about it later on. You mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, getting into gambling. What are the benefits and the pitfalls of entering that new landscape?
Well, our goal is engagement. So if you're is to figure out another way to involve the fan. Our pit areas are open. You come in and you can come in as a spectator, and you can get really close to the race cars, get to know the guys. There's so many great people in our pit area, so many guys that work really hard to make the cars go fast, really hard to make everything clean, and that level of engagement at the track is remarkable. But what we want is to create the pipeline of people that you got to get them interested and then get them to the track. You're not going to come to the dirt track without having any knowledge whatsoever in advance. So our goal with the gambling is to create another avenue in which to be engaged with our race fans. So my opinion is, if you are going to watch, you'll be more engaged if you are, have $5 of fun on the side. But also, if you're going to gamble, you're going to watch. And hopefully, if you're watching, then soon we have you out at the racetrack. And then now you're at the racetrack and you're enjoying a night at the races with your friends, and then you're all playing $5 and maybe you have a good time. But it's about expanding the engagement with the race fan, and at the same time generating some revenue for everybody here trying to figure this out.
Yeah, ideally the way you just explained it, it benefits everyone then, because maybe those same people are buying souvenirs and driver T-shirts and hats and so on and so forth.
Exactly. It's just about creating another level of engagement and awareness. So
you mentioned the addition of the American Sprint Car Series last year. What does that add to the WRG portfolio?
Well, I've said for years that the importance of sprint car racing's health at all levels is important to us, especially as we're trying to travel across the country that are not specifically 410 or 410 strong. So ASCS provided a real strength in the middle of the country and an alternative, cost-effective show. So, as one of our biggest challenges when we were faced with, we talked about high limit earlier, is that we can't race as much as the fans and the tracks want us to race across the country. There's only so many weekends in the year, and when I can't provide somebody a calendar date to run a sprint car show, it opened up the door for the opportunity for another national series. And in fact, a lot of these racetracks need an affordable sprint car program that creates an awareness of sprint car racing that feeds the needs of those racetracks in those regions. And ASCS has been providing that since 1992, and Emmett formed that. So needing ASCS strong is just as important as many of the regional 410 campaigns. So what it allows us to do is not only provide the World of Outlaws for the tracks where we can, but then it also provides a nationally promoted sprint car show at a cost affordable place that still has the energy and resources behind it that World Racing Group brings, the marketing and the advertising and the promotion, and allows that. And at the same time, I'm hoping that we can cultivate sprint car crowds, sprint car fans, and sprint car racetracks. And by doing that along the way, I believe that will support the long-term health of sprint car racing. And from my perspective, that's really important. And the ASCS has been an integral part of the history, and I wanted to make sure we maintained it. So from us, it's learning a different segment of sprint car racing that's not at the World of Outlaws level, but that can train tracks and train drivers and be the proving grounds along the way, and continue to build the sprint car fan base. And that's
Emmett that Brian, pardon me, Brian. The Emmett that Brian mentioned a minute ago was Emmett Hahn, who built the American Sprint Car Series in 1992, from which WRG acquired it earlier this year. And ASCS, along with your Extreme Midget Series, kind of gives you a natural ladder system to build for drivers to build their way through your properties all the way to the World of Outlaws and maybe even beyond that.
No, that's right. And it started years ago when we started with Millbridge. So Millbridge here in town, which is a fun little local racetrack for us, to our office, and has really been cultivating many of the up and coming stars. So we're going to have effectively a fully documented, videoed history of the driving for some of these kids that are going to be superstars someday and already are creating that brand. So we will have had them documented and had them promoted from their beginning of their career when they were youngsters barely walking to get in their race car out of Millbridge. So it's definitely a part of the long-term strategy of creating that pipeline of racers that can compete and grow and then take the sport to the level they want to. If they want to, whatever level, I hope to manage them to whatever peak they can and enjoy themselves along the way.
Beyond those series, World Racing Group also has the Dirt Car Series, which includes crate late models, modifieds, hobby stocks, all sorts of different divisions. Approximately how many racers participate on that level, and how do you feel the health of grassroots racing is in the weekly divisions?
Well, there are several thousand, just short of 10, I think, that compete at all those racetracks at all those levels. And to generalize it, it's really difficult to generalize the state of motorsports because some areas and pockets are struggling and some are doing really fine. And it depends upon how much, the ability for promoters to be successful, the strength of a particular class, how many different offerings there are. There's so many things that affect it. Generally, I believe that the destination large scale events, the truly corner pieces of our sport, are doing really, really well, and are creating awareness and excitement and energy that are truly showing a real growth trajectory for a long time now. But I cannot say that about every bit and corner, nook and cranny of all of dirt car racing, because some of the places are truly struggling, and some of them are either economically driven or environmentally driven, meaning that they're fighting the city or fighting code ordinances, or just candidly into a marketplace that's just not supporting the dirt racing anymore. And those are hard. I know that that's a difficult place to be, but the strength of dirt, our consistency in our rule package, the growth of at this premier levels, the stability in the midterm. But these cars are also going to transition. The super late model, you can't say, as the strength of super late model has grown on the national and regional touring, it's surely come from somewhere, and that's going to come a lot from the weekly super late model program. So unless you have a really strong weekly super late model program, you're probably going to struggle. Same thing happening, and those happen as you transition, especially as the crate cars mature. The big mod car, the UMP modifieds are going to be replaced by the crate mods or the pro mods for us. And the super late models are going to get replaced weekly by a crate late model program instead. And those are all healthy, but it's not the same everywhere. And you have to be really careful how you manage it. And that's one of the things I pride in World Racing Group, is when we have an event at a track, we're not only looking at it for one of those big events, but how do we continue to support that when we leave? And that's a lot of the reason why we have a support class of the local heroes run with us. I know we get a lot of grief. You run support classes. We do our best to only run one. The sprint cars only run one, but it generally is more helpful. It may cost us 30 minutes in the program, but if we run it carefully and we try to do that every night, we showcase some of the local fans. We maybe have a chance to bring those fans out for some other show other than the World of Outlaws. And to me, supporting weekly sanctioning and all the other classes, that's important. So we have to do it the right way, so we make sure we don't lose the entertainment value. But I think that's really important as we look at a holistic view of not only the national touring series, but how dirt racing is affecting places around the country on an annual basis.
So many of the tracks operate independently, and they need to be healthy in order to host the World of Outlaws or USAC or whatever series it may be.
Yeah, you've got to have a healthy fan base. You're not going to start from zero and get to some massive number. It's going to be some version of X times your weekly crowd, and then we can bring in more than that. But you've got to have a strong base. You've got to have a strong group of community supporters of the racetrack, whether via sponsorship and the rest, to make all this work. Because it's surely not getting any easier running a racetrack, and it's not getting any less expensive running a race team. So all of those pieces are in play, and it's the environment is on a thin margin. You started with that. It's a thin margin, and you throw rain in there and the other pieces, you got to make sure that we're out hunting revenue. And that's what we continue to try to do.
The World of Outlaws late model and sprint car schedules were released several weeks ago. Are there any particular events that you're looking forward to more than any others, or anything newer that the folks on the call here today should learn about?
Well, check out our calendars. They're all on worldofoutlaws.com. They're consolidated. You can pick one, you buy all your tickets, all those pieces. The good thing about our calendar is that, we have such a great group of racetracks that we go to year after year. We mix in a couple handfuls of new tracks and shuffle a couple of them every other year, just to make sure that the marketplace isn't diluted. I'm excited about getting back into Canada. The last time we were there was before COVID. It was a challenging environment to transition from the United States into Canada and back with all of our equipment and all of our staff and all that. So maybe I've forgotten how hard that was, but I'm excited about it. Glenn Stires has been a huge supporter. The guys at Oshweekon have been a huge supporter. We're using it strategically at a couple of other racetracks to help support this dirt car brand with the other tracks we're going to in Canada. But I'm excited about getting back up to Oshweekon. I'm going to have my normal course. We're getting started in Volusia. It's a nice time to be sunshiny and warm in January and February in Volusia. But beyond that, there are events I'm not going to miss, and I think I've said that plenty of times. My Peebleys, my PDCs, and my Cedar Lakes, and my Knoxvilles, and the Eldora. You can't. Just pick one and have fun, guys. Come out and see us. Say hello. Go into the pit area. Get close to a race car. Bring your kids. Bring your friends. Bring somebody new to the racetrack. Make sure we can do this for 20 years. That's my I'm just excited to get back out there and go racing. We just stopped 2 weeks ago. We just got all of our calendars announced, which is earlier than we ever have. And we're already, I'm seeing all the budget line items come through and buying trophies for next year already. So
late model start in mid-January at Volusia, sprint cars in early February at Volusia. Should we expect anything new in terms of rules changes or anything along those lines before that time?
no, we've got a couple things to button up with some SFI things on the sprint car side. We've got some nice safety pieces coming for the bladders. I know that we've seen a few more bladder fires or fuel fires. So we're addressing that with some SFI requirements, and the manufacturers have been supportive of providing us some different products. Not a lot of changes. Our strength has come from keeping the rule book pretty similar, not making radical changes. I have no interest, we've announced our changes on the sprint car side. Late model program, still working on fine tuning that. Steve and my guys are way better at that on the technical side. Again, I've been working on fast channels and betting and dirt vision platforms, but on the late model side, we're going to continue to work on the bodies. We're going to continue to work on the aero in these cars, continue to straighten them out and try to get this stuff in where we can race a little better. Again, it's all about entertaining race fans. So how do we do that without breaking the race or by changing the rules every year? And that's the long-term piece, is how do you continue to make the changes to make the entertaining without manufacturing competition, and how do you not break the bank every time you make a rule change?
15 years ago, did you envision all the things we have now with dirt vision and gambling and the technologies that allow you to do things a lot easier than you used to be able to do?
I had no idea. I don't think anybody had any idea. We bought Dirt Vision as part of the program when we bought Dirt Motorsports from Glenn Donnelly back in 2003 and 4. And Dirt Vision was the production company that produced This Week on Dirt and provided some streaming from Weed Sport. So the idea of what Dirt Vision has become is I don't think I could have ever contemplated. It's only full-time streaming in 2018. So we got a couple years run, 17, 18. We really had the platform working well. It wasn't really until COVID that figured out, okay, we need to really have this thing hammered out. So we did a full platform. Some people complained about that, but there's a lot of functionality inside Dirt Vision now that people aren't aware of, with your own fast forward and slow motion replays. You can do all that on your own if you've got good enough internet. But there's so many things that Dirt Vision allows us to do. Again, we can archive and review everything. We can pull things for video official reviews if we needed to in the tower. We're playing it back at the racetrack through the video boards that we bring with us on all of our series. The idea that we would have progressed, I can't imagine not being where we're at today, given the journey that we're on. But I can't tell you how excited I am about what's next, because I don't know. We're positioning ourselves for fast channel and video and in-app interactions. So you can pick your driver on the screen in Dirt Vision. You can do different pieces. There's so many different ways in which we're going to engage with the race fan with the new digital world coming, that, again, we're doing this at the dirt track. So those are the pieces. I can't tell you. I'm excited about all the opportunities, and we just got to grab them and go. And they're available to us and our fans, and the fan base continues to grow and continues to engage. And now we're showing everything live on our own TV network, and it's been a heck of a ride. And again, we're positioned for what's next. Tell me what's next. Let's sign this up and let's go.
Incredible. The journey has been really something since you guys took over the World of Outlaws, and the growth of dirt racing in general just continues. I see Francis and Judy back, so that marks the end of our session. Thanks again, Brian. Appreciate it.
No,
thank you, Brian.
Yes, I think Brian's been with us for 5 years now.
I have been. It's been a pleasure to talk to you guys. A pleasure to share kind of what we're looking at going forward. The digital engagement pieces that you guys have created has been extraordinary, and we're trying to keep up with everybody. It's fun to see, like we talked about, the distribution on fast channels, the distribution on Dirt Vision, the distribution on social. All of this is such a fast pace, and keeping up with it. And you guys had the foresight to start this 5 years ago, and I've been proud to be a part of it every year.
Thank you, Brian, and you do such a magnificent job. So thank you, and we'll see you next week. So thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video for more sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you, and welcome back to day 3 of Race Industry Week 2024. We are going to, Jeff Hammond is already here with us, and welcome back, Jeff. Look, you had fun today with Powerboat, right?
We've learned a lot. Again, it's been a fast and furious day so far, and we're going to finish strong here this afternoon with some, I think, more unique ways to put power down on a racetrack.
Diesel drag.
Yes. So we have 3 more sessions. We're going to be talking diesel motorsport. Then we're going to be talking demo. And then we're going to have the one and only Linda Vaughn, who is going to close the day. So Ron Knock is with us. He has 2 guests with him. Good afternoon, Ron. Can you hear us? There you are.
There he is. Thank you for joining us again, Ron.
Yeah, I'd love to be here.
Jeff, on to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Ron. It's good to see your face. Got a chance to talk to you a little earlier today, and looks like Chris has made it. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Really appreciate you taking time out of your busy afternoon to chat with us a little here on our Race Week Industry seminar and webinar. There we are. Yeah.
There's
everybody
Vince.
Here, Vince. This you?
That's
hey,
Vince.
how are you doing?
Good. Good to see you, gentlemen. Well, Ron, like we said, we talked a little earlier, and I'm just going to kind of like turn it over to you guys to talk shop here because, as I told you earlier, I know that you can take a diesel and you can make it spin the rear wheels. And then you guys have told me not only can we make it spin the rear wheels, we can make it hook up and go fast.
That's right. Well, we've been starting 2025. We'll be going into our 18th year of doing this. So we've been at a lot of tracks, a lot of states, a lot of locations. The reason I invited Vince and Chris here with me today is they've been with us many years as some of our top drag racers. And one of the issues that's come up here, not only locally, but I think in every city across the nation, is street racing, and the kids are racing on the streets of every city. I'm in Kansas City, and they've even passed a local ordinance on it to stop it. and arrest whoever's there. And I want to bring these guys on because they've been in our street truck divisions. And I want the kids to bring their trucks to the tracks and let's race legally. And I can tell you some of the objections I've heard from the young people. We have 18 to 30-year-olds easily at the track every time we hold an event.
Right.
And they have trucks sitting on the side. And one of their objections is, well, I don't want to break anything. I want to get home. Well, I can tell you for a fact that in an 8th mile racing, most of these street trucks are anywhere from probably 400 to 700 horse. And in an 8th mile, they aren't going to go any faster than an on-ramp on the highway going 75 to 80 miles an hour. So they're not going to be breaking anything, but they're going to be having a lot of fun because they can race their friends. We'll put them up against each other. And I get both these guys have killer trucks. They're both still street legal. And they've won. Vince has been our 4-year points champion. And Chris has had 4 street truck championships easily in the time he's raced. Chris has been racing with us since about 2007. And I think Vince has been racing with us since what, 2012, somewhere around there, Vince?
I started in '07.
07, okay. But, they've been around for years. We've had a lot of fun. And I want these guys to kind of tell these young people what to expect with their trucks. It's no big secret. It's you can race estimated time bracket racing or an index racing on an 8th mile, that's 770, or you can go heads up. And a lot of guys go, hey, my truck's not fast enough for heads up. But as these guys can tell you, hey, it's who's ever last after 4 rounds. Your truck may not be fast on the first round, but come 4th round, you may be the fastest truck. Isn't that right, guys?
Most definitely.
I mean, Chris, why don't you tell them some of the races you've been in with us?
Very true.
You've been around, and tell them kind of quickly what your truck is.
My truck is a Duramax powered 70 Chevy. We call it Orange Crush. It's 2-wheel drive, which is not as common as most of the trucks are 4-wheel drives. So I've been all over the country racing with the diesel organizations. We always have a good time. Ron's races are always very family orientated. So they're just safe and fun.
Well, Chris,
Vince, why don't you tell them
racing at? Where are you guys racing at? When you say you've been all over the country, let the folks that are watching right here, that may be interested in maybe joining you. Where all do you race?
Well, this year we'll be racing in Missouri, Iowa, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and we're still looking at a couple of locations, probably in Alabama and Ohio. So kind of in the farm belts this year. We have gone down to Texas. We've gone down to Florida. We've gone out west. It just depends on what year and what locations, but those are the locations for this year. And it mainly circles right now around the farm belts, anywhere from Kansas all the way over to the state of New York, because that's where the trucks are at. Hey, Vince, why don't you tell them a little bit about your truck?
Well, my truck's an '07 GMC 2500 HD, and it's all street legal. Makes it right around 1,200 horsepower, and it gets right with it.
But yours is a 4-wheel drive, right, Vince?
Twin turbo, dual fuel, address pickup. And it's 4-wheel drive, yes, and I race it all in 4-wheel drive all the way down the track.
Okay. So guys, when you're, for those who have drag raced in other series, what do you guys do different as far as getting your stuff ready to run and like I say, making it, where you talk about making multiple runs, 4, 5, 6 passes, in a day or the weekend? I don't know how y'all break that out. Do you have like preliminaries, like on Saturday and finals on Sunday? How does that work?
It's usually a full day, like on a Saturday, most cases.
Yeah, generally we hold these on a Saturday so people can get there using Friday night, Saturday morning, and then we normally start in the afternoons or evenings. And then that way we end up during the day because they need Sunday to get back to their state so they can easily get to work on Monday.
So how many different classes do you run in? Because like I say, Chris talks about it as being a 2-wheel drive truck. Vince says he's got a 4-wheel drive. Do y'all run heads up against each other? Is it bracket racing? I mean, how does that work?
Well, we actually run ET racing, which is estimated time, and any 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive can run in those. And that's just estimated time bracket racing. And then we have a 770 index, which is, again, either 2-wheel or 4-wheel drive. And then a heads up. Yeah, it's whoever wants to go up against each other. I mean, we've even had diesel cars jump in on some of the classes. So, it depends on how fast you think your truck is while you're running. But the main thing is yes, we follow all the safety rules of SFI, which are obviously the same as NHRA. So the faster you go, the more safety items you have to have on your truck. And yes, Vince and Chris both have those items already on their truck because they go pretty fast. So these two guys normally run in the 770 and the heads up classes. So they can run in 2 classes. I don't care how many classes they run in. The more they run, the more money they get, purse monies. And we generally pay first and second places and trophies for first and second. So normal fee is maybe $55, $75 to enter. And you can win 500, 1,000, whatever the purse money is for that day. But it's lots of fun. Most of these guys run 3 to 4 times against other competitors. And it can be lots of fun. The main thing is these young guys, they need to realize they can bring their truck, and you don't have to be that experienced in ET bracket racing. It's not how fast you go, it's estimated time. You could win going 18 seconds in an 8th mile if you want. I mean, that's pretty slow, but you could go that slow.
As long as you're consistent.
Yeah, as long as you're consistent, you can win. I mean,
yeah, as long as you're consistent.
We had a guy in Pennsylvania show up in a oh my gosh, it was ugly. 84 lime green diesel Mercedes. And that guy was so slow. People were laughing at him going down the track all day long. But when I went up in the winner's circle, I asked my race director, I go, what's that guy doing up here? And he goes, that guy almost won the race if he hadn't red lighted. He's second, Ron.
Well, while we're talking about the vehicles themselves, and you talk about the speeds you're running and everything, you got to have the proper safety gear and everything. So I'm assuming helmets, full face helmets. I don't know if open face is still permitted. Fire suits. Do your vehicles have roll cages in it and like onboard fire extinguishers and stuff?
Chris, you want to tell him what you got on yours?
Yeah, my truck is full cage. It's basically like a Pro Mod back half, window net, belts, all SFI flex plate, tranny shields, balancer. I mean, everything that's required in NHRA to run low to mid 9s, the truck has.
Okay.
Vince, you want to tell them what yours has on there?
Sure. Mine's an all street legal truck. So it's got the safety belts, it's got the drive shaft loops, it has all the safety stuff for the front end to hold the front end. But as far as it don't have a cage, it can run faster than what it what I on the track, so I have to slow it down to because I don't have a cage in the truck, and so I run the 770, and they don't. We don't have to have a cage for that. I don't know if they're changing the rules where you have to now, but like I said, my truck's a fully 6,200 pound, fully factory. I mean, you can drive it to the store and back. It's a fully dressed pickup, except for the AC's been taken off of it.
What? No air condition? How can you go to the store
I
without having
know.
air conditioning?
Hey, now come on. They're not supposed to turn on the air conditioning in the
Well, I
staging
know
lanes.
it's
Come on.
tough. Have to roll. I guess
No,
it's
they
280. Run the windows.
yeah.
I'll go by. I'll go by
Max.
and yell at them, Jeff, if they have their air conditioning on in the staging lanes. Come on.
So you got two
I
different.
can put it back on there. It's not been cut up.
Oh, okay. So you're not quite that doggone. I guess you might say dumb. You didn't lose it. Just put it over there to try to save a little bit of power, make a little more power the other way. If you come to an event with a truck similar to Vince's here, no roll cage and everything, and you want to compete, what are the safety requirements, and what are the requirements to where if someone said, "Hey, I want to try this," and if I like it, I may want to go the same route that Chris went, but I'm not too sure yet. So how does that play out, guys? What kind of safety rules do you have, and what kind of inspection crew would you have to go up against and meet whatever you need to have on it right?
Well, we have regular SFI techs, and they're all according to the rules that we have with SFI, which is basically the same as NHRA. And to start out, really about the only thing we require in an ET bracket where they can start out is you have to have long pants and covered shoes, no sandals. And most tracks requires they have a helmet. And lots of times, if they don't have a helmet, we'll actually even rent them a helmet, or the track will rent them a helmet. So that's basically all you need to start out. I mean, we do tell them, no, you cannot have coolers or boots or dirt or empty cans in the bed of the truck. You have to clear all that stuff out. But other than that, they can show up in their street truck and just have fun racing,
So if one guy wants to come do it, you don't need a crew. You just need to have the will to come show up and pay your entry fee and come to one of you guys and say, okay, how do I do this the first time around? What's the secret? Do I have to run against the Christmas tree, or how do I know when to go?
Well, we actually, if they really want to know, I've actually had people like Chris and Vince take a group of them and kind of show them how to work the lights.
Okay.
If they want to ask. I mean, I've actually taken a group myself and showed them how it works. And that's the reason we let them run a couple of trial runs, is to get the timing down.
Right.
And as these guys can tell you, they can kind of give you a brief idea of what they do when they pull up to the tree and on takeoff. But it's pretty simple. Why don't we start with Chris, and then Vince, you tell them too, after Chris, what you guys do when you get up to the tree to run up against somebody.
Since mine is a two-wheel drive truck, I have to do a burnout in a bleach box. And then we roll up to the first amber light, and that is pre-stage. And then we start spooling it up, giving it throttle and getting a turbo to build a little bit of boost, and then roll it into the second light and get it up a little higher. And as soon as you see yellow, you get off the brake and you're out of there.
Okay.
Vince, why don't you tell them?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is courtesy stage for people, especially the young kids that come in and work. And I've helped several of them, kids to show them how to run the lights and how to stage and how to pre-stage and everything, and always be courteous to the other racer. Don't want to double bulb someone. I pull up there, always turn on the first pre-stage light, always wait for the next racer, turn on his light. That tells me that he's ready. We're spooling up, ready for the double wall, the regular all four lights, and then depending on if you're running heads up or bracket, you'll either have 3 yellows flash on and you go, or you'll have consistent of 1, 2, 3 and green to flash on for the bracket. And it's on
So, Chris, going back to
know?
your truck,
So
being a two-wheel in the division you're in, do you run a regular power glide or a automatic transmission? And the same thing for you, Vince. I mean, are there any variables there?
it's a fully built 6-speed Allison and transfer
Okay.
case, and they're both fully built. And I'm a custom home builder, have for been 26 years. So I do in the Navy, that's all I did is build engines. And so I do everything to my truck but the transmission and transfer case. And I have a Raceline Diesel out of Everton do that. And also Mike Bodine out of Independence, Missouri, work on my transmission. And I don't know what they do to it. There's too many parts and pieces for me to, but it's the original transmission that come out of that truck, but it's just got aftermarket parts in it built to hold the horsepower. So you can pull up to a Corvette or stock Camaro or Mustang and just knock the doors off of them with a little 62-pound pickup. So it's a lot of fun.
Yours the same way, Chris?
Mine is actually it's a Duramax powered, but I have a Dodge transmission in it from Suncoast, and it's all billet and everything's aftermarket and tranny pretty much.
So guys, how long does your season run? And when you're running, are you running for points for a year-end trophy or anything like that? I mean, how does that work as far as your association is concerned?
Yeah, our normally starts about the when the weather turns nice, April or May, and we'll run until October. And at the guys that come to each race, like Chris and Vince, we'll keep tabs on what they've run, and then we award a couple of awards at the end of the year for points, and make it fun deal for them, and we have fun going to different tracks. I mean, we've become pretty good friends over the years because I try to pick out different, sometimes historic tracks. There's a lot of neat tracks that we go to. A couple of years ago, we went to Amarillo, and just because it's along the old Route 66, and we left early and stayed at a couple of neat Route 66 hotels and saw some neat things. And then we went down to New Orleans and spent a week down in New Orleans and saw some. I think that was a week of Mardi Gras, wasn't it, Vince?
So I actually won that race.
Yeah, you
down
did.
there. I don't know if can you see that trophy? I don't know if you can see them, but it's one of those right there on the cabinet.
We actually ran that down at the NASCAR track down in New Orleans. We ran it on their front strip.
Congratulations.
But yeah, I mean, we went down and took the crew down to downtown to the Mardi Gras street and had some fun. And then this last year we went up, every year we always go to one of our big races is in New Media Dragway in Pennsylvania, which is about an hour and a half north of Philly. And Chris went to that one, and it's always it's on top of the Pocono Mountains. And that is one of the few locations where we hold drag racing and sled bowling going on at the very same time right next to each other. They're not within 50 feet of each other, side by side. So people can watch drag racing go down the track, and at the same time, they can watch 300-foot sled pulling going on at the same time.
Okay, you've opened another door here, so I got to have a question here that tells me, do you have to have separate trucks to be able to do that?
If you're running a street truck, not necessarily, but if you're running for any kind of speed, yes. I don't think Chris would want to take his truck sled pulling.
Most definitely not.
They're built different.
Two-wheel drive doesn't compete very well against four-wheel drive.
Well, even
Me
four-wheel
either.
drive, they're just built different.
Yeah.
The guys in sled pulling block the suspensions and take out a lot of the steering and reinforce it. And they're just built different. That's why when people go on about you got to realize out of our 4 to 5 classes for racing and pulling, over 4 of them are trailered in. So there's 1 class for street trucks and sled pulling and 1 class in drag racing, and the rest are pretty well trailered in. So yeah, you could do the low end classes and have the same truck, and a lot of people have. So it's a little hard if they're running at the same time, though. You sure would be jumping back and forth. That's for sure.
Keep you hopping for sure. I got an idea. I think we need to get something lined up for Francis to be able to come to one of your events, because I'd love to see him drive something like a 4-wheel drive diesel truck and see what he feels like when all 4 tires are drabbing and getting on down through there about 80, 90 miles an hour.
Well, don't get me started,
sir.
Jeff. You might be surprised.
Hey,
Well, we could probably put him in with Vince, right, Vince?
definitely. Yeah, I'll put his head back to the window.
There you go.
Excellent. But thank you, Ron. As always, Ron has been a big supporter of this platform and everything we do. So we very much appreciate your support, Ron. And you're not only a supporter, but a friend and someone who has helped us build this platform from the ground up. And so we're very appreciative of everything you have done. And we wish you the absolute very best with your series. So please stay with us. We're going to be running a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2024. Big thank you to our friend at Speed Sport for putting us on television with Speed Sport 1. And of course, a big thank you to our friend at Racer and to our wonderful hosts and sponsors who make this week possible. So again, if you would like to check the schedule or the list of the speakers, please visit epartrade.com. You'll have all the information in there. And Jeff, we have another session. We're going to talk demo. And then after that, we're going to be bringing the one and only and the super wonderful extra superstar, the one and only Linda Vaughn, right, Judy?
That's right. She might have just walked in my house. She'll be on right after.
Oh, interesting, interesting. So, Jeff, again, thank you for all your sessions today and, yesterday and the day before, and we have another busy day tomorrow. Anything that struck you in the last 3 days?
I think that, even though we're at the end of the season for so many of these companies and these teams and these executives, the energy is already there for 2025. I mean, they're already getting up on the chip and talking about it. And they've got a lot of energy that, that you would think they'd be, kind of like, man, sure, I'm glad this thing's over with. Can't wait, to have some time home for the holidays. Everybody's thinking about, their first race, their big events that are coming up after the first of the year. So I think it shows that the industry as a whole is healthy. It's still, running wide open. And the thing is, I think it's more important is that we're right in there with them. And the opportunities that, ePartrade along with racer.com and Speed Sport are, presenting right now are a big plus. And fortunately, we're getting ready to be joined here. About when I did a little research on this new company here, I hope everybody will stick around and learn something because we got a new version of racing that maybe we haven't seen in recent years to the standard that this young man right here and his group is building.
And to amplify that, we're going to start with a video that Dustin sent us, that we're going to share with the audience. So let's roll the video, and then you'll take over, Jeff.
What are we here for? Well, we're here to win the Derby, of course.
This has been a motorsport that has been built on the backs of the average Joe.
The caliber of drivers here is unbelievable. It's just a different level.
Every one of those cars out there is capable of winning.
The amount of people that we have involved from top to bottom is bigger than any other motorsport out there.
It's not what they think it is.
The talent is just off the chart.
It's a whole different ball game.
Underway with the King class.
If you want to whine and cry, come up and tell me straight up.
Yeah.
The fuck off. What my race inspector car.
The big three with JT, Chad, and Pete, they felt the pressure.
If I get beat, well, I got beat by Chad Markler or Pete Hansen. If I win, I beat Pete Hansen or Chad Markler.
I'll work all night if I have to.
Down to the big three.
Fuck yeah, baby!
If King of Ohio was a 10, Bristol's going to be a 12.
When the green flag drops, I look for the toughest car.
I mean, it's going to be wide open. It's going to be hard hitting.
It's going to get rowdy, but that's all right. That's what we're here for.
The last member of the big three here in the King class.
Everybody's got bills and problems and issues. And when I put the helmet on, all that stuff goes away.
The stakes for Bristol are so high, and we have to get it correct. We have to get it right.
You can look all you want because there's nothing there. That's fine. But
I tell you, you ask me, I tell you. The road to Bristol is the ultimate journey to the ultimate stage.
I don't like to say it, but I'm above the rest of my competition.
You really want to know the hardest thing on his shoulders? Me.
Bullshit. Fucking soul, you little motherfucking bitch.
You give me a challenge, I'm not going to turn it down.
Somebody's got to win, and I didn't come here for it to be them.
There's only one winner, and we're going for that top spot.
Everybody feels the emotional impact of every moment.
I don't recommend it for most because it affects your life.
When you look around and your daughter's 25, got a grandkid, and you're like, man, I've been in the garage my whole life.
This is what I think about, and this is what I do when I'm out at work or with my family. This is what we do.
We don't do all this for just fun. The fun's been gone a long time ago, I think.
White, the intro, I'd say, Mr. Woods, Dustin Woods is with us here, and this is kind of like your baby. And as you and I were talking earlier, this is not your average, I'll call it fairground, go to the junkyard, get you something and go to play demolition derby. You guys are gladiators, and you're going to war each and every time you unload these vehicles to come out on top. And again, it's not a matter of going crazy. What I've seen and what I've been able to ascertain, you better have some strategy at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. First I want to start off by this is an honor, Jeff. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Huge NASCAR fan, so had to get that in. But this is about creating a sport. And it's not just a sport, it's a combat motorsport. And we want that to be synonymous with what we do. And, think of it as the UFC with cars. Everybody's pretty familiar with demolition derbies. It's been around for 40, 50 years. I'll tell you, in our world, we've been itching and kind of, really begging to get some recognition. And so what we did is, about a year ago, we got we took a page out of NASCAR, we took a page out of PBR with professional bull riding, and a little bit of UFC thrown in there, and we decided to create our own organization called Demo, and it stands for Demolition Entertainment Motorsports Organization. We signed a bunch of drivers across the country to come compete at these shows and kind of showcase their talent. It's the best drivers, that we have to offer. As you know, with anything, it's been a unique transition from a hobby to a sport. And, I don't want to say you weren't necessarily involved in the early days of NASCAR, but I'm sure you were a fan, right? Waltrip and that air, you guys saw tremendous growth. Well, we're probably like 60s, 70s NASCAR, right? We're waiting for our big moment, that big fight, on the backstretch moment.
I'm about to lose your fight on the back straight away. All right.
Yeah. So we're there, but we're organized now, and we're excited for what the future holds here.
With all that being said and what I witnessed, I think, why did you decide to do it this way? I mean, because when I read a little further as far as, the rules and how you start creating your vehicle, and you talk about the money you can wind up spending on one of these cars, you're building a used race car to go out and win an event. You're not, creating a brand new one to tear all to pieces, but at the same time, the restrictions. You can't plate the front frames. They've only going to be so long you can have as far as the front bumper is concerned or a rear bumper is concerned. Nobody's going to have an advantage, is what I'm trying to say. You build it to where there's restrictions and there are rules, but then there's no rules. Am I wrong? But if you can figure out how to disable your competition, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, so preparing your car, there are a strict set of rules. You are preparing it for combat, but like with anything, you got motorsports, money, and guys are going to push it. They're competing, so there is some. We call it competing rather than cheating, as I'm sure you're probably familiar with that term. That these guys, try to hide things. So there is a stringent inspection process. When you get to the track, there are some, I don't want to say if there's more unwritten rules than there is rules. You're in combat. So, one of the things that you do want to do is avoid the driver's door. You don't, that's kind of like an unwritten rule. You don't want to hurt your competition. You don't necessarily want to go out and roll people. It's kind of, you're kind of looked at as a bad apple, right? Or someone you don't want to compete with if you're out there rolling people, putting people in harm's way. But besides that, I mean, everything's legal. The goal of this is to beat your competition. You got to make contact every minute, and when you can't make contact is, when you get timed out, or you got a stick on your pillar that you can, signal to the competition when you break your stick that, hey, you are no longer in the competition.
Now, with those things that you just brought up, as far as making contact with a fellow competitor, and at the same time about the rules and how you are, govern this event. How is that done? Are you the main guy? Do you have a designated race director? Do you have how does that play out? It's like with NASCAR, we got one guy that kind of like calls everything, but you have a series of other people that are watching and seeing what's going on in communication with the race director. How does that work that way?
Yeah, it works the same way. We're not here to try to recreate the wheel. We look at everything that you guys have done and put in place, and we kind of copycat the whole thing. You have we have a competition director, or maybe there's like a head wall guy. We got radios that we communicate on. We've got stopwatches. We put them on, but everyone's in constant communication. Hey, this guy's on the clock. We even have signals that we communicate to the drivers. Sometimes the drivers don't know they're on the clock or if that hit count, if that took them off the clock. So we have different signals, much like, basketball does with reset the shot clock and things like that we communicate to the drivers with.
Okay, you said something there, being able to communicate with the drivers. Do the drivers have spotters, or is that not allowed? And secondly, when you say you're on a clock or anything like that, how do you communicate that with them? And you also made a comment of if that was a legal hit. Can you explain those things?
Yeah, so we're in a progressing sport right now. So the spotter thing is not something that as a sanctioning body we enforce or talk about. We do know that people do it. Probably to their advantage to have a little headset in there and communicating on what's going on around the track. We don't necessarily enforce it. I imagine here real soon we're going to have to make a decision on that, and either allow that to be a thing or not. What was your next question there?
You said making a hit. No, you say you got to make contact. If that hit was, you made it sound like what is a legal hit? What does that mean?
So a legal hit means you have to engage in the contact. So you can't just be sitting there and then your opponent like hit you and like hit you into another car. That's not you engaging in the contact. So you can engage in contacts a number of different ways. I mean, you could spin the car around and hit somebody. You normally, right, it's the front or the rear bumper that you're engaging in contact with. But contact is contact, and as long as you're engaging in it, operating the vehicle, to initiate it, you're good.
You talk about the infancy of the sport, and it's kind of like going through its growing pains. Do you have a governing body or any way to where, say, for example, I'm doing what I think is right, and you say no, you're not doing it right? Do you have the option to have a challenge? And if so, how does that work? And again, if you don't have one, well, I mean, that's like a lot of places you go to the race. You run the race, and afterwards, you negotiate or you discuss, who's right, who's wrong, and you guys make the decision, the final decision.
That's a very unique circumstance too. So at Bristol, as you saw with the video, we were able to run our first event under demo at Bristol Motor Speedway this past October. We had the opportunity to do some very unique things there, and we used our pay-per-view as well as Colossus to review a couple calls at the end of the Derby. Typically, that's going to be at the end of the Derby, the finishing call, the first, second place type deal, rather than throughout the Derby. But we were able to implement those things, and we're kind of at the forefront of being able to do those things, and we're pretty proud of it.
I mean, I applaud you for taking your warriors and bringing them to the last great Coliseum when you talk about Bristol, because Bristol's one of my favorite racetracks. And, it just seems very apropos that if you're going to have an association like yours, that you would start there. And this would be, in my opinion, if you had an opportunity to come back and have your grand finale at a place like that, that would be a correct place to go. Not saying it's the only place you can go, but I just love anything that comes out of the Bristol environment. I mean, it's just so unique to itself. The guys that you've got signed to be your drivers and to be, to try to build your superstar base with, what are the requirements? And as far as age and skill ability, what are the constraints there?
There's not too many constraints. We're kind of at the forefront of creating paths to get into the sport and where to start and stop. I've listened to a lot of conversations with you guys over the past couple days, and we need to establish that. We are fortunate enough right now to have about 2,500 events, demolition derbies across the country already. It's just a fraction. It's just fractioned out. There's different promoters that run different sections of the country. So there was really never been a true, hey, if you're going to get into the sport, you start at the county fair or you start, in this youth class. Youth classes have just become a thing, and it's really good for the sport. It's still a little bit, I guess, fractionalized across the country. But we're getting there. We're taking steps to show, hey, this is what we do. This is where you start, and here's the path to the top. And with demo, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to create that path to the top.
So as you look into 2025, what kind of schedule have you got laid out right now? And during in the course of running the schedule, will you encourage your drivers to follow the schedule and run for a championship? Will that be part of the 2025 plan?
We haven't quite got into the championship stuff yet. What we do, and the reason why is because we need to find money in our sport. We need to find exposure and money and really get people to understand what we do. So we've got 2, possibly 3 events that are going to be big events scheduled for 2025. We start out in June. We'll likely be back in Bristol in October, and then we'll fit something in between that will go likely out west. But it's important to know that we're connected to almost all of these shows, these 2,500 shows across the nation. We got drivers, under demo that are from North Dakota to New York. We're all across the country. So these guys will compete in other shows. They won't just compete under ours. I will tell you that probably will surprise a lot of people is the money that is currently in the sport. I mean, at Bristol, we had 2 classes that ran for $100,000 to win each, which is a considerable amount when the normal or average person says, oh, you guys are just crashing cars. Oh, you're just knocking the windows out of cars. It's really not that. These guys have $40,000, $50,000 in their cars. They spend months building them, and we make sure we reward them at our big events.
I'm glad you said that because there again, I read the release, but I was just real curious if everybody owned their own car and if their cars that they were building, um, would still meet your requirements for 2025 if there'd been any rule changes at the same time. So
Yeah, we update rules. Over the winter here, we'll update rules. But they do own their own cars. These cars are, I don't want to say they come straight off the street, but a lot of them do. I mean, that where they strip them down to bare frame, bare body, and they add, a cage. I mean, one of the neat additions to these cars is that we wrap everything in like 1 inch steel, half-inch armored plate steel or 1 inch steel, the motors, the trannies, the drivetrains, all of that. Because it's built for combat, right? So we do a lot of aftermarket stuff. One of the neat things that we take from you guys is we run now that NASCAR has switched over to the single lug nut. We pretty much buy every single spindle that you guys are not throwing away. So we run all your guys' aftermarket spindles, hubs, all of that stuff.
So you use NASCAR wheels?
Not NASCAR wheels, but the spindle in the hub. Yeah, we built our own rims.
What keeps you from doing the wheels?
They need to be built up. So if you saw one of our wheels, we do something called bead locks. So we basically put like a 1/4 inch, 3/8 inch bead lock on the outside of the car or outside of the tire. And that pinches the bead and, to make sure that the tire doesn't just rip off. So there's a considerable amount of effort that goes into building those tires.
So you are building them like Sherman tanks, even though they look like 65 Ramblers.
Yeah, you would be very surprised at the effort and the time and the engineering that essentially goes into this sport.
Well, that was one of the things when I was watching the video and some of the footage that you had captured of these guys working on their race cars and building them. And I also was interested in the fact that that you're not going to allow somebody to put chassis paint over to hide something. Everything's got to be pretty much bare metal, and when you can easily tell what modifications have been made and what modifications are legal versus the ones that are illegal. So I think you've gotten inside the head of a racer. A racer is always going to ask for forgiveness or beg for forgiveness and ask for permission. So if they can think they can get by with it, if just for one race, they're going to run it up the flagpole.
Yeah, that is absolutely what these guys do. Again, like you said, it's we learn from you guys, honestly. We've taken a page. I would say, venture to say, nearly everybody in our side of motorsports is a NASCAR fan or some type of motorsport dirt track fan.
The one thing I did notice, it doesn't like you have any kind of requirements as far as fire suits or anything. Is that something as you move forward that you'll feel like it's necessary, and then onboard fire extinguishers or anything like that required?
Yeah, Jeff, it is, and we're leading the way, in that. You ever dealt with a bunch of stubborn guys that don't want to change, that have been doing it their way for a while?
Well, again, and like I say, I've lived around the sport long enough to know to say yes. I've been through the argument about whether you need to run fuel cells. I've been through the argument of whether you're going to run a fire extinguisher that won't put out a match. What good is it inside the race car? Just because you tell me. I mean, you have to tell and make something mandatory rules before they understand. If you want to race, there are the rules. The rest of it's not debatable. We wrote the rule book. You have the option. You agree or you go somewhere else. And I think that's the a lot of times, if you want to build something bigger and better, just like what NASCAR has done, or any other, really upper echelon series, just remember, you are the game and the ball is yours. So, you have to call the shot and let them decide, would you rather have 5 or 6 guys telling you how your rules need to be run? Or would you rather have, some guys in there that everybody knows that guy doesn't have an advantage over me scenario. And that's just coming from being old school.
Yeah, well, there's so many similarities with your guys' sport, and what you grew up in to what we're doing now. And that is exactly it. I do think we have a group of guys under demo that are willing to push things forward, and, adopt rule regulations. The biggest thing that I say all the time to these guys is a lot of rule regulations are written in blood, and they're written in blood by the biggest superstars. And, the last thing we want to do is go to a track and, have something happen to one of our stars, that, you look back on and you make changes. It's happened in every motorsport, as you know, and, just that reminder.
Growing pains. It's called a growing pains. And again, when you start off on one of the biggest stages that you can dream of, like Bristol, as far as a big, coming out deal, paying, like I say, over $200,000, to the winners, that's pretty impressive in its own right. And I think it shows the rest of the world that you're serious about what you're wanting to do and accomplish. And I think there again, you tell me where you can go race for $100,000 any other place it's got a similar program like yours. I mean, I think again, that's when you take the step back and say, do you really want to argue about what we think is necessary to make our sport safe and competitive? That's the way I look at it. And the follow-up question on that would be, what do you have in the plans for the future? I mean, you talk about 2025 and you're working on stuff there. Does that include, streaming or recording any of your races? How are you going to handle that as you move out? And then what do you see the future in 5 and 10 years down the road for your association?
Yeah, so we actually work with Speed Sport currently under a subset, DerbyNation.tv, in which we do our pay-per-view on. It's an awesome pay-per-view. Those guys have treated us great. One of the neat things that we were able to do, we realized that content is king, and we need to get our content out there. We need to educate a lot of people. So we want to find, and we're very interested in pursuing not only partners or sponsors to come in and showcase our sport and kind of build our brand, but investors, right, on the back end that have kind of went through the trials and tribulations, whether it's NASCAR guys, whether it's UFC guys, WWE guys. I feel like we all, maybe the PBR guys, we all have similar stories. And I think we can really relate this story that we're talking about here to those different groups. So we're on the pursuit of that. And, that would skinny down a 5-year game plan, maybe into a 2-year game plan. Because we can do it. We can do it on our own. It's just going to take 5-10 years to really get to where we want. And, we want to catch a break. We want someone to come in and believe and see the product and say, look, these guys really are the UFC with cars. This is pretty neat. And although it's different, this is very entertaining.
Well, Dustin, all I can say is hopefully a little bit like EPARTRADE here and what Racer and Speed Sport has done the last 5 years to grow this organization to where it is. Maybe this is your break here with us to let everybody know around the country that you guys have got a new game in town. And as I said earlier, it's very similar to a lot of other things, but it stands on its own 2 feet, a little different than everybody else's.
Well, I appreciate you guys' time. I appreciate the platform. Real big fan, and just want to thank everybody for giving us the time.
Of course. Thank you, Justin. That was certainly entertaining, and we wish you the absolute very best. So please stay with us. We're going to run a sponsor video, and we will be right back with our last guest of the day.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
For over 25 years, Wisconsin-based C-Tech Manufacturing has been engineering and manufacturing the toughest, most accessible aluminum tool drawers, cabinets, carts, and tactical storage solutions for America's hardest working professionals. Whatever you need to store and however you need to store it, put your trust in C-Tech Manufacturing. We build it better. Visit our new website at ctechmanufacturing.com or give us a call at 715-355-8842.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the last session of day 3 of Race Industry Week 2024. So we're on for something very special, right, Mr. Gilly?
Yes, we are. Always love having Linda Vaughn on here, the First Lady of Motorsports. And my gosh, what a great history and knowledge and all kinds of just fun things. And I can't think of a better way to end the day.
Well, you did our command. I've got Linda right here. Let me get out of the way.
Woo!
Awesome.
How nice. Thank you, Brad.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Francis and Judy. And, Linda, this is like, having you on is like a Race Industry Week tradition, which I think is a pretty awesome thing. But, let's catch up. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I had a little bit of a scare last week. They removed a small tumor from my left leg that was cancer, and they got it all. So I'm excited. I go back tomorrow and see him, and I caught it. I thought it was just a little pimple. I kept scratching it, but there's one thing: sunbathing all the time. You definitely have to take care of those legs. So I'm doing really well.
Yeah, you know what? And thank you for sharing that, because I don't know that a lot of us ever really consider or think about something like that, but that can become a pretty serious thing. So I think the more we get that out there, probably the more people realize that maybe they should go get
we're at the tracks all the time. And, I try to do a lot of sunscreen and stuff, and being the blonde and fair, I used to get blistered all the time. So you have to kind of be careful. But, maybe we could come out with an additive. We call it Race Week or something that we could put on there. That's a good product. Maybe I can come up with it.
I like that. See, this is the great thing about Race Industry Week, because, we put a lot of people together. We bring a lot of things out there. And
what a week. You guys have been fabulous. Of course, I'm especially close to Tony Stewart. I went over for the baby shower, and I call him Baby Daddy, and her mama. And I said, "Am I going to be Aunt Linda, or am I going?" I ain't going to tell you what he said, but I love it. I took him a little race uniform, all right, already, and I got a shirt made for all 3 of them already with the dragster on it. So I'm really into it. You think I had a baby all of a sudden, but I'm so proud of Tony and Leah and Dominic. I think it's wonderful. And it's another part of our family, because, I'm married to this industry in sports. So that's another child. I hope he calls me Aunt Linda.
I love that. And yes, baby Dom is just so beautiful. And look, I'm not picking on Tony Stewart when I ask this question, but I mean, who among us thought that we would be talking about Tony Stewart as a dad? And what a wonderrul thing to see.
It's from heaven. It's an angel. I mean, he really deserves it. I watched him since he was 4 years old. So, because he's like he's an angel himself, and what he's done for the industry and sport, but going through all of his races. I mean, I was there for every one of his championship wins, and to get to see him be in love. I went to the wedding, and now a father. I just think it's fabulous, because he deserves it. He really does. He's risked his life for a lot of us for so long, and now it's time for him to enjoy his life.
Yeah, I agree. And for them to enjoy life as parents.
I'll babysit.
Babysit, I'm sure that'll be great. Yeah, I saw where he is committed to going full-time again as a top fuel driver, while Leah gets to stay at home. Well, not stay at home. Let me rephrase.
No, she'll be a part of it, but what a great couple. was married to a drag racer. And when I told Leah that, she said she didn't even know about it because I, for the only time, once was enough, but I learned so much, and it's such a lovely family. And people go, well, you go to INDYCAR, you go, what the best? I said, well, the quickest and the most exciting is drag racing. And I did fall so deeply in love with it. I moved to California 50 years ago, so to be closer to the sport. And getting to do all the races, I got to see him win his championships in INDYCAR and Midget car and IROC car, and I hope to see him win a championship in Top Fuel. And she'll be a great asset to help him because those two are quite a team.
Yeah, they are. That would be a wonderful, wonderful thing to see. Yeah. Well, what else have you been up to? What's just life like for Linda Vaughn these days?
Well, Linda's been working as always. It seems like I always work. I've been working with some promotional activities on some trade shows and some car shows, working on another book, which is going to take a while because I got a little bit laid up to recover from my surgery. So I've just been taking notes and working around the house and cooking, and I didn't get to travel for I made my dog and I a turkey. I've got since I couldn't have it. I think I cried all day long. Everybody kept sending me pictures of their turkey and their dressing and all the goodies. Even Allison sent me stuff. But I've been trying to catch up on some activity that I need help. And I'm also car show next year and working with William Museum. It's absolutely of the world to see when y'all come out here. It's the Lions Automobilia Museum, in which if you haven't seen it, folks, y'all really need to. It's a whole family experience to go to this museum.
Oh, are you still with us, Linda? I'm not sure if I'm the one freezing up or if that's happening on your end.
Brad, we can hear you. I think it's on Linda's part, so hopefully we can resolve that soon. But what a treat! We have Linda on every year. It's kind of fun, and she has so many great stories to share with us. And so let's see. I'm getting a signal from a producer is working with Linda, and hopefully we'll get her on anytime soon. So while we wait for Linda, Brad. Any thoughts about this week? I mean, we still have one day to go with another big lineup of speakers tomorrow, but we had a great session this morning with Jeff Dickerson.
Yeah, that was really neat to just talk about how Spire Motorsports has gone from literally nothing and by accident became a team owner in NASCAR to now a 3-car organization with so much depth and everything else they've got going on. It was I had a great conversation today, Francis, with American Flat Track. They're going to be on with us here tomorrow, and they're excited to be a part of EPARTRADE. In fact, Cameron from American Flat Track was telling me, is like, man, as soon as we showed up on this that we were going to be on it, I started getting a lot of text to me, emails like, oh my gosh, you're going to be a part of this. And he was asking me just a little bit about it, like, hey, who are we talking to? And, what's our audience like and all of that. And I just tried to explain to him, I said, look, this is a lot of racers, a lot of industry people. Think of it as being at a trade show and you're one of the panelists that we're doing. But the great thing about Race Industry Week and EPARTRADE is how many connections that we make through all of this. And some of those connections we never know and we never see. But a lot of those connections we do, that literally people, I saw you here, I had a need there, so on and so forth. And that goes on throughout the year with Race Industry Now and the great suppliers that are on the website and everything. But it's always great to have a conversation with someone about this platform and be able to talk about how the racing community can not just come together as community, but come together from really a business and performance side of things. And this is a great week to be able to do that.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's one of the reasons too we call EPARTRADE the racing industry every minute, every day. I mean, we just the beauty of and we all going to be pretty much all of us in Indy next week, and it's wonderful PRI show, and it's great to be together. But it's only 4 days, and there's about 360 days left in the year, and so that's where we come into place. And this Race Industry Week is kind of a wonderful platform to gather all those series organizers, all those promoters, all those personalities from around the world. And how often can you hear from, within the same day, Jimmie Johnson and Guenther Steiner, who are the, Antron Brown, Tony. I mean, it's just like, it's amazing. And but then also all those series organizers, like, the first time we're bringing tomorrow American flat track, we put an extra effort this year on bringing more motorcycle. We're going to also have Moto America. And I think that's very important to make sure all the gamut are covered, as well as the grassroots and the professional level. And Steve Phelps was another terrific interview you did on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a really good thing. I did enjoy as well after Jeff Dickerson. I hung out for a while today and just watched a lot of the panels. But Jeff Hammond with both Doug Yates and UTI, and talking about what UTI really brings to the racing industry. And you get asked often, like, "Hey, how do I get into this?" Or a lot of people don't know what the pathway might be. Learning about and talking about some of the resources that are out there for so many of those different things, and what UTI is doing, and what people like Doug Yates are doing, and all of that, and literally bringing people right out of those programs into what he's doing, is a really neat thing. And just so many different aspects of motorsports that we might not see every day, and a lot of times might not even know about, but all of a sudden become a new fascination for us.
Well, I mean, listening to you, I just, we had yesterday or the day before, we had Roddy Basso from the E1 series. He was on 3 years ago alongside Formula E and Extreme E, and the series didn't even exist. And it was kind of an introduction. And 3 years later is right there presenting season 1, going into season 2, and the list of the honors. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just like a who's who in sports. I mean, it's just like, it's beyond words, and what they have achieved. And I think he said that just with the impact of the team owners, that are in the series, and the, from the NFL to tennis players to all these guys, they had over 1 billion impressions on social media alone. So that gives you an idea of the reach. So that's the beauty of bringing all these people from around the world and learning about everything they do.
Yeah.
I'm hearing from a producer, they're still working with Linda. It looks like our internet is having a little problem, but we'll carry on, Brad. It's always great talking with you.
Yeah, no, this is great. And look, the miracles of modern technology, we can do so many things, but sometimes making a simple connection can be a little bit difficult. The other thing too, we know about Linda Vaughn. She's got a great history, and I always try and prepare for what we're doing. And the great thing earlier, I was actually just doing a Google search for Linda Vaughn to see, okay, what are some different things we can talk about? Maybe things that haven't covered. And the next thing you know, like the first video that pops up is from 2 years ago when Linda Vaughn was right here on Race Industry Week. And again, how many of those things keep cycling through, and how much this has grown and become a big deal. And today's schedule you talk about, I look at tomorrow starting things off with Chip Ganassi Racing, and having Goodwood and INDYCAR and American Flat Track, Moto America. Look, me, I'm a motorcycle guy. The Moto America King of the Baggers series is just one of the coolest things that's come out here in about the last half decade or so. So I look forward to talking with them and learning about not only what that is, but some of the other racing that they have, obviously with sport bikes and everything else. So, Laguna Seca, a lot of racetracks out there. I mean, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow, Francis.
And HRC. But let me, you said something that really resonated in my head, because we, the Race Industry Week, or the weekly webinar series that we have during the year, is wonderful to be live. But all those sessions are recorded, and they're posted later on the platform, shared on social, on YouTube, etc. And they're getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of views over time, and you can go back and, exactly as you said, listen to Linda interviews last year or 2 years ago, or if you missed Chip Ganassi last year, he had a great session with us. So you wanted to hear Justin Marks 2 years ago, you can go back in there, and that's the beauty of it. That's why I'm cautious of what I'm saying, because it's being recorded. So I don't want to be embarrassed my kids in the years to come.
I don't think you have to worry about that. And it is a great opportunity. I know you talk about the race industry every hour of every day, and we look at some of the great sponsors that are, right here behind us, ETS, Penske Shocks, Peak, Scott Lewis Associates, Crower, Fifth Third Bank. I don't know that people necessarily realize. I did have someone the other day asking me about, well, what exactly is EPARTRADE? And I said, well, if you go to the website, it is literally like everything that you could possibly imagine and any resource that you ever wanted. If you were looking for internal engine parts, just type in whatever you're looking for, and you're going to have like 10 companies come up, who are suppliers and all of that. If you're looking for this or that, I thought Fifth Third Bank, they were on Race Industry Now just a month or so back, a second time at least that we've had them on the weekly webinar series throughout the year. And to realize that some of these things you don't ever think about in your day to day, but what Fifth Third Bank has been able to do for motorsports and for companies, and whether it's big or small, is just a really neat thing. But the resource that epartrade.com is every single year to the racing community, you want to find something, if it's not on ePartrade, I don't know that it exists, to be honest with you, friend. It's that thorough.
Thank you so much, Brad. Thank you. That means a lot, what you said. And while we wait for Linda, if this is the first time you're watching us, it's yes, Race Industry Week is our big event once a year. We do in partnership with Racer.com and Speed Sport, but we also have a weekly webinar series that Brad Gilly as well as Jeff Hammond are hosting weekly that purely focuses on suppliers and on technical webinars. So we talk, on pistons, on brakes, and data acquisition, and it's very technical. Most of the time, I don't understand much of it because that's very technical. That's what we want, and so that's what we do every week. And of course, the platform that's open 24/7. But and that's what we're talking about. And the other thing too, Brad, that's you mentioned is the sponsors. They are industry sponsors. That's very important. They are the companies making the parts or servicing the industry. Fifth Third Bank is a perfect example. They have a division called Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, and we actually did a webinar, as you mentioned earlier, with them back in October, where we talked about the SBA loans that are made for small businesses in the industry, because this is an industry about small businesses, and the Doug Yates of the world, the Hendricks of the world, they're like big, huge corporation in racing, but compared to the world of business, they're very small. There is nothing that I think maybe even 1,000 people. Maybe the F1 team, they're getting close to 1,000 people, but it's still very small in the world of the bank or the OEMs or etc. So this is an industry that's dominated by small businesses, and that's what makes it so fun and so exciting. And I'm still getting a signal from a producer that unfortunately Linda Vaughn is still having technical challenges, and that's what we're here talking with Brad, and we'll wait another 5 minutes or so, and if we can't get Linda back on, then we'll just wrap today. But again, thank you for watching us from wherever you are. And one of the things that Brad, I don't know if you were on the World of Outlaw, and then they mentioned something very similar to the WEC this morning, how much they have extended their reach through, basically digital tools. When the old days you were on television, that was it. And now with all the digital tools available, they are able to engage with a much wider audience, and that's really fascinating to hear that. And we're trying to follow that path or lead that path in a way with a partnership with Racer.com and Speed Sport by putting not only this on Zoom like we are on right now, but also streaming on all those different platforms, YouTube and Facebook, LinkedIn, and of course, Speed Sport One. So you do a lot of that as well, you, Brad, right? With your radios and program, etc. Do you want to share a little bit with us?
Yeah, sure. My day-to-day job is with the Performance Racing Network, and and we broadcast about 40% or so of the NASCAR Cup Series races every year. Our counterpart at the Motor Racing Network does the bulk of the schedule, and it's great to be able to work with them and have a lot of fun. Looking forward to a big season next year, going up into the anchor booth and with Sirius XM NASCAR Radio. Being on that channel weekly is a great opportunity and outlet just to spread the good word about motorsports and be able to do that. You talk about a lot of partners too in what you were saying. It made me think back to 2001. I started working full-time at Texas Motor Speedway, and I was running the dirt track and all of our short track operations. And back then we were running the Have a Tampa series, the World of Outlaws. We had an AMA Pro Racing flat track event, monster truck events, and all of that. And I remember back then, especially talking with the dirt racers, that, you know, man, if we can just get a TV deal, maybe we can get on Speed, or we can get on one of these channels, or so on and so forth, how difficult something like that was, but what it meant to the racers. And now fast forward, here we are, you know, almost 25 years later, and to look at great opportunities like Dirt Vision and Flow and Racing America and a lot of digital outlets be able to, you know, whether I'm sitting here in Wise County, Texas, and be able to watch a race at Eldora Speedway live without it necessarily being on a broadcast partner, but a streaming partner, and have all of those. And I think it's technology like that, Francis, that has allowed all of these racing series to thrive in so many different ways, because now it's not just buying a ticket to a track, which I'll always say nothing ever replaces the at-track experience. But if you can't get up to Washington State, for example, to go see a race, maybe you want to see a boat race or something, well, that's okay, because maybe you can sit at home and actually be able to watch that yourself on some digital platform.
You're absolutely right. And I mean, there's wonderful aspect of it. And the other side of it is when you have a technical challenge like Linda Vaughn is having right now, then unfortunately you're not on. So we'll wait another, you know, minute or two. And if Linda can't come back on, then we'll just wrap today. And very fortunate, because we love Linda, and she's terrific. And worst case scenario, maybe we'll bring her back tomorrow. We'll see, you know, what's possible. But let me just check with our producer. You know, is still working with her, and so. But while we wait, Brad, anything that strike you in the last 3 days that you feel like? Jeff Hammond said something very interesting just before you came in. It said like the theme is like everybody is wrap up 2024, and you're probably thinking, oh my God, let's take a break. But no, they all wired up for 2025. 24 is not even close. It's just like getting ready for 2025. And that's what racing is all about.
It is. Yeah, I do think one of the themes for sure is I know once we get into a racing season, and we talked a little bit about this this morning with Jeff Dickerson, you know, we refer to this a lot of times as the non-racing season if someone is in their off season, because it goes 24/7, 365 days a year. And a wise person once said to me, look, you make your season in the off season. And I work harder, believe it or not, at least the Monday through Friday in the off season than I do traveling every other weekend, going to different racetracks and all of that, because this is the time that, look, if you're going to make a big deal out of something, if you're going to improve, if you're going to deliver a better product, this is the time that you get ready and prepare for all of that for sure.
Getting a note from Larry. Larry, I am so sorry. He said like, no, I've waited all day, make that all year for Linda. I am so sorry, but right now we're trying to get her on. I promise we're doing everything we can. And but Larry, if we can't do it today, we'll see if tomorrow we can make it at the end of the day. And but you know, we have to end the show in about 4 minutes at 55, and that's part of the deal, being, you know, not only on Zoom but as well as on streaming on YouTube, on Facebook, on SpeedSport 1, Racer.com, and SpeedSport.com. So we've got 4 minutes. So hopefully Linda can do it, and if not, we'll try to work some magic to possibly make her come back tomorrow, which means, Larry, you have to watch another day. But the good news, Larry, is we've got a great lineup for tomorrow, correct, Brad?
Yeah, it is a great lineup for tomorrow. Chip Ganassi Racing, a full hour with Chip Ganassi. And look, I'll be honest with you. You know, in the last 5 years, one of the highlights of Race Industry Week has always been Chip Ganassi. From just the fact that, look, he's not afraid to hide an opinion or do anything, sometimes it can become a little irreverent. Like I remember last year, a couple of years ago, he had to get up in the middle of the interview for just a quick second and then came back about 2 minutes later and said, I had to go do something. It's just, you don't know what to expect with him, but good
But
wood.
to be precise, so tomorrow is not going to be Chip. It's his team.
Okay.
It's Alex Palou, Mac Hall, and Brian. So last year was Chip. So this year he wanted to put the spotlight on his team. So, and I was very smart on the team Ganassi, because it really the whole thing here is that they have won 4 championships in the last 5 years, and so we're bringing the people that are making it, the winning team. And so last year was Chip, and this year is going to be Alex Palou, is 3-time INDYCAR driver and champion, and he's coming with Mac Hall, who is Chip's right hand guy. He's been running Chip Ganassi. I think credited to over 200 victories, worked with Montoya, with every driver that went through Ganassi, and of course the great Alex Zanardi and all these guys. And we've got 2 more minutes, so hopefully Linda will magically pop up, and if she doesn't, so after Ganassi we've got what do we have, Brad? I think Goodwood.
Goodwood, yeah. We've got INDYCAR, HRC, which is Honda Racing, correct?
Yes.
Is it Ligier or Ligier?
Yeah, Ligier. So this is the first time we're bringing Mo Murray, who was with Mazda Motorsport for many years, and then after that with McLaren, is becoming the CEO of. We're getting a phone call here, but I don't think it's working. So is bringing this manufacturer of racing cars, Ligier, which is actually out of France, and Mo is developing the US market for them. Great cars and a lot, and they're covering a lot of series. So that's
Hello. Hi, we've got Linda here. We don't have internet, but we got through on Zoom.
Okay, well, we've got 3 more minutes, Linda, so go ahead.
3 minutes is better. 3 minutes is better than nothing. What did I do, miss a shift? But he asked me what I've been doing. I've been making personal appearances. I was at the Hearst Oldsmobile Club of America. I worked that show. I did my hometown show in Dalton, Georgia, and it was a spectacular show. I had about 60 cars come in from a girlfriend named Wendy. Wendy brought her collection in, so we were successful for the Steiners, and we made a lot of money for the Children's Hospital. And then I did the Concord d'Elegance up in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I had one of my Hearst Oldsmobiles up there, and my Pride and Joy, my Dino Ferrari, was on display and won a prize. And I've been working. I work. If people want me, I'll still go and enjoy it, because that's what it's all about. It's like music. You don't get tired of it. I love it.
Yeah, we know people love you. That is for sure, because whenever you guys dropped off, we had some folks chiming in on the chat saying, no, we want Linda Vaughn. When you do a lot of the shows and a lot of the work you do, I'm sure you, just run into a lot of people who have either great memories from, what they saw you doing, as maybe it was Miss Hearst Golden Shifter or something like that, or something other than that. What do people ask you about?
Well, I'm still Miss Hearst Golden Shifter. I'm still Linda Vaughn. And it's just like Richard Petty is STP, and he'll always will be. I think I'll always will be with Hearst, because I still promote Hearst in every way I can, especially with your foreign people that are building American hot rods. Like at SEMA, I talked to a lot of people that came in from Sweden and Denmark that are building hot rods, Chevrolets, Mopars, wanting the no shifters, wanting the no clutches. So it's still interesting for me to do it. I enjoy it. And there's no age limit to it, because people who love their cars and love music, it kind of goes hand in hand. And I say that often, because so long as they have that little drive inside their love heart, I'm going to do it. And I've really enjoyed my car shows this year, and I'm looking forward to a few more next year. Of course, I got to go to the Barrett Jackson auction, and I'm working with the other Jeff Gordon, which is original, he drives funny cars back in the 60s and 70s. We started a line of jewelry. I got on a necklace today, which I'm so sorry the cameras died on us. But I was going to show that to you because we made Tony Stewart's wife a necklace. I think what we're going to do is make special orders on these wonderful necklaces of their favorite car or their favorite person. And I'm hoping it'll be successful. I'm always doing something. I can't sit still.
I love that. I think that is really cool, and we definitely look forward to seeing some of those necklaces and everything as well. Linda, I mean, what a treasure that you are for motorsports, and it is just so awesome to see the enthusiasm and excitement that you have, but even more so the enthusiasm and excitement that people have when they know that you're going to be somewhere, whether it's right here or whether it's in an auto show or somewhere else.
Well, I'm so sorry that everything we got a glitch today. I don't know if Russia did that to us or what. Because I was looking forward to some questions and answers, and I hope the folks that were listening will stay in touch with the EPARTRADE so we can get some questions answered. And I'd be happy to answer any of their questions. Because you know it's what you have with your automobile. The first time I ever had a kiss was in a '57 Chevrolet. So we still love all those cars. And the fact that that was my first kiss, I'll never forget it. And most of the guys that come up to me and the girls, we have a lot of women drivers. And I really support all the ladies in our sport and our industry, and I always have. And because I'm a lady myself, so therefore I enjoyed working like with Chevrolet, the corporate. I've done a lot of the corporate work. But everybody comes down to that one person that loves that car, that wants to build that car, that wants to keep that American history in that car. And that's what I really thrive on. I really do. This industry is not over. We're just getting up and going again. Of course, we have a lot of future things, but I do like the fact that the traditional love affair with your car is still going.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know that that I could have said that better, and that's what's great about all of us being here. Francisque and Linda and Judy and everyone, that we all just have a love affair with motorsports, with cars, boats, motorcycles, whatever it might be, and whether
anything with a motor is.
Exactly.
Well, I spend some time with you. I'll of course be at Daytona. And hopefully see you maybe at PRI show. I'll be working the shows. I've got my own booth, and I'm looking forward to it, because getting to work with all the folks that are still showing their love for this industry and our sport. And I still hope they order her shifters and Edelbrock manifolds and all kinds of neat things, and Schiefer clutches and Hayes clutches and McLeod clutches. Remember, I grew up with all that and with Big Daddy, and I used to watch them take those dragsters apart, put those engines together. Hubert Platt right down the road from me. I grew up with people building their own love affairs with cars. So it's a great, great life I've had. And I'm not through yet. I'm still single and still wanting to work.
Awesome.
I'm still shifting.
Yeah.
I still throw the clutch in.
Well, we're thrilled about that. Glad we got to reconnect, even if for a brief moment, Linda. And I'll say this collectively for all of us, we so appreciate you and everything that you still continue to give to our wonderful sport in the automotive industry.
Thank you so much. And those folks that wanted to know things, would you get their addresses and I'll write to them or call them, okay? Because I'm sorry we had a glitch in our internet, but there's just really been problems over here on this hill. I've had a lot at my house too. I'm just up the road from Judy, and I've really had a lot of trouble this past 3 weeks with my internet. So we apologize to all your listeners and all your EPARTRADE folks, and come and see me, all right?
Awesome. Will do. Thank you so much, Linda. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Linda. Great, but what a great way to end today. So thank you very much for being with us today. Brad, we'll see you in the morning. So once again,